Wilful Ward, a story of the consequences of self-will, written by Ruth Lamb, originally published in 1900. This book is Christian fiction and a part of the Scroll Reader's Christian Classics for Teens. Chapter 1, Going to the Meet.
Kathleen, please try to be reasonable. Listening to you complain, anyone might think the rain was sent specifically to ruin your ride. Remember, dear, this is the 4th of November, not midsummer, and the rain is typical for this time of year.
It may be typical, but it's just as unpleasant and disappointing. I don't need reminding that today is the 4th of November. Everyone has been telling me that for the past 2 weeks. I haven't spoken to anyone without hearing that today's meet at Hollingsby will be the grandest event Woldshire has seen since the old Earl died.
The first meet of the season is always a grand event, dear.
Yes, Aunt, but this one will be record-breaking. The young Earl has just come of age and everyone wants to make it a gathering to be remembered for generations. It's supposed to be the highlight of the Hollingsby hunt.
I believe you, Kathleen. All the gentry will be at the breakfast. The large tenants will be guests, and even the smaller ones will put their best foot forward. Men and horses will look splendid, despite these drenching showers trying to ruin the turnout. However, I, for one, do not envy what they call sport. I cannot forget the foxes' side of the story.
As if foxes were of any use,
replied Kathleen, curling her pretty lip.
They may not seem useful, but I don't like to assume that about any living thing. I can't imagine that any creature, however small or unpleasant it may seem, was made without a purpose in God's plan. I don't claim to know everything about it, but if you understand even a little bit of how great and good and kind God is, and how his wisdom shows in every work of his hands, you can believe that even the smallest creature has its purpose.
Of course, the fox is useful for hunting, and in a way it's the reason for today's meet.
Ah, dear, I'm thankful that I don't enjoy such cruel practices. Destroying a wild animal that harms humans and useful creatures is surely right. But preserving foxes just to be hunted by a pack of hounds, then torn apart alive, is a sport fit only for savages. I was almost glad when once last season a suffering fox bit the hand that was torturing it, and that Huntsman Tom couldn't torment another for a while.
Aunt, you have such extreme views, calling those beautiful creatures yelling hounds.
What else are they, Kathleen? Not that I blame them. They are trained for it, and people enjoy the sport to which horses, hounds, and the poor fox contribute. You may smile, Kathleen, but I know that look of contempt is for your old aunt's old-fashioned ideas, not for me. But no matter how long I live, I hope I never find pleasure in something that causes suffering to any of God's creatures.
Kathleen rushed impulsively towards her aunt, throwing her arms around her neck and kissing her repeatedly.
You old darling! Of course the smile was for your ideas about fox hunting. I would be the most ungrateful person alive if I felt anything but love and respect for you. Yes, I've pushed your cap nearly off your head by hugging you like a bear, but never mind, I'll fix it. The cap was a bit crooked before. I always have to straighten it about 6 times a day.
Mrs. Ellicott looked up at the fair face bending over her, then drew it nearer and returned her niece's caress with more gentleness, but no less affection.
And you, Kathleen, only pretend to sympathise with those who follow a cruel custom. You enjoy witnessing the vibrant turnout, the gallant pack, the bold riders, the spirited horses, and the lively companionship of the hunt. But there are other cruelties in this sport, and one instance gave me a dislike for it that nothing can change. I'll never forget how I felt when I heard the story years before you were born.
What was it?
It was about the late Earl's sister. She was a daring huntress but claimed to love her horses, especially one beautiful, gentle creature she treated like a pet. In the excitement of the hunt, determined to be at the forefront when the fox was caught, she urged the beautiful animal on with whip and spur, forcing it to keep up a pace no horse could maintain for long. When Lady Lois drew rein at Hollingsby, the horse collapsed and died as she dismounted. A few more seconds, and she would have been crushed under her mistreated steed. She was just in time to save her life.
How horrible, if it's really true,
said Kathleen, momentarily distracted from her own grievance.
It's true, dear. There were many witnesses, and though people spoke softly because Lady Lois Holwind was involved, they still found excuses for her. She was young, a daring rider, and the life of the hunt. Generous in supporting it, kind in many ways, open-handed to a fault. That's how people excused her. But although Lady Lois has passed away, the memory of that day's cruelty remains and will be talked about for many years.
While Mrs. Ellicott spoke, Kathleen busied herself straightening the cap and pushing back stray locks of silvery hair that framed her aunt's kind face.
There, now you look perfectly tidy. Kiss me for playing the part of a skillful lady's maid.
The kiss was given, but Mrs. Ellicott reminded Kathleen it wasn't earned.
My cap would have been fine if not for your boisterous hug, Kitty. Having upset it, you were bound to fix it, but I'll never quarrel with you for being too affectionate,
she added, resulting in another, gentler caress from Kathleen.
Look at the sunshine, Auntie. It's pouring in. That last heavy shower has cleared the sky, and there are sheets of blue everywhere. All my effort on your cap will be wasted now, for you can't refuse to drive towards Hollingsby. I want to see as much as I can, though I suppose I can't ride.
You know, Kathleen, your father wished for you never to participate in the Hollingsby hunt, or even go to the meet on horseback.
I know, Aunt. I've been told that often enough. Now, you get ready for the drive. Let Cameron help you, and I'll order the carriage. I'll be ready in 3 minutes. I'll try to get Jer away from her books to come with us, or you could ask her on your way upstairs.
Mrs. Ellicott rose to comply with both requests. She felt that Kathleen should not be denied any reasonable pleasure, especially as the time was approaching when she would be her own mistress.
I'll speak to Geraldine, but I doubt she'll join us.
You suggest and I'll second it vigorously,
said Kathleen as she headed towards the stables, too impatient to send a message to the coachman, who was not old and adored his young mistress. She didn't forget to bring some bread and an apple for her favourite mare, Polly, whose head appeared at the bars the moment Kathleen's voice was heard.
Get the horses ready as quickly as possible. We'll drive towards Hollingsby and see what we can. Don't I wish I could ride you, my beauty?
She added, patting Polly's neck with one hand and offering the apple with the other. Polly neighed in agreement and gently took the apple and bread, her special treats.
How gentle she is. A baby could feed her. Mountain, you groom her beautifully. Her coat is perfect, black and shiny like a rook's feathers in the sunshine.
She's a beauty, miss, with the right spirit and temper for a lady's horse. But there'll be others like Polly out today who'll come back with bleeding sides marked by lashes despite doing their best. And their coats will be so muddy you won't recognize them.
I wouldn't hurt you, Polly. Your mistress wouldn't mark you with cruel spurs or whips. But I must run, or Aunt will be ready first. Take this last piece, my pet.
After giving Polly another piece of bread, Kathleen ran back to the house and quickly prepared for the drive. Her cousin Geraldine couldn't be coaxed to join, so Kathleen, after a brief hesitation, went upstairs to catch a glimpse of a spot where 3 roads met. Most riders heading to the meet would pass this point on their way to Hollingsby, and Kathleen, though she wouldn't admit it, hoped to see one of them. She saw several scarlet-coated horsemen in the distance, but didn't recognise any, so she was sure Captain Torrance wasn't among them. She couldn't mistake anyone else for him, and he didn't ride in scarlet. She had heard him say that having taken it off once, he would never wear it again. Captain Torrance had worn a red coat until the colour became monotonous, and though he was no longer in the army, everyone still called him by his old rank. As Kathleen watched, she blushed with eagerness to see the most daring member of the hunt and the handsomest man in that part of the county. However, there were wise old heads who shook doubtfully when Captain Torrance was mentioned, and some tales about his past were whispered, suggesting he wasn't all he seemed. But such stories hadn't reached Kathleen's innocent ears, who watched anxiously for a glimpse of the handsome ex-captain.
It's a perfect riding lesson just to see how he sits, that beautiful hunter of his.
She murmured, certain no one could hear her.
But why should I worry about riding lessons? I know enough to guide Polly on my allowed jog-trot excursions. I never understood why my father imposed such restrictions on me. He was the kindest of parents, and I'm sure he meant to make me happy, but it's always the same. If a girl has money, some condition crosses her in one way or another. Either she's told to marry someone she doesn't know and would hate, or she's forbidden to marry the person she would choose. Or she has to live in a place she detests. Or...
At this moment, Mrs. Ellicott called.
Kitty, where are you hiding? You boasted you only needed 3 minutes to dress. I'm ready, and Mountain is at the door. I'm surprised you didn't hear the carriage wheels.
Calming, Auntie,
cried Kathleen, racing downstairs.
Well, you've been quick. I was so sure you'd be 5 minutes longer that I ran to the top window to see what I could see. I saw a few streaks of scarlet as some riders passed on their way to Hollingsby. What a pity Geraldine won't leave her books to enjoy this drive. It will be lovely, and you'll like it as much as I will.
I'll enjoy the drive, dear, and Geraldine will find her pleasure in her own way, so don't worry about her, Kitty. Who could have guessed an hour ago that the countryside would look so beautiful?
Mrs. Ellicott admired the hedgerows and trees, still adorned with autumn leaves. Some were bare, but others were vividly coloured, enhanced by the recent rain. Hips, haws, and bryony berries blazed in the sunshine, each a different shade of red. The tallest privet spikes were crowned with shiny black berries, standing above the other shrubs, as if competing with the more colourful reds below. Browns and yellows adorned thorns and wild briars, with dusky reds and flame colours on maple and bramble leaves, accompanied by more berries, shading from purple to black. Green leaves asserted their presence, with glossy holly leaves draped in spiderwebs catching raindrops that sparkled in the sun like diamonds. Ivy was everywhere, creeping in hedge bottoms, twisting around brambles and briars, climbing the tallest trees and waving its flower chaplets high, as if daring anyone to steal its graceful crowns. The rich song of robins filled the air, the little musicians boldly putting themselves on display, looking around fearlessly as they sang, as if they had no enemies. The clear blue sky and fresh air after the rain were delightful, especially since the sky had seemed so hopeless a couple of hours earlier. The horses seemed invigorated by their surroundings, stepping out briskly, tossing their heads as if mocking the muddy roads and puddles. Kathleen's face was animated when she left home, but something she saw at the crossroads clouded her expression. It was Mrs. Stapleton, a neighbour only a few years older, clearly on her way to join the hunt. She nodded merrily to Kathleen, then made a face suggesting pity for her girl neighbour stuck in a carriage instead of enjoying the day's real pleasure.
Even little Blanche can ride to Hollingsby. It's awful that I have to watch a child enjoying a pleasure I'm forbidden. It would be something to ride Polly instead of being stuck here on such a morning.
Oh dear, you looked so bright when we started I thought you were going to enjoy the drive,
said Mrs. Ellicott ruefully.
I meant to, Auntie, and I know I'm ungrateful and discontented, and I hate myself for being so. I should think of all the good things I have instead of dwelling on my one grievance. I should put on a cheerful face and talk pleasantly to you, who always take the good and bad alike, instead of spoiling your drive with my mood. But when Mrs. Stapleton rode by looking perfect, and little Blanche tossed her head in triumph, I felt as spiteful and wicked as possible. I almost wished they would have a good roll in the mud before the day ended, but I won't tell you all the naughty thoughts I had. You know what I'm like.
I know you're quick-tempered and impulsive, but I also know my dear Kitty wouldn't really wish harm to anyone. You say I take good and bad alike, but I don't. I have my struggles, and when something comes that I don't want and brings sorrow, I also fight against a rebellious spirit. I seek strength, patience, and submission, remembering that whatever happens can be turned to good by God. We might ask ourselves, shall we accept good from God and not trouble? Surely, dear, you have many good things.
Chapter 2, Captain Jack. Kathleen Mountford was silent for a few moments after listening to what she called one of Auntie's sermons, but in her heart she knew it was true, and her generous nature compelled her to speak.
I think you always come out victorious in a fight with yourself. Everyone who knows you would say that you always talk about your blessings and keep your trials to yourself. I, on the other hand, have only one grievance, and I never miss a chance to complain about it. Most girls would be so glad and thankful to be in my position that they wouldn't even think of grumbling. I'm going to try not to spoil your drive, dear, but like the parrot in the story, and I'm afraid I'll think the more. However, I will admit the spirit that is in me. I keep seeing Mrs. Stapleton and her perfect turnout. I know Polly is just as good as her princess any day, that I would look just as good as she does and be just as skilled at managing my horse if I had the chance, that Polly would fly over the ground and, since I'm lighter, we would pass her like the wind. And here we are, lumbering along in a carriage with old Mountain driving as if I were a dowager of 70 instead of a girl not quite 20. I have everything, but I'm denied the one thing I long for, and that but ruins everything else. I've said all that's on my mind now, Auntie. Now I will strive for a more contented spirit, and whether I achieve it or not, I will be outwardly pleasant for your sake.
Kathleen placed her hand on Mrs. Ellicott's. The latter lovingly pressed it, and no more was said about the girl's grievance. Old Mountain, up on the box, had thoughts similar to those of his young mistress when Mrs. Stapleton cantered past.
She looks a picture, a real pretty picture. But our young miss would outshine her on Polly. It seems a pity she should be inside a carriage instead of on a horse, though anyone would be proud to drive Miss Kathleen. She's the image of her mother, and has a lot of her spirit too. No doubt the master saw it, and felt it would be best to make her promise as he did. Whether she likes it or not, he meant it for her good, and her poor mother paid dearly for breaking her word, though I don't suppose Miss Kathleen knows about that.
The coachman was right. Kathleen only knew that a few years ago, before her father passed away, he had made her promise never to join the Hollingsby or any other hunt as long as she remained unmarried.
I say, as long as you are unmarried, Kathleen, for I believe that the wishes of the father, whether living or dead, must yield to those of the husband when the daughter becomes a wife. But give me this promise, and pledge that you will never appear on horseback at a meet or in the hunting field as long as you are Kathleen Mountford, and never after you change your name, except by the wish of your husband and under his protection.
Kathleen had readily given the promise, which seemed insignificant to the 15-year-old girl. Mr. Mountford was ailing at the time, and she would have done anything to please him. After his death, when the contents of his will became known, the girl was hurt to find that Mr. Mountford had not only exacted a promise from her, but had attached penalties to any breach of it. If she disobeyed his command, she would lose a large portion of her property.
He might have trusted me. I never broke my word to him, and now that he's gone, a promise made to him is even more sacred to me. It will always be love for my father, not the thought of what I would lose that keeps me from breaking my word even though he's no longer here to know it.
A small thorn can cause disproportionate pain. So with Kitty Mountford's grievance. Because it was her only grievance, it was always on her mind. In a famous hunting county like Wiltshire, She was constantly reminded of it. Throughout the past 2 seasons, she had endured the sympathies of well-meaning but unwise friends. To all of them, she gave light-hearted replies, laughed, and made light of the whole matter.
I am sure I would never care to join a hunt if I weren't prohibited from doing so. I am a daughter of Eve, and my case is like hers. I have everything except that one tree in my paradise. I am sure that I will not follow Eve's example by reaching for the forbidden fruit.
Or Kathleen would vary her answer.
The hunt is my Bluebeard's chamber, but I will not unlock the door and suffer as Mrs. Bluebeard almost did. You may risk your necks and horses if you choose, and as long as you return unharmed, you can come and tell me about your narrow escapes and daring deeds in pursuit of a miserable fox. I can listen without envy, and Aunt Ellicott will lift her hands in horror and lecture you for joining such a barbarous crew as the Harlingsby hunt.
This was the past, explaining Kathleen's present mood. As the carriage rolled on, Kathleen saw many riders in black or scarlet, with white buckskins and shining spurs, heading to the meet. There were also humble riders, not making a grand show in person or dress, but whose horses would likely hold their own through a long day's sport. Vehicles of all sorts carried spectators, and it was hard not to be pleased by the sight of trim huntsmen and cheerful faces. Suddenly, Kathleen's cheeks flushed crimson as a pair of riders came alongside the carriage. The elder of the two, Captain Torrance, wanted Mountain to stop the horses, but the coachman pretended not to see his signal and increased the speed, to Kathleen's barely concealed annoyance. She couldn't suggest a stop. At the first glimpse of Captain Torrance, Mrs. Ellicott had become absorbed in the view on the opposite side of the road. Kathleen could only return the rider's salute, who doffed his hat and bent his handsome head until it nearly touched the saddle. Captain Jack, as he was usually called, wasn't disconcerted. He was content with seeing only the top of Mrs. Ellicott's bonnet. Her turning away allowed him to look Kathleen full in the face with undisguised admiration. He quickly noted the flush of pleasure on her face as he approached.
"Ignore me as you like, old lady. As long as your fair ward's face lights up when I come near, and its expression is so eloquent, I don't care which way your head is turned, or whether you smile or frown at Jack Torrance. Come on, Ralph, or we'll be late,"
he said aloud, addressing a handsome, boyish version of himself, suitably mounted. The little fellow looked gleefully at his father and urged his pony on. The spirited little thing, like its youthful rider, had chafed at the momentary slackening of speed beside Miss Mountford's carriage. So away they went at a rapid pace. Captain Torrance was a widower with a 9-year-old boy. Parent and child were almost inseparable, the child going everywhere possible with his father.
Pity,
said many, who saw Captain Jack and little Ralph so constantly together.
That young chip is the very image of the old block. Same black eyes, curly hair, and defiant look. And it stands to reason the child will be like his father in other ways, growing up with such a role model. Captain Jack loves the lad, according to his ways. Pity he doesn't show his love by sending Master Ralph to a good school far away, where his father wouldn't visit too often. There's the making of a fine man in him, but he'll be spoiled beyond repair. His mother was a sweet young lady too, with a fine fortune. But she's gone. And if the stories are true, the fortune is nearly gone too, while Monkshow, the captain's property, is mortgaged to the hilt.
They say the captain is looking for another wealthy wife. There aren't many of that sort around, and girls with watchful parents will be kept out of his reach as much as possible. Mountain's thoughts became a prayer.
God grant that Captain Torrance doesn't set his sights on my dear young mistress. Or if he does, that her eyes are open to see what he is and what her life would be like as his wife. But girls can seldom look beyond a handsome face. And if it's ugly, they won't look at it at all, no matter how good a heart might be shining through it. I saw what the captain was after when he came by just now. He wanted me to stop so he could poke his head in the window and tell Miss Kathleen what a shame it was that she couldn't ride Polly to the meet. But I can match the captain when I'm on the box. I wasn't going to stop for the lift of his hand. None are so blind as those who won't see, and I only pretended not to see him. Whatever Miss Kathleen may feel about it, I know the old mistress would be pleased, for anyone can tell she cannot stand the captain.
Mountain laughed and chuckled at outmaneuvering Captain Torrance, but he wasn't entirely successful. Later, when Miss Mountford admired the gay gathering at Hollingsby, Captain Jack found his opportunity, brought his boy to the carriage and managed to say all the sympathetic words to Kathleen that would surely irritate her. Showing her frustration at not being allowed to display her figure and horsemanship, she showed interest in little Ralph Torrance, detaining him and his father until the last minute before the start to Helmer Wood. She praised the boy's dress, seat, pony, looks, everything about him. When Ralph asked,
"Why don't you ride, Miss Mountford?"
I'm not old enough to be trusted, Ralph.
with a glance at the captain, half indignant, half amused.
"Why, you're grown up and much older than I am. I was 9 last week, but you're a lady, and you couldn't go by yourself, could you?"
Not very well, Ralph, but I think someone could be found to take care of me, only I must not ride, even then.
"I see. You have no father like I do. Father has taken such care of me and shown me how to ride so well that I'm not afraid. I could almost take care of you. Anyway, Father would, I'm sure, for he says I need hardly any looking after. You would look after Miss Mountford, wouldn't you?"
said Ralph, turning his bright eyes from Kathleen's face to his father's.
"Wouldn't it be lovely for us 3 to go together?"
Quite lovely.
Replied the captain, patting his boy's curly head.
Bravo, Ralph. You know how to arrange things. I would be glad indeed to take care of Miss Mountford. I hope she knows I would protect her at the cost of my life.
The speaker didn't look at the boy, but at Kathleen as he answered. The last sentence was for her ears only, and her face glowed instantly, for the captain's look was more eloquent than his words. It was fortunate that the huntsman's horn signalled the start at that moment. Ralph was too eager to disobey it, and with a farewell salute to Kathleen and a laughing glance at the spirited lad already ahead, the captain joined the merry cavalcade heading to Helmer Wood. Kathleen leaned out the carriage window, watching until the procession was lost in the wood. Then she ordered Mountain to turn the horses homeward. Kathleen lay back in the carriage, seemingly lost in thought. The sky could be blue or cloudy, the sun could shine, and leaves and berries glow with vivid colours. But she noticed none of it. Still, her thoughts seemed pleasant, for a smile occasionally crossed her face, and the colour remained from Ralph's questions and his father's responses. Mrs. Ellicott was thoroughly annoyed. She strongly disliked Captain Torrance's character and was somewhat afraid of him. Who could see his handsome face, perfect turnout, and hear his well-crafted compliments without fearing their effect on a girl like Kathleen? It was said the captain had violent outbursts and was overbearing and tyrannical, especially towards servants and dependents. His speech to them was often coarse and profane. The boy, so like him in appearance, also resembled him in faults, and both were on a path to ruin. These were all hearsay to Mrs. Ellicott, for in the company of ladies, who was more courtly than Captain Jack, who was gentler in speech, more winning in manner, or better at paying compliments and honouring women, while the young admired and listened with pleased faces and brightened colour, prudent mothers hovered around their daughters when the captain approached. During the brief conversation with Kathleen at the carriage window, Mrs. Ellicott showed as plainly as possible that his presence was unwelcome. A stiff nod in response to his bow, curt replies to his inquiries about her health, and a reserved manner marked her reception of Captain Torrance. These signs only amused Captain Jack.
What do I care if the aunt frowns? As long as Kathleen smiles and a compliment from me can bring that lovely colour to her cheeks. She's pretty enough and sweet enough for a man to give his heart to. quite aside from her wealth. If I were rich instead of in debt, I would gladly lay my fortune at her feet. Knowing this, I feel less guilty about taking hers if I can get it along with her. How like her mother she is, fair with those lovely Irish eyes that poor Mrs. Mountford had. I could never name the colour. Sometimes they seemed deep grey, at other times violet, but always with a liquid brightness like stars quivering with light. My Adela was beautiful, but she couldn't compare to Kathleen Mountford. I wish Ralph were like his mother instead of being a reflection of me. I don't want the boy to grow up like Captain Jack. Sometimes I think if his face reminded me of Adela's, it would help me be a better man. I love the boy even more for his mother's sake than for his own.
No one could doubt the captain's affection for his son, despite opinions on his manner of showing it. His devotion to his wife during their brief time together was his redeeming trait. He loved her deeply and honoured her memory. She had given him her heart when others looked coldly on him, refused to hear warnings, and repaired his fortune with her own. She thought nothing too good for him. Captain Torrance might spend her money recklessly, but if it made him happier, she never complained. Her only regret was not having more to give. It was perhaps well for Mrs. Torrance that she didn't live long enough to fully see the darker sides of her husband's character, which would have emerged if money had run out. There was no shortage, no need for self-denial, so he remained an ideal husband in her eyes, loving her as deeply as he could. Her last look was for him, her last words.
I only care about dying because I have to leave you, Jack, and our child.
Her last act was to place her remaining fortune in his hands.
You shall have it all, dear. It's just you and Ralph. No fear of you failing to care well for him.
And so he did, according to his idea of caring during the years since her death. Chapter 3. A Heavy Penalty. Captain Torrance was right when he spoke of the great beauty of Kathleen Mountford's mother and how it was reflected in her daughter. Mrs. Mountford was under 20 when she married. She was a poor but well-born Irish girl named Kathleen Dillon, whom Mr. Mountford met when he was past 40 and considered a confirmed bachelor by his friends. After a short courtship, they married, and he became a devoted and indulgent husband to his young wife, who was less than half his age. Mrs. Mountford was proud of her conquest and truly loved her husband, but she was impetuous and somewhat willful. She often took advantage of Mr. Mountford's almost unlimited indulgence, liking to show that she could have whatever she wanted, whether wisely or not. In time, however, Mr. Mountford realised that he might be more truly kind by refusing some of his wife's demands, and that her real happiness would be better served by his sober judgment. This led to a sort of struggle for dominance. Mrs. Mountford was used to getting her way, and she chafed under any opposition. Sometimes, when her silence led Mr. Mountford to think she agreed with him, she would seize the first opportunity to defy his orders. If he showed displeasure, she would keep out of his sight or, when in it, answer only in monosyllables and refuse to participate in anything he suggested. Mrs. Mountford likely punished herself as much as she did her husband. With her lively disposition and impetuosity, such a state of affairs was no light trial. A few hours of it, and her lovely face would look troubled. Her eyes would fill with tears, her lips would tremble, and she would look at her husband with an expression half penitent, half reproachful, as if mutely asking,
"How can you be so cruel and treat my little faults so seriously? I am only a child compared to someone as wise as you."
One pleading look from those wonderful eyes, and Mr. Mountford would yield unconditionally. He would extend his arms, and the young wife would fly into them, sobbing out complaints of his unkindness.
You know I never want to upset you, Kenneth, but I am just a spoiled child and you have made me worse. You have to be very patient with me, and you know you should be because you are older and so very wise. When you were cross and looked grave, I felt completely crushed. Oh, Kenneth, how could you be so hard?
Mr. Mountford might feel that he had been anything but cross or harsh, considering that his wife had deliberately disobeyed commands made for her own good. He might know that he was in the right and that he ought to insist on obedience, especially when it involved no real hardship. But his intense love for his wife made him pliable, and while knowing he was right, he felt remorse at having caused pain to someone so loving and beautiful and childlike in her willfulness. After such an outburst, there would be peace for a while. Home would be a little heaven, blessed with the music of a baby's voice. The birth of Kathleen, 3 years after her parents' marriage, brought added sunshine to the home. Mr. Mountford had hoped for a son, but was more than satisfied with a daughter whose face mirrored her mother's. Husband and wife grew more devoted, and during Kathleen's early days, Mrs. Mountford was content to live more quietly, giving herself up to the new sweet cares her child brought. But when the little one turned 3, and there was no further addition to her family, Mrs. Mountford began to long for pleasures outside the home. She did not tire of her child, but her watchfulness over Kathleen took up only a small portion of her time, and she could not engage in many of her husband's pursuits due to differences in tastes and education. Mr. Mountford was doubly indulgent due to their age difference. He was older than his years, she younger than hers, and he felt it both a privilege and a duty to give her every lawful pleasure suited to her youth without considering himself. Mrs. Mountford was a graceful but somewhat daring rider, and her husband delighted in providing her with fitting mounts. The horse she had ridden for 2 years met with an accident, became lame, and was deemed unfit for her use. A new horse was bought, and she admired its appearance, eager to test if its qualities matched its looks.
I shall try the new horse tomorrow morning, Kenneth. He is rightly named Prince, for he is a magnificent animal. How good you are to replace poor Raja with such a royal steed. You must have been extravagant, though, for I am sure he cost a lot.
Mrs. Mountford rose and was about to rush towards her husband to shower him with kisses in her usual impulsive fashion, but a word stopped her.
Never mind the price, darling. If Prince suits you, he will be worth every penny. But you must not ride him for a day or two. His temper must be well tested before I trust my treasure on his back.
A shade of annoyance crossed Mrs. Mountford's face, and she answered quickly,
Who better to test the horse's temper than me? You said he had been used to carrying a lady.
That's what I was told, dear. But horse dealers can conceal faults found only on closer acquaintance. If you were less precious to me, I would be less careful of your safety, perhaps. No, I won't say that. I would never expose anyone to risk. I would rather risk my own life.
But Kenneth, you know how I can ride. As a child, my father would let me mount any horse, no matter its temper, and say, if Kitty can't ride him, no one can. I am not afraid of Prince or for myself.
But I am afraid for you, my darling. If anything went wrong due to my lack of precaution, what would become of our child and me? The light of my life would be extinguished.
Mr. Mountford looked at his wife with honest love in his eyes, but his voice trembled at the thought of such a misfortune.
No fear, Kenneth. I can manage the horse well enough, and I mean to try.
She answered with a defiant glance, unmoved by his tender words because they clashed with her whim.
You shall try, dear, once I am sure you can do so safely. Now come, darling, and reward me in your sweet way for your new steed.
Mrs. Mountford, however, hung back and replied impatiently.
You know the saying, Kenneth. There are 2 bad paymasters, those who pay in advance and those who never pay at all. You must wait until Prince is mine before you ask for his price.
I don't see how he can be more yours, as I have paid for him.
He is yours, no doubt, Kenneth. He will be mine when I am allowed to use him.
Which shall be as soon as...
began Mr. Mountford, but his wife did not wait for him to finish. Without resuming her seat or further conversation, she swept from the room. Had she looked back, she would have seen the sorrow on Mr. Mountford's face, all for her. He might have been angry, for he had spent a lot to please her, and he asked her to wait only to ensure her safety. She knew this. There was bitter disappointment for the loving husband. The pair had been much closer and happier lately. Mrs. Mountford's old willfulness seemed to have softened, and she showed greater confidence in her husband's judgment. Even in this moment of renewed trouble, Mr. Mountford was mainly anxious for his wife's happiness. It was the eve of the great meet at Hollingsby, the event of the season everyone eagerly anticipated. Mr. Mountford knew his wife's keen excitement for this gathering and had always been proud to see her admired as they rode to Hollingsby together. How disappointed she would be that the new horse had come too late for her to use. What could be done in the short time remaining? Anything to ensure she took her usual place. After some thought, Mr. Mountford went to his wife's room to tell her his plan. She wasn't there or in the nursery, and a servant said,
"Mrs. Mountford is out, sir. I don't think she's off the property, as she wasn't dressed for a proper walk."
Mr. Mountford instinctively turned towards the stables and met his wife at the threshold.
I've been looking at your new horse, Kenneth. He really improves on closer inspection.
Mr. Mountford noticed the emphasis, but made no comment.
"I thought you might ride my hunter tomorrow, and I'll take the other horse, which is as good in everything but looks."
I'll do nothing of the kind, Kenneth. I may be selfish, but not so selfish as to deprive you of your usual mount. I won't go to Hollingsby. Thank you for offering me your horse.
Mrs. Mountford curtsied demurely, then turned towards the house, not caring whether her husband followed. She had given him a fresh sting, but she didn't care about hurting his feelings. How could the husband help being displeased?
"She must have her way. For once she will punish herself. Staying away from the meat will be no light punishment."
Accordingly, Mr. Mountford made no further mention of the subject. When the time came, he left the house after an affectionate farewell, which his wife responded to as if perfectly content to see him go alone. He didn't notice the determined look on her face or the mischievous light in her eyes. He was just glad there were no tears or reproaches. Few minutes after his departure, the new horse, saddled and ready for a lady's use, was led around by the groom, and Mrs. Mountford appeared in riding dress.
"Begging your pardon, madam, but are you sure there's no mistake about taking this horse out? The master was very clear that no one should ride the new horse without his orders."
I am not just anyone, James. You know Prince was bought for my use, and naturally Mr. Mountford wouldn't want anyone else to ride him. We talked last night, and I told him I would try Prince this morning.
"Of course, madam. You know best. If you and the master settled it, it must be all right. He can't blame me."
Why would you be blamed for obeying me? Have you ever been faulted for following my orders?
"No, madam. I wouldn't have said a word. But the master was very specific. He wanted to make sure of Prince's temper, and I've never known him to change an order without letting me know, until now, and I've been with him for 15 years.
When your master returns, you can ask him if I told him I would ride Prince this morning. See what he says. Long service won't excuse your impertinence. When I join him, I'll prepare him for your question.
"I've done it," said James to a stable boy who had listened open-mouthed, wondering how anyone dared cross the mistress.
"She won't harm you. Everyone says she just flares up for a minute, and then it's over."
"I'm not afraid of the mistress. I'm just afraid I've done wrong letting her have the new horse. I wish I'd locked the stable door and stood against it, shouting the master's orders at her, instead of doing what she told me. I'd almost be glad if she had a little tumble, but it would hurt him more than her."
Meanwhile, Mrs. Mountford took a roundabout route to Hollingsby, planning to approach from another entrance and arrive after her husband. She had some qualms, but Prince was easy to ride and such a perfect animal that the enjoyment was worth the risk.
Kenneth might be angry at first, but...
She laughed, recalling many times when her charm and his deep affection had driven away his anger, replacing it with loving words and caresses. At worst, he would only preach a little, and she was used to that. He was the dearest, best of men, only anxious about her and graver due to being 20 years older. Mr. Mountford was answering inquiries about his wife and listening to regrets about her absence when a neighbour exclaimed,
Mountford, you said your wife wasn't coming. She's here, and what a horse she's riding. A beauty. But I think I've seen him before, and...
The speaker hesitated, and Mr. Mountford, hiding his surprise and indignation, replied hastily,
She changed her mind and followed me. I didn't think she'd ride her new horse, and she refused to take mine. I hope you know nothing against the animal. I had the best of references, but he is untried in my ownership.
I'm not sure I know the horse. If I've seen him before, he had a lady rider. With Mrs. Mountford's perfect horsemanship, you needn't be anxious. She can ride anything.
Mr. Mountford thanked the speaker and set out to join his wife. He was justly displeased, but anxiety overpowered it. All he could think of was her safety. She saw him coming, and with a mischievous spirit, evaded him, showing off her horse and turning laughing glances at friends, inviting them to share her amusement. Mr. Mountford felt powerless. He wouldn't say anything to reveal the real situation. He would watch over his wilful darling and hope for the best. Later that day, the company saw a pitiful sight. A horse, with the bit between its teeth and a lady on its back, was tearing towards a dangerous leap. An anguished husband followed, feeling only a miracle could save his wife. Little later, Mrs. Mountford lay unconscious on the other side of a barrier, and the horse was running free. Mrs. Mountford wasn't killed, but she had several injuries, including one to her spine, making it unlikely she would walk again. Worse, her eyes had been damaged by an outstretching bough, and nothing could preserve or restore her sight. Mr. Mountford's distress and self-reproach were heart-wrenching. It might seem he had little reason to blame himself, having tried to protect his wife in every way. But true love makes, if it can't find, excuses for its beloved's faults, and shares the blame, though guiltless, enduring the resulting suffering. While Mrs. Mountford's life was in danger, her husband tormented himself with undeserved reproaches.
Knowing her temperament, I shouldn't have left her. She's still so young, and what seems blameworthy to older people was a girlish frolic to her, to be laughed off and forgiven. I thought my orders to James were clear enough that he wouldn't disobey and she wouldn't ride Prince. But I forgot that while I was master, she was mistress, and I'd never tolerated disobedience to her orders. If only I'd stayed home to watch over her, all would have been well. She might have been angry and pouted, but I could have borne that, as I had often done.
One thought stung him more. He had learned how his wife convinced the groom to bring out Prince, and he knew it was through an implied falsehood. Chapter 4. Blind yet seeing. Many weary days and watchful nights passed for Mr. Mountford before his wife was pronounced out of immediate danger, but the sentence of hopeless blindness and a life likely to be short and filled with helplessness hung over her, and no human skill could change that. At last, Mrs. Mountford's condition improved enough that she could be wheeled into another room on the same level as her bedroom. It was a bright morning in early spring when she reached this stage, and the air was fresh without being cold.
Wheel me close to the window. I want to feel the sunshine I will never see again.
Tears streamed from her sightless eyes, still beautiful, for the injury had left them unscarred, though the life was gone from them. Her wish was granted, and the couch was placed in the deep bay window. The sun shone directly on her, making the teardrops glisten on her pale face. She thanked the nurse and her maid with a smile that brought tears to their eyes. She had been remarkably gentle and patient throughout her illness, for the pain, which often provokes irritation, had been subdued by remorse, and all her former irritability had vanished.
You can leave me now and tell Mr. Mountford I am ready for him to come.
I am here, darling.
I might have known,
she whispered as he bent over her, and drawing his head down, she kissed him tenderly again and again. He sat so he was on her level, but she pulled his head to her chest and held him close, Until now, neither of them had spoken about that terrible day. But now Mrs. Mountford whispered,
"Can you ever forgive me, Kenneth? I have wanted to ask you since I realized what my actions brought on you. I say you, darling husband, for though I know you see my loss of sight and helplessness as worst of all because I have to bear them for life, I am sure you have suffered more than I have. Besides, physical pain is not the worst part, though you have shared that with me. I understand now what sympathy means when such love goes with it. Whenever our little one was ill, every pain she had felt like a double stab to me. And once when you were ill, my husband, it was the same or worse. Seeing those we love suffer is so hard. It would be bliss to bear the pain if by doing so one could spare them. If such a poor, weak, willful creature as I am can feel this way, what must you have endured for my sake?"
Mrs. Mountford spoke softly and slowly, still holding her husband close. He couldn't answer, and she knew why. She passed her slender fingers over his face, felt the tears he couldn't hold back, and knew by the heaving of his chest that he was too overcome with emotion to speak. She waited patiently, dried his tears as they fell, and kissed his hair as his head lay close to her. She couldn't see, and never would see, how it had changed of late. Where there had been a few silver threads, it was now all grey.
"Kenneth, you mustn't grieve. I am not worth such love and tears, but I want you to tell me I am forgiven first, and then—"
My darling, don't speak of forgiveness. I forgave you long, long ago.
That's what I needed to hear. I wouldn't have liked you to say there was nothing to forgive because even when I was planning to deceive you on that awful day, my conscience was showing me my wickedness, but I wouldn't listen. Do you know, Kenneth, I was worse than willful, defiant, and disobedient. I was untruthful. I had always been proud that despite my faults, falsehood was never one of them. It was so mean to deceive James by saying I had told you I would ride Prince that morning and not saying that you had forbidden me to mount him until you were sure he was safe for me to ride.
I should have stayed with you and made sure. I've reproached myself ever since for leaving you alone. It wouldn't have been a hardship for me to miss the meet.
Don't blame yourself, Kenneth. If I had been the wife you deserved, there wouldn't have been a need for you to stay. Looking back, it's horrible that my willfulness made it necessary for you to be both my keeper and husband, and that if I were out of your sight, you were miserable, fearing I would harm myself. I won't need a watcher now,
added Mrs. Mountford, with a pitiful realization of her helplessness.
But you'll have my companionship, dearest. I'll be your eyes and tell you everything that happens. Thank God you have seen, and as I describe the changes around us, your memory will help you picture them. My feet will go wherever you wish and be your messengers. My hands will willingly serve you. Every day our child will grow more able to join me in loving care, and her chatter will cheer you.
I know, Kenneth, dearest, what you will be. My hardest trial is that I can't see your face and our child's. Maybe it matters less about seeing yours because I can never forget it, and you will never grow older to me, though I may live to be a white-haired grandmother.
Mrs. Mountford laughed at the thought, for Kathleen was only 3.5 years old, but the laugh quickly died, and she added with a sigh,
They say all other senses become sharper when sight is gone. I'll have to pass my hand over Kitty's face and hair and measure her height from time to time, and you'll tell me everything, won't you?
I will, dearest.
And when I'm a little stronger, you'll bring poor James to see me, and I'll ask his pardon for deceiving him. I won't be quite happy until I do that.
Mr. Mountford promised. And in due time, James was brought to see his mistress and hear her confession. He came away sobbing like a schoolboy, declaring that if he could take on her helplessness and restore her strength, he would, and those who heard believed him. But neither love nor skill could greatly prolong Mrs. Mountford's life, and 4 years after the accident, she died, Despite the suffering and sadness that were always present, those 4 years were not unhappy. Mrs. Mountford's outer vision was gone forever, but her spiritual vision became clearer and brighter each day for both her and her husband.
It took a terrible lesson to show me myself first, for I was never aware of my ignorance of what is most worth knowing, or of what I was in God's sight. I was always sorry when I upset you, Kenneth, because I loved you and I knew something of your love for me, but I never felt real sorrow for my sin or repentance towards God. I never knew or wanted to know much about him, though I suppose I would have been shocked and angry if someone accused me of not believing in God. But they would have been right. I just assumed there was one and never thought more about it. Not knowing, how could I love him who never came into my thoughts as a great reality? But now, oh, the blessed difference. It is true happiness to love him, even in a small way. The pity is that now I can never show my love through service. I can't go among the poor and tell them the sweet lesson I've learned or help them for Christ's sake.
My darling, you think of and care for many you can't visit or cheer with your presence and kind words.
Mrs. Mountford shook her head.
The only thing I can do is to bear my blindness and helplessness with patient submission, and thank God I didn't die without time for repentance. If I've been patient, he made me so through prayer.
You are patience itself, dearest. Everyone feels privileged to wait on you and learn sweet lessons of endurance.
I see now what a precious gift God gave me in you. We've been happy, despite everything. We are of one mind now, and as each day brings us closer to parting, we are drawn closer in love. When my place on earth is empty, you'll remember that God sees us both, though we can't see each other.
I won't forget, but I hope to keep you and care for you for years.
Better say wish, for you can hardly hope now. I remember how I used to say so glibly, I believe in the communion of saints when I recited the creed in church, but now I know what it means. When you praise God on earth, Kenneth, and I, by his grace in heaven, there will still be communion.
True, but communion will be perfected when we meet again, dear wife.
Yes, for us, but I suppose it will always be perfect for him who sees and hears us both.
Such conversations were frequent between the husband and wife, bringing them great comfort. Both were deeply concerned about little Kathleen. It comforted the dying mother to think that as her child was nearly 8 years old, she was not likely to forget her altogether.
Keep my memory alive for Kitty. The child is always with you and will be more so when I'm gone. Don't let her forget her mother, even if she only remembers me as blind and helpless.
She won't forget you as long as I live.
Mr. Mountford took great care to fulfill his wife's wish. One thing, however, was carefully kept from Kathleen. Both as a child and later, she knew her mother had been injured in a fall, but the story of her willfulness and disobedience was never told in her presence. Mrs. Ellicott, Mr. Mountford's widowed sister, was invited to stay with him after his wife's death. The sisters-in-law had always been close, and it comforted Mrs. Mountford to think that Kathleen would have loving, motherly influences as she grew up. As long as her father lived, Kathleen was fairly receptive to these influences, but she was only 15 when she lost him. Even before that, Mr. Mountford had noted with some anxiety the great resemblance between her and her mother as he first knew her. In one sense, the likeness gave him pleasure, in another pain. Kathleen had almost equal beauty and the same high spirits and charm, but sometimes Mr. Mountford glimpsed willfulness and an ungovernable temper, like her mother's, which had cost her dearly. Kathleen would be a great heiress, for though a generous man, Mr. Mountford was also prudent. Since his wife's accident, he had lived quietly and continued to do so after her death. His property was not entailed, and he never planned to leave any portion to a male relative. It was all for Kathleen, and would be hers absolutely when she turned 21 or married with her guardian's consent. These guardians were Mrs. Ellicott, who, with her daughter Geraldine, would live at Hollingsby Hall with Kathleen until she reached adulthood. Her other guardian was a young man of only 22 when appointed. His father, Mr. Mountford's oldest friend, had been originally chosen, but while willing, he felt unsuitable due to age.
When people appoint guardians and executors, they need to consider not only the character and business qualities of the individuals chosen, but also whether they will likely see the trust through. I am 10 years older than you and much less vigorous. You are more likely to outlive me, and I trust you will see your bright girl grow into a noble woman. I will agree to be named as your executor and Kathleen's guardian if my son can be associated with me. Then you'll have an old head and young shoulders, though not in the same person.
Mr. Matheson of West Hill noticed a peculiar look on his friend's face as he made this suggestion, and without waiting for a reply, he continued,
I see that amused look, Mountford, and I know what it means. You think appointing a young fellow of 22 as co-guardian, with his father of a beautiful girl only 8 years younger and an heiress, suggests future matchmaking.
I don't deny it, but I'll add more than the smile expressed. Knowing Aylmer, I could wish nothing better for Kathleen than to be his wife. But I wouldn't influence my child's choice or your son's by word or act.
And by appointing Aylmer as one of her trustees, you create a barrier to any closer union between him and Kathleen. Though he's my only son, Aylmer Matheson will set aside any thought of self to fulfill the trust placed in him if he becomes Kathleen's guardian. But I hope no one will need to take your place with her.
This hope was not fulfilled, and though Mr. Mountford died before his old friend, Mr. Matheson survived him by only 2 years. From the age of 17, Kathleen had been under the joint guardianship of Mrs. Ellicott and Aylmer Matheson. The latter combined young shoulders and a wise head, which usually don't go together. In appearance, he was tall and well-proportioned, rather fair than dark, with rebellious brown hair that no amount of cutting and brushing could straighten. However, it was carried well back from a broad, high forehead, and he had dark grey eyes that showed courage and honesty. A brown moustache, and otherwise clean-shaven, rather pale face complete the description. The paleness was only noticeable in contrast with Captain Torrance, who always had colour. It was commonly said that there was no love lost between Aylmer Matheson and Captain Torrance. Those who knew the two men were not surprised, and would have deemed friendship between them impossible and absurd. Unlikeness often helps friendship rather than hinders it. Weakness in character or person looks for strength in a friend. Beauty often admires plainness and secretly appreciates the contrast. The waverer is thankful to be managed by a decisive friend. But in friendship, as in marriage, it is only when opposite qualities tend to mutual well-being and create a harmonious whole that satisfactory results can be hoped for. Candor cannot be friends with cunning, honesty with fraud, truth with falsehood. The nature that delights in doing good, even at personal sacrifice, can never befriend one whose sole aim is self-indulgence. The merciful and the cruel, the generous and the selfish, the brave and the cowardly are separated by barriers, invisible but real. The higher nature may pity the lower and long to elevate it, but they cannot work as friends without common principles strong enough to overcome minor differences. Such principles allow for true friendship and the closer union marriage should bring. Lass, that marriage should not always mean true unity of hearts, aims, hopes, and lives. Captain Torrance's character has been partly revealed. Of Aylmer Matheson, only good can be written. An only son, idolised by his father, he repaid this affection with filial devotion. A scholar with refined tastes, Aylmer was content to share country pursuits with his father and live at West Hill after leaving Oxford. At college, he generously helped those in need. In society, he was self-possessed, but modest, courteous to all, high or low. Like his father, Aylmer was not ashamed to confess Christ and aimed to be a true servant, spending his life in God's service. It is easy to see why friendship between Captain Jack Torrance and Aylmer Matheson could hardly exist. Chapter 5, Under Watch and Guard. It seemed strange that the large residence of the Honourable Edmund Arthur Holwind, Earl of Weybridge, was simply called Hollingsby, while the smaller but prettier home of the Mountfords was known as Hollingsby Hall. Ignorant strangers sometimes referred to the latter as Little Hollingsby to distinguish between the two, but the older residents of the area sternly corrected them. Everyone knew that the Earl was only the representative of a very modern peerage, and that his sprawling red brick house with white stone facings was no old family seat. Instead, it was the result of a large expenditure of money with minimal taste by his father, the first peer. In contrast, the hall occupied part of the site of a much larger building that had stood there centuries ago, always owned by a Mountford. Kathleen's father had told her much about her home and its history.
You should know all about it, Kitty, because it will be yours one day. The estate that comes with the hall is not large, but it is sufficient to maintain a house of this size. You've heard of estates being burdened and even lost because some foolish owner couldn't be satisfied without building a place too big for their means. The Mountfords of old were wiser. One of them, 4 generations back, was living in the old hall, or part of it, as it was too big for the income. Wisely, he saved enough to tear it down and build this pretty nest in which you were born. The Mountfords have been very proud of their lands and their name. They never entailed the estate, but trusted each generation to pass it on intact to the next. So far, an heir has never been lacking. Now, the good name of the old Mountfords will have to be upheld by a girl when I'm gone. Remember, dear, ours is an honest name. We have prided ourselves on living within our means so we could show our love to God by helping our neighbors, on hating debt and avoiding habits and associates likely to lead us into it. Kitty, darling, when you are the mistress of Hollingsby Hall, keep to the old Mountford traditions and show that a woman can be just as good as the men of her family. If I should be taken from you, you will be lovingly guarded, and I trust you will look on those to whose care you are committed as representing your parents, for they have been prayerfully chosen and are worthy of your esteem.
Of course, Kathleen had wept when she heard these words, and had thrown herself into her father's arms, ready to promise anything, feeling resolved that the old name, home, and estate would never be lowered, lost, or lessened through her. All the same, she hoped that her dear father would live to see her grow old, a wish not destined to be realised. Mr. Mountford had directed that Kathleen should be educated at home, and as Mrs. Ellicott's daughter, Geraldine, or Ger, as her cousin called her, was only 2 years older, the girls would study together happily. A generous income was set aside for the maintenance of the home, and Kathleen was to be brought up with the same surroundings she would have had if her father had lived.
It's better for her to be accustomed to all that her means justify than be deprived of what she's been used to from childhood, and then placed in absolute possession of a large fortune when she comes of age.
So Hollingsby Hall showed little change during Kathleen's girlhood. All the old servants stayed on under Mrs. Ellicott's rule. But the large sum of money Mr. Mountford had left to his daughter in addition to the estate grew larger each year, as the income from the estate more than met all expenses. Geraldine Ellicott was a great contrast to the young heiress, but the cousins were strongly attached to each other and had many tastes in common. Externally, they were completely different. Miss Ellicott was very tall and too slender for her height, but erect and graceful despite it. Her features would never have been chosen as models by a painter or sculptor, and most people, looking at her face in repose, would have pronounced her plain. But her broad brow suggested intellect, and she was a thoughtful student and reader. Kathleen and she were both musical, but with a difference. Each was naturally gifted, But while one was content with the facility that followed a moderate amount of effort, Geraldine was always working to make the most of every talent she possessed.
When I play or sing, people listen, smile and say, "Thank you so much. What a charming voice you have, Miss Mountford." Or, "What a lovely touch." When you lift up that grand contralto voice of yours, there's a silence that you can feel, and they pay you the greater compliment of forgetting to thank you. They are absorbed. They give little gasps as the last note dies away, and there is a look of awe on some faces, as if there might be an uncanny element in a voice which so entrances the hearers. How I envy your power.
Geraldine would laugh at her cousin's words, but many felt what Kathleen expressed, declaring that when Miss Ellicott sang, she became positively beautiful, with so much soul shining in her eyes, which were as fine as Miss Mountford's. She was the dearest, kindest creature possible. Pretty Mrs. Stapleton once remarked that Geraldine Ellicott was a girl whom everyone liked but no one would ever fall in love with. However, the speaker was not known for her infallible judgment. It sometimes happens that those whose good looks are their sole attraction cannot understand the attractiveness that exists and lasts without them. When Kathleen returned to the hall after her drive to the meet, she rushed to her cousin's room and flung herself into an easy chair without taking off her outdoor garments. Miss Ellicott was looking out of the window, but she turned to greet Kathleen with a bright smile on her face, as if reflecting happy thoughts.
"Well, Kitty, did you enjoy your drive? I was just thinking how lovely the colours on the hedgerows would be with the sun shining. I have been enjoying it without leaving home."
I might as well have stayed here, for the drive only made me ill-tempered and envious,
Kathleen said, giving her cousin an account of what and whom she had seen on the road, a half-defiant expression showing on her face and in her tone as she mentioned Captain Torrance.
You must have laughed, Ger, if you had seen how Auntie ignored Captain Jack and gave him the back of her bonnet to contemplate when he was dying to speak to her. However, she had to be civil when he came up afterward. What a splendid boy little Ralph is.
"He is a fine little fellow. I always feel so sorry for him,"
replied Geraldine, ignoring Kathleen's allusion to Mrs. Ellicott's coolness to Captain Jack.
I cannot see much need for pity, Ger. Ralph's father dotes on that child. It's beautiful to see them together.
"I am sure it is. No one doubts the father's love for Ralph. But who would not pity a motherless boy? For the best of fathers could not make up for such a loss, and—"
Geraldine paused, and Kathleen completed the sentence in her own fashion.
"And Ralph doesn't have the best of fathers, I suppose you would say."
"Do not put words into my mouth, Kitty dear. It is not for me to judge, only without disparaging Captain Torrance. One can hardly think it is good for that dear boy to be associated with his father's friends in all their pursuits. He must see and learn many things that are hardly fitting for a child to know."
The gentle reply mollified Kathleen, and she said,
I dare say you are right, but I really believe Ralph's father is so fond of the boy that he cannot bear him out of his sight.
"I can understand that, Kitty. You see, Captain Jack is affectionate, and the sort of man who could not endure loneliness."
Geraldine did not wish to prolong a conversation about Captain Torrance. She could not agree with her cousin's opinion of his character, and did not want to irritate her by expressing her own. However, she could hardly suppress a smile at the idea of Captain Jack in solitude at Monk's How. Everyone knew it was rarely without a crowd of guests who were helping its owner to get rid of what was left of his once ample fortune.
I need not say that my honoured guardian was not at Hollingsby this morning. Like Aunt Ellicott, he sympathises with the fox,
said Kathleen after a pause.
"Mr. Matheson called here while you were out."
Expecting to see me, no doubt. How disappointed he would be at finding only you.
She looked archly at her cousin, but Geraldine's face showed no self-consciousness.
I am sure he was disappointed. Perhaps he came round to make sure I hadn't mounted Polly and gone after the hounds. Ger.
Don't say that, Kitty dear. Such a thought would never enter his mind. He knows you would never break your promise to your father.
Yet after I made it, my poor father himself doubted whether I would keep it. I cannot tell you, Ger, how the thought of this one thing troubles me, and all the more because he had said so much about the Mountfords, and that I, a girl, need not be a whit behind the noblest of the men who had gone before me. I am sure something has been hidden from me. I was just told what everyone else knew, that my mother's blindness and helplessness were the result of a fall from her horse. But I am not prohibited from riding. It torments me to think there is a mystery about the whole thing. I am not a child. I ought to know all.
Kathleen waited for no reply, but snatched up her gloves and left the room hastily so Geraldine would not notice her tears. Mrs. Ellicott entered almost directly afterward.
Is something wrong with Kitty? She rushed past me just now and I thought she was crying. Surely you girls haven't been quarrelling?
No fear of that, Mother,
said Ger, and then she told her what had passed, adding,
Can you not tell her? I do believe the knowledge of the whole truth about her mother's accident would help poor Kitty battle against the fits of wilfulness that come on from time to time.
Perhaps so, dear. I will think about it.
Mrs. Ellicott did think, and decided that what Kitty called a hateful mystery should be one no longer. Holding the girl's hand in hers, Mrs. Ellicott told her niece the story of her mother's misfortune and what led to it. Tenderly, we may be sure, and not forgetting to picture the after-penitence and patience of the sufferer.
I loved your mother so dearly, Kitty, that it gives me a great pang to speak of the fault for which she paid so heavy a penalty. Your father gave me permission to tell you all if it would be for your good to know it. He only concealed so much because it seemed hard to expose a mother's fault to her child, especially as you only knew her during those last years. You remember how lovely and patient she was. Your father thought it would be best for you to picture her, just as you saw her after.
Mrs. Ellicott stopped to wipe the tears from her eyes.
I am ashamed of myself. I might have been sure that my father was silent for a good reason, and here I have been giving way to pettishness and ill temper because he, in tenderness to my mother's memory, and out of love for me, withheld this sorrowful story. Forgive me for the trouble I have caused you, Auntie. I hope what I have heard will be a lesson and a help to me. I would not trade the memory of my sweet mother's face for all the world, and now I know everything. I grieve for her more than I can tell you.
Mrs. Ellicott could not regret having told Kathleen the truth, for she became much more gentle and watchful over herself. An incident that occurred the same evening made her particularly hopeful on the girl's behalf. As Mountain was returning to his cottage after a visit to the stables, he was approached by a smart groom, whose face was unfamiliar, but whose livery showed he was in the service of Captain Torrance.
This is Little Hollingsby, isn't it?
Not that I know of.
Why, don't you live here?
He asked, pointing to the hall.
I live there,
Mountain replied, pointing to his humble dwelling with his thumb.
Oh, come now. You know what I mean. I have a message and something else for Miss Mountford, and I was told she lived at Little Hollingsby.
There is no place of that name?
Responded Mountain, looking as obtuse as he could.
Can you tell me which is Miss Mountford's house?
I can.
Then do, please.
Since you ask me politely, I will. That is the house, and that's the way that leads to the back of it. I suppose you don't want the front entrance.
Why, you said this was not Little Hollingsby.
No, it isn't. There is no place of that name, as I've told you once already.
You don't need to be so short-tempered when I ask you a civil question.
Retorted the groom indignantly.
What do you call this house, then?
It isn't what I call it, but the house is Hollingsby Hall, as everyone around here knows, or ought to by this time.
The groom gave a prolonged whistle,
Well, I never. Anyone would have thought that big place of the Earl's was the hall, not this.
I'd have you know, young man, that Hollingsby Hall has been this place and called nothing else for ages before that place of the Earl's, which is as ugly as it is big, was thought of. I, or an earl, to live in it, for the title and Hollingsby are new alike, though the village is old enough.
Well, how was I to know? I have only been at the captain's place for a month or so, and I can't remember ages back if you can.
Retorted the groom.
Who said I could? But let me tell you, it's a matter of history about the Hall and the Mountfords, who used to have a bigger house than the Earl's. But they tore it down and built this, as it was better suited to their means. Not like some people, who shall remain nameless, that waste and spend all before them, and soon won't have a pigsty to call their own.
Mountain spoke severely, but looked triumphant, as if he had about settled this puppy of a groom from Monk's How. But the puppy in question was getting impatient, and not knowing to what lengths the speaker might go, he ventured to interrupt Mountain's tirade.
It's all very interesting, no doubt, but as the family are strangers to me and I have no particular taste for history, I'll not trouble you to tell me any more. And as to people spending themselves out of house and home and running into debt, I shan't put myself out for them. I shall manage to find the place, I dare say, and we shall neither be asked to pay anybody's debts but our own, if we have any. What I want to know is how to deliver my message to Miss Mountford.
That's an easy matter. Now you know your way to the back door.
You don't mean to say that Miss Mountford will come to the back door to answer it, do you?
Sneered the groom, growing more indignant at Mountain's replies.
No, I don't. Neither would she answer the hall door if you went to that. She has enough servants to take the messages which other people's servants bring. One of them will take yours if you give them a chance.
And turning on his heel, Mountain marched rapidly toward his own dwelling without waiting for more words.
If the indoor servants aren't more pleasant to speak to than the outdoor ones, it will be a pity.
Shouted the groom after the retreating figure, adding to himself,
Captain Torrance told me to put what he sent into the hands of the young lady herself. And I mean to do it, especially as he promised me a 5-shilling tip if I managed it and brought an answer. I'm not often beaten when I take on a task, and the captain said, Jem Capes, I can trust you better than most. You have got a head on your shoulders and not a turnip for any sense there is in it. And sure enough, there are many turnip heads about, particularly in these country places.
As Mr. Jem Capes finished his soliloquy, he vigorously used the knocker at the back entrance of Hollingsby Hall. Chapter 6, A Rejected Trophy. In a few seconds after Mr. Jem Capes had called attention to his presence by means of the knocker, a neat kitchen maid opened the door of the servants' entrance to the hall. The sight of a trim, female figure pleased Captain Torrance's messenger. He was young and, according to his own notions, good-looking and with plenty to say for himself, therefore well calculated to make a favourable impression. He glanced admiringly at the girl, and fully aware of the absurdity of the remark, said,
You are the lady's maid here, I believe, miss.
You are mistaken,
was the quiet reply.
I am a kitchen maid, but if you want to see Cameron, who is Miss Mountford's maid, I will let her know.
I have no desire to see any face but yours, and I'm sure I couldn't find a prettier, even if I had my pick of all in the house. I mean, of course, amongst those in service here. It isn't for such as me to pass an opinion about the ladies.
The girl heard this flattering speech with an unmoved countenance, and much to Mr. Jem Capes's surprise, ignored it entirely when next addressing him.
Please tell me what you want, or whether you wish to see any of the men servants. There are none in the house just now,
she said. The groom's face fell at the ill success of his insinuating looks and compliments, and he answered rather sharply,
I want nothing with servants, men or girls. I have had enough of one outside, the coachman, I think, who is as sweet as a sloe or a crab-apple.
You are speaking about my father. What is your message, please?
Probably Jem Capes never felt so angry and humiliated as he did at this moment, when, for the second time, Patty Mountain, ignoring his compliments to herself and his impertinent allusion to her father, asked his business.
"My message is for your mistress, young woman,"
he replied in a sullen tone.
"The gentleman who sent this note and something along with it said I must give it into her own hand. What I have to ask you is, can I see the lady?"
I cannot tell, but I will find out,
she said. Then, after civilly requesting the groom to take a seat, Patty disappeared to make the inquiry. Capes was not sorry when he saw another servant in place of Patty, but the newcomer proved to be older and even more staid-looking.
You have brought something for my mistress, I believe,
she said.
Miss Mountford cannot see you, but if you will send the note by me, she will answer it now, or forward a reply if a message will not suffice.
"I was told to give it and the other item into her own hand. But if she will not see me, of course, you shall take the note, and I'll wait here,"
said Capes, resuming his seat.
"I dare say the lady will see me once she has read the letter."
Capes waited what he thought was an unreasonable amount of time, but finally the messenger reappeared.
This is the answer,
she said.
And I am to tell you to take back the other item. The note will explain.
"You don't mean that I'm to take what Captain Torrance sent back with me? You must have made a mistake. You'd better ask again,"
replied Capes, unable to believe his ears.
There's no mistake. I have told you exactly what my mistress, Miss Mountford, said.
"But she has not seen the captain's present."
I know that. I can only tell you what message she sent. She made it very plain to me.
Capes almost snatched the note from the bearer's hand, put on his hat, and without another word left the house. He closed the door behind him with a bang, and once outside, gave further vent to his feelings in words that shall not be repeated in full, though part of them may be.
"To think of me being so completely deprived of everything. The captain will be so furious. He'll be fit to strike me when I get back. He'd better not. Well, I've done my best, and I've been outdone on every side, by the coachman and his girl, by the waiting maid and the mistress. But what galls me more than anything is that the finest brush of the day was, in a sense, thrown back in the captain's face. What a gesture it was for him to send it, especially when the lady wasn't even present. I was counting on at least a sovereign from her."
Capes's anticipation of what his master would say was more than realised, for the captain broke into a perfect tempest of anger after reading Miss Mountford's note, and very unreasonably blamed the messenger for what was no fault of his. Captain Jack had thought to please Kathleen by sending her the fox's brush with the following note.
Dear Miss Mountford, everyone who caught a glimpse of you this morning was filled with regret at the thought that you were prohibited from joining in the real pleasure of the day. I think I may venture to say that no one felt this more than myself. To be so near and yet so far in touch with and not permitted to share in what had brought so many of your friends together must have been a trial indeed. I know what it was for me even to witness your disappointment. I am venturing to send you the finest trophy of today's sport, the brush of a magnificent animal. I trust you will honour it with a glance, then send it back by my man, that I may have it fittingly mounted for you as a souvenir of the first meet of the Hollingsby Hunt this season. I am, dear Miss Mountford, with much respect, faithfully yours, John Torrance.
Kathleen's reply was simple and straightforward.
I am most grateful for your kind thought of me and for your intended present. I know that many girls would greatly value such a trophy, but in my case it would cause only pain to possess it. Believe me, you are mistaken in supposing that I shall ever feel disappointment in connection with the Hollingsby Hunt. I was pleased to see such a gathering for once, and I greatly admired it as a picture. Beyond this, it can never have the smallest charm for me, and I think it more than probable that I shall never again be present at a meet. With renewed thanks for the compliment you have paid me and best wishes, I am, sincerely yours, Kathleen Dillon Mountford.
Second reading of this note left Captain Torrance in a better temper.
I see it all now,
he thought.
I was a fool to send such a present to her. She must know the story of her mother's mishap on the field. whether she knows how it came about or not. Naturally, she hates the thought of a woman actually joining in the hunt, though. This morning, I could have sworn she was pouting because she couldn't show off on that handsome mare of hers. At any rate, she must feel that I have paid her the greatest compliment a hunter could, whether she takes his offering or leaves it. I must give Capes the tip I promised him after all. He will be disappointed at not receiving one from the fair hands of Miss Mountford.
Captain Jack laughed with keen enjoyment at the idea of his messenger's indignation at a double loss. Half an hour later, Capes was mollified by receiving the promised tip from his master, along with a few conciliatory words.
You did your best, no doubt. It was really I who made a mistake in offering such a present to a lady who takes no interest in the hunt. I shall send you with it to Mr. Stapleton and ask him to present it to his wife. Only mind, Jem, not a word must be breathed about Miss Mountford having had the first chance of it.
Hope? I know better than that, sir,
replied Capes, touching his hat and looking sagaciously at his master. Captain Jack was fully convinced that Kathleen would not mention the incident, and that Mrs. Ellicott and her daughter would be far from wanting anyone to know of even this slight correspondence between Miss Mountford and himself. So in a few minutes, Capes was on his way to Oakwood with a note to Mr. Stapleton, in which the captain begged that gentleman to present the brush to his wife, as the most graceful and bravest lady rider on the field that day. And with the offering, he asked Mr. Stapleton to express the hope, on his behalf, that she would for many years grace the Hollingsby hunt with her presence. Captain Torrance could be sufficiently punctilious on occasion, and with all his faults there was a dash of chivalry in his composition. Besides, he had the memory of the faithful heart, which was all his own during that short married life of his. In every young wife and mother, he seemed to see a reflection of his own lost Adela, and pretty Mrs. Stapleton, with her little daughter, called forth all the best traits in Captain Jack's character. Hence the respectful message sent through the husband, and the offering which gave all the pleasure at Oakwood that it had failed to give at Hollingsby Hall. Capes returned to his master in high spirits, with a note of thanks, and with his own pocket heavier by the sovereign he had given up as lost. Both master and man were well pleased. The former was rejoicing that Kathleen's rejection of his offering had opened a new way of approach to her, and Capes, as he fingered his earnings in gold and silver, said to himself,
"Better luck next time. If I'm not mistaken, the master is not really sorry for what has happened, and he's not the one to be daunted by a slap in the face from a girl. He'll find a way of paying her out someday."
In Kathleen's present mood, she was hardly likely to keep Captain Torrance's letter a secret from her own family. She was too full of self-reproach and a deep sense of the goodness of those whose only desire had been to keep from her a story that must pain her if told, to conceal anything now. So Mrs. Ellicott, Geraldine, and Aylmer Matheson all saw Captain Jack's letter, and the last named, not being present at the time, was told exactly what answer Kathleen had sent. All were hopeful that the slight contact between Monk's How and Hollingsby Hall would become even slighter and perhaps disappear altogether. Kathleen continued to be very gentle in manner for some time afterward, and there was a look of thoughtfulness, occasionally of sadness, on her face not usually seen there. Aylmer Matheson, always careful not to take advantage of his position as guardian to force himself into his ward's presence unreasonably, was cheered by the gentle welcome Kathleen gave him. One evening, she called him Aylmer for the first time since his father's death, which had made him her sole male trustee. His quick glance of pleasure as he replied brought a bright colour to Kathleen's cheeks, and this in turn made the young man's heart beat rapidly. On his way home, Aylmer began to picture happy possibilities again. He asked himself 1,000 questions about Kathleen's changed manner and wondered if her alternate shyness, coldness, and frankness towards him might be favourably interpreted.
A proud girl like Kathleen would never allow any man to think he was preferred above others,
he thought.
One hears of girls treating those they love best almost with scorn and keeping them at the greatest distance, lest they betray their feelings. But this is when they imagine their affection is not reciprocated. I have kept aloof from Kathleen, for I could not bear anyone to accuse me of taking advantage of my position. No one shall say I have tried to entrap my ward into an engagement during her minority. She must be entirely her own mistress before I make any open attempt to gain her affections, though she must surely know of my love for her.
After coming to this conclusion, Aylmer Matheson began to doubt the wisdom of this decision. There was another side to consider. If he held himself aloof, others would not, and Kathleen might be wooed and won by someone who no true friend of hers could approve. The someone always took the face and form of Captain Torrance in Aylmer's thoughts, and while he would have been generous enough to resign his pretensions in favour of a good man to whom Kathleen had given her heart, he was by no means inclined to yield them in favour of Captain Jack.
I must think of Kathleen's welfare rather than my own pride. Surely my character is well known enough by all who matter to prevent me from being misjudged. No one could accuse me of mercenary motives since I have abundant means of my own, and West Hill is unencumbered. I would not touch a penny of Kathleen's money. All would remain entirely at her disposal after marriage, as it will be when she comes of age next year. Am I to allow a profligate spendthrift whose past cannot bear scrutiny to win this girl who is beautiful, innocent, and rich, because I fear what the world might say if I strive to gain her affections while she is still my ward?
The conflict was severe, and all through the small hours, Aylmer Matheson debated with himself about the right course of action. He knew one thing the world around him, including Kathleen, was ignorant of. When Mr. Mountford had associated him with his father and Mrs. Ellicott in Kathleen's guardianship, a conversation took place between the elders about the possibility of a marriage between Aylmer and his young ward in the distant future. Then Mr. Matheson confidently asserted that their positions as guardian and ward would prove a barrier to any closer union for Aylmer, as he would put aside every thought of self concerning Kathleen. Mr. Mountford expressed his highest opinion of the young man, but shortly before his death, he spoke a few words to Aylmer himself.
Remember, Aylmer, if when my child is grown up, you and she desire to enter into the sweetest and closest of all relationships, recall our conversation today and feel assured that had her father been living, his consent and blessing would have been given, and his dearest wish fulfilled by such a union. But I know you, my dear boy, and that you will place Kathleen's happiness before your own. I desire, therefore, that unless you have given her your whole heart and won hers in return, you will never allude to this conversation. Afterwards, if all goes well, Kathleen will be happier knowing you would have been the man of all others to whom I would have given my only child had I lived to see her married.
The memory of these words cheered Aylmer, but they could not be used to further his case. Indeed, he would have scorned to owe its acceptance to any influence except a wholehearted love from Kathleen. Aylmer finally decided to watch and wait for a while, and he was rewarded for his patience by a period of greater happiness than he had known for a long time. It was unlikely that the effect of hearing her mother's story would pass quickly for Kathleen. The girl seemed to have made a great effort at self-conquest, and since that memorable evening had caused Mrs. Ellicott no heartaches with her fits of wilfulness. Aylmer spent more time at the hall, and no face beamed a brighter welcome or gave him a sweeter smile of greeting than Kathleen's. Geraldine rejoiced, as only an unselfish nature can, at the new state of things. She had divined Aylmer's secret and succeeded in hiding her own. As for Captain Torrance, nobody seemed to know what had become of him, except that he had left home 2 days after the meet, taking his boy with him. Everyone wondered at this, as Captain Jack rarely absented himself from Hollingsby during the hunting season. Kathleen never mentioned him, which was perhaps a less favourable sign for Aylmer than he thought. Aylmer himself might well be forgiven for wishing the captain's absence would be indefinitely prolonged, though many others hoped he would return soon with a replenished purse. So the time passed until the first week of December, and Aylmer spent the interval in a fool's paradise from which he was soon to be rudely ejected. Chapter 7. Captain Jack's apology. The sun shone gloriously overhead. The sky was blue, the snow was hard and crisp underfoot, and there was just enough wind to barely move the topmost twigs of the leafless trees. It was an ideal winter's morning for walking, and as Kathleen Mountford gazed at the beautiful scene outside her window, she decided to enjoy it more fully outdoors.
"It's no use asking you to walk with me, Aunt,"
she said to Mrs. Ellicott.
If I were a few years younger, Kitty, there is nothing I'd enjoy more than a long, brisk walk with you. But when I go out with young people, I always feel like a burden. At my slow pace, I'd freeze in the cold air, and the worst part is a young companion would freeze with me, wishing to keep warm by moving faster. I'll stay by the fire today, my dear, and battle against the envy that old folks feel watching the young move about.
"It must be hard, Auntie, especially for someone who has led such an active life as you."
We should remember that we were once young, and I, for one, can thank God as I look back. He has left me bright memories of a healthy, happy girlhood, free from serious worries. You, Kathleen, are creating such memories every day.
"You can't say that my girlhood has been all brightness,"
replied Kathleen, with a sudden look of seriousness on her fair face.
"Losing both parents long before I was much more than a child has cast a shadow over much of its brightness."
True, darling, but God has left you many blessings, and you have not had an unloved girlhood.
"I know that, Auntie. Still, without parents, brothers or sisters, the best places in my heart are hopelessly empty, though others are wonderfully filled."
Mrs. Ellicott saw Kathleen's affectionate look as the girl bent to kiss her tenderly, and she was deeply moved. She almost said, "The best place of all has yet to be filled, and when you give your heart to someone who will be your life partner, you'll be less aware of the empty places that trouble you now." But she refrained, and only returned her niece's caress with added tenderness. Soon, Kathleen shook off the momentary sadness and said,
"I'm afraid my walk will be a solitary one. Geraldine has had breakfast in her room and is trying to ward off a cold. If I call at Oakwood and try to coax Hetty Stapleton to join me, she'll either keep me indoors to listen to complaints about the frost that has cancelled today's hunting, or she'll take so long to dress that lunchtime will come before we're ready to start. I'll go alone and be satisfied with the company of nature."
You'll have plenty of beauty to interest you, Kitty, if you keep your eyes open.
"I'm becoming less blind thanks to you and Ger, who have made me ashamed of myself by the way you find enjoyment in everything. The blades of grass, the simplest wildflowers, the shapes of the trees, the lights and shadows on hills and dales, the changing clouds or their absence, birds, beasts and insects, sights and sounds all contribute to your enjoyment. It's wonderful to be born with such a gift, for finding pleasure in everything. It's almost as wonderful to be with those who have it and who try to share it with others, even if the taste is lacking."
Yours wasn't lacking, Kitty. It was only dormant and needed awakening and cultivating.
"Thank you, Auntie. Anyway, I'll enjoy my walk this morning without Hetty Stapleton. You knew she was spending the winter with her brother and sister-in-law, didn't you?"
I believe you told me, dear, but I'm not sure.
"It wasn't me, it was Aylmer who mentioned it the other evening. I was glad to hear it, for I like Hetty and have always found her a pleasant companion, even though she's 5 years older than I am."
I like her too. She has plenty of common sense, and though her face isn't particularly handsome, it has the stamp of a true nature. I could never imagine Hetty Stapleton being petty or mean in any way. I wish she lived at Oakwood, for your sake, Kitty.
"So do I, Auntie. There aren't many girls around here worth making friends with, and by your account, Hetty would be perfect. Sensible, true, incapable of meanness, and most importantly, not too handsome. She'd be ideal,"
said Kathleen, with a playful look as she alluded to Hetty's appearance.
"Now I must go, or I'll lose my walk. Take care of yourself, dear."
Kathleen set off alone, to her aunt's slight regret. Mrs. Ellicott had held her in conversation, hoping that Mr. Matheson might arrive and offer to accompany her, as he had mentioned calling that morning. Perhaps Kathleen would meet him before leaving the grounds, and in that case, Aylmer would certainly offer to join her. Mrs. Ellicott watched her niece's rapidly retreating figure until it disappeared, then resumed her seat by the fire, lost in thought. Though no word had passed between Geraldine and herself about Aylmer Matheson's affection for his ward, both had sensed it. But Mrs. Ellicott never imagined that Aylmer had won her own daughter's heart, without seeking it. Indeed, no one would have guessed this, least of all Aylmer himself. Only Kathleen had occasionally teased her cousin with playful allusions to Mr. Matheson's perfections and Geraldine's evident appreciation of them. But even she had been silenced by her cousin's calm responses whenever Aylmer's name was mentioned. She cares nothing about Aylmer, except as a sort of adopted brother, Kathleen had concluded. I wish she did, and that he cared for her. They'd make a perfect couple, but the wrong people often end up together, and I suppose there's no help for it. However, Ger can be sure she'll never have a rival in me. This thought was in Kathleen's mind as she left the hall. By the time she passed beyond her own boundaries, she was wondering if the owner of Monk's How had returned, or if the rumours were true that he wouldn't be seen in Hollingsby again, unless some extraordinary good fortune refilled his empty pockets. Then Kathleen began to dream on her own. She imagined Captain Jack having a brighter, better, purer side to his character than the one visible to the world. Evil reports were always exaggerated. People loved to spread scandal, and it grew with each telling. It was horrible to think how much more willing people were to tear down characters than to give credit for any good. Captain Jack was handsome. No one could deny that. Everyone said he had wasted his wife's fortune, but few mentioned that Mrs. Torrance had always believed in him and that he had loved her despite his faults. Captain Jack adored his son, yet nobody praised him for this. All said Ralph was being ruined by his father's company and friends, instead of being treated like a child and placed under a wise teacher. They forget that poor Captain Torrance would be alone if he sent the boy away. He must have someone to cheer him, and if his friends aren't perfect, that's partly because of his position. He has no sister, wife, or brother. A household without a good woman to guide it must be all wrong, decided the girl. Kathleen didn't consider that unless Captain Torrance's character made him unfit for good men's society, or his taste disinclined him, he could have better company. He might have engaged a lady to manage his household and watch over his boy. But Kathleen was in the mood to excuse every fault and even think how wonderful it would be for some good, beautiful, and rich girl to save Jack Torrance, to lure him away from evil companions with her purer life and wholehearted love, to be a real mother to his son and pay Jack's debts so he could start anew. She forgot that another good, pure, and unselfish girl had dedicated her life and fortune to him with the same goal, all in vain. Kathleen soon reached a quiet lane, leading to a field path she intended to take home. There was beauty all around, but she noticed none of it. Her thoughts were on the letter, and as soon as she felt safe from observation, she opened it and read.
Dear Miss Mountford, before I left home nearly a month ago, I was most anxious to ask your forgiveness for an act I will never cease to regret. The thought of it has haunted me continually, and I've sat down many times to express my penitence in writing, but feared to do so. I have no excuse. It is not enough to say that I meant only to pay a sportsman's compliment and give you a momentary pleasure. I ought to have known better. I did know better, yet acted as though you were like most of the girls I have met. In offering what I did, I must have caused you acute suffering and wrung your tender heart, which I would have saved from sorrow at the cost of my life. I can only own my fault and express my deep regret. I dare not ask you to forgive my barbarity. Believe me, dear Miss Mountford, your devoted servant John Torrance.
Kathleen's eyes were moist as she finished reading. Coming after her previous thoughts, it made a great impression on her romantic mind, already inclined to favour the writer. To Kathleen, the letter revealed a side of Captain Torrance that matched her own idealised view of him. He had acted impulsively, but had soon realised his mistake. Her refusal and reply had likely brought back her mother's story, and he had felt sorry. To think he had grieved for a month over his mistake. Kathleen could only call it that, and would have acknowledged it, but lacked the courage to write. Now he had written, and his regret was touching. Kathleen placed the letter in her pocket and continued her walk with shining eyes and a spring in her step. The world seemed brighter because of the message. She noticed the sunlight making the snow sparkle like diamonds. The darkest days of the year were yet to come, but Kathleen almost felt a promise of spring in the cloudless sky and the happiness she felt. She soon approached a turnstile and hesitated whether to continue her walk by the field path or take a shorter, more public road home. Before she decided, she found herself face to face with Captain Torrance. Chapter 8. Misunderstandings. Captain Torrance's encounter with Miss Mountford was carefully orchestrated. Thanks to the groom's information, Kathleen was taken aback, her sensitive face alternating between blushes and paleness as Captain Jack respectfully tipped his hat and adjusted the style for her. He remained silent, ready to let her pass with a low bow until Kathleen spoke up. His sorrowful, respectful expression conveyed more than words could.
Captain Torrance, I have read your letter.
Kathleen said.
I know your actions a month ago were meant kindly, and I am grateful. Please, let's forget everything else related to it.
Can you truly forgive me, Miss Mountford? I can hardly forgive myself.
Captain Torrance replied, his face lighting up.
Forgiveness implies intentional wrongdoing, and I am certain that was not your intention, nor mine to cause you pain by refusing your gesture.
Kathleen smiled and extended her hand. Captain Jack gently held it for a moment, then released it. He wanted to kiss it, but refrained, though his heart raced with a sense of impending victory. Her innocent expression appealed to the good still left in him. He now knew he wasn't indifferent to her, and his conscience spoke to him.
What right do you have to tarnish another pure life by attempting to tie it to your sin-stained, dishonourable path? Reflect on your past. Think of the young wife whose friends gave thanks to God for her early death, which spared her prolonged sorrow. What could your very love bring but harm to someone like Kathleen Mountford? Spare her a future filled with misery, a dreadful awakening from a dream of hope and happiness. Do so for the sake of the one who is the mother of your son, the one you loved in your selfish way.
However, his desperate circumstances silenced his conscience. In London, he had narrowly avoided legal proceedings that would have exposed his dire situation. He had arranged for Monk's How estate to leave his possession in 15 months, leaving him penniless unless he could restore his fortunes through marriage. Captain Torrance had failed in previous attempts to marry into wealth, thwarted by vigilant guardians. In Kathleen, he found everything he desired. Her unencumbered property and wealth could secure his future and redeem Monk's How. The potential pleasures of such a union with a young, beautiful, and lovable girl were immense. The captain's thoughts, swift and conflicting, culminated during his brief pause at the turnstile. Unsurprisingly, his selfish ambitions prevailed. Kathleen chose the high road over the secluded field path to avoid further interaction with Captain Torrance, fearing misjudgment if seen together. As she hoped and feared, he accompanied her.
I was heading this way, and now that you've forgiven me, may I walk with you to the hall?
Captain Torrance asked. Kathleen agreed, and they talked mostly about Ralph and the captain's worries for him during his London stay. Captain Torrance lamented Ralph's motherless state and his own helplessness.
If only someone as good and tender as my dear Adela could take her place and be a mother to Ralph. But I ought not to speak this way. Even thinking of Ralph must not make me forget.
Kathleen's sympathetic look emboldened Captain Jack. He ventured closer to topics he hadn't dared approach so soon, risking his chances with haste. At this critical moment, Aylmer Matheson appeared, averting what could have been a premature declaration. Captain Torrance was pleased by the interruption, fearing his impetuosity might have harmed his cause. He changed the subject and remarked,
I hope to discuss Ralph again with someone who can sympathise with a motherless child and a concerned father. But here comes your guardian, Miss Mountford. Perhaps I should leave you in his care.
His tone carried a hint of mockery, prompting Kathleen to assert her independence.
No, Captain Torrance, you offered to walk with me and I welcome your company. Mr. Matheson is my guardian and true friend, not my jailer.
The captain laughed, and his complimentary words brought a smile to Kathleen's face, noticed by her guardian. Aylmer, surprised and disturbed by seeing Captain Torrance with Kathleen, continued homeward, tormented by thoughts of their meeting. He hadn't known Captain Torrance had returned, and worried about the implications. Upon reaching home, Aylmer, deeply troubled, sent his untouched lunch away and prayed for guidance, putting Kathleen's well-being above his own. Captain Jack left Kathleen at the gates, and she walked alone to the hall. She didn't want to face Mrs. Ellicott's disapproval if seen with him. At the gates, she bid him goodbye.
Goodbye, Captain Torrance. I hope to hear only good news about Ralph,
she said.
Thank you for your kindness. I'll be glad to bring such news.
They parted, the captain in high spirits, Kathleen feeling a mix of excitement and regret. Alone, she realised that having her way wasn't always desirable. Aylmer would soon hear about her walk with Captain Torrance, as many had seen them. She regretted if Aylmer thought she was laughing at him, not knowing she had just praised him as a true friend.
And Aylmer is good,
Kathleen thought.
He has the right to advise and control me while I'm underage, though I'm a difficult ward. How grave his face was as he passed us. Auntie will be quite upset as well, for Captain Torrance is her greatest annoyance. She must not hear of my escapade from anyone else. After lunch I will tell her exactly how it all happened and show her the letter. I know it will move her tender heart just as it moved mine.
Kathleen entered the house, planning to share her walk's details after lunch. She met her cousin halfway up the stairs.
Ger, I'm glad to see you up. Are you better?
She asked.
Yes, thanks, Kitty. Did you enjoy your walk?
Very much. I'm as hungry as a bear.
Did you see Aylmer while you were out?
Kathleen blushed deeply.
Yes. I saw him, but not to speak to. He passed me when someone else was talking to me.
Then it wasn't he who came back with you to the gate a few minutes ago?
Kathleen snapped.
Were you watching me? Is someone spying on me when I leave the house?
Kitty, what do you mean? What have I done to deserve this?
Geraldine cried, covering her face in tears. Kathleen instantly regretted her outburst. Geraldine wasn't capable of such meanness.
Forgive me. I'm ashamed of myself. Of course, you weren't watching me. I know you wouldn't do anything mean. Please, forgive me.
Listen, Kitty, I must tell you.
Geraldine insisted.
Listening will be my penance. Every word will be a reproach.
I'll be brief.
Geraldine smiled.
I was preparing for lunch and rested when I felt dizzy. I admired the winter landscape and envied you, Kitty, for enjoying it. I glanced towards the entrance and saw you parting with someone I thought was Aylmer. That's all.
Geraldine kissed Kathleen, who was sitting on the rug beside her.
Make haste, Kitty. There goes the luncheon bell.
Kathleen kissed her cousin repeatedly.
Oh, I'll tell you, and Auntie everything about my walk later,
she said, hurrying to make herself presentable. At lunch, Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine were likely the only ones unaware that Kathleen had been seen walking with Captain Torrance.
Keeping company with my young mistress?
Patty Mountain retorted to the gardener's remark.
Miss Mountford would never demean herself like that. You better hold your tongue than talk nonsense.
Believe it or not, Patty, I saw her with the captain, laughing and talking. He brought her to the gate. Yeah.
The gardener insisted. Patty, loyal to her mistress, dismissed the gossip.
Captain Jack has enough impudence to push himself into her company. She couldn't just tell him to go away.
Despite their occasional meetings, Patty defended Kathleen's honour. The gardener's testimony was compelling, but Patty wouldn't allow it to tarnish her mistress's reputation.
William, if we are to be friends, don't speak another word about seeing her with the captain.
Patty warned.
I wish no one else knew, but many saw them. Miss Mountford looked merry. Good looks sometimes win more favor than good lives.
William noted.
Don't tell me about looks. I prefer good ways to good looks.
William, encouraged by Patty's kind smile, felt hopeful despite her usual snubs. Chapter 9. A Repentant Rebel.
Auntie,
said Kathleen after lunch.
I want you to read a letter I received this morning. It wasn't delivered by post, or I would have told you about it at breakfast. A messenger gave it to me on the road and asked if he should come to the house or give it to me directly. Since it needed no reply, I spared him the longer walk.
Of course, dear. Someone asking for your support for those village concerts, I suppose. I received a note about them this morning. And so did Geraldine.
The letter wasn't about the concerts, Auntie. I agreed to support them over a week ago before the formal request was sent out. My letter was from Captain Torrance. Please read it, or Geraldine can read it to you if you prefer, and then tell me what you think.
Kathleen handed the letter to Miss Ellicott and went to the window, standing there while her aunt read it. She decided not to react to her aunt's dismay at receiving another communication from the captain, trusting the letter to make a favourable impression. She waited for some time, standing with her back to the room and its occupants. When neither spoke, she walked to the fireplace and asked,
What do you think of the letter, Auntie?
My dear, I can't find fault with it.
I should hope not,
replied the girl, drawing herself up in the stately way she put on at times.
And yet, Kitty dear, I can't help wishing that the writer had let the matter rest.
With his feelings, he couldn't do that. He thought he had hurt me and wanted me to know he never meant to.
He might have assumed any wound would have healed by now, my dear.
But you see what he says. He simply couldn't find the courage to write until now. He dreaded meeting me without acknowledging his fault.
Fortunately, Captain Torrance isn't often in our social circle, Kitty, so there was little risk of him facing your displeasure. As I've said, the letter is fine, and since it requires no response, if I were you, I would burn it and forget both it and the writer.
Thank you, Auntie,
said Kathleen,
taking the letter without intending to follow her aunt's advice. I've already responded.
What? You've written to Captain Torrance? I wish you hadn't done that without discussing it with me or Aylmer.
I haven't written, but even if I had, surely I don't need my guardian's consent to reply to a simple apology.
The girl's temper flared.
I gave my answer to Captain Torrance himself. I met him at Cross Paths Corner on my way home. He was kind enough to walk me to the gates. If I felt I could take such a liberty in my own house, I would have invited him to lunch.
My dear child Kathleen, you misunderstand me,
said Mrs. Ellicott,
distressed. Never during my guardianship have I interfered with your correspondence or made any guest feel unwelcome. I haven't forgotten that I'm only the temporary head of this household until you take over in a little more than a year. But for now, I'm here by your father's dying wish, and I must fulfill my responsibilities until then. You know well, Kathleen, that only Captain Torrance's character has prevented his welcome in this house and others in the neighbourhood.
I know that if anyone does something wrong once, those who consider themselves good never forgive, even if they weren't harmed by the wrongdoing. It seems there's a lot of hypocrisy in the world, the good people's world, I mean. Instead of shunning those who regret their mistakes, they should encourage them to improve. As for Captain Torrance, he's to be pitied. He may have done wrong, though no one will tell me what. People just shrug and act like they know a lot about him, which I'm sure they wouldn't say to his face. I believe
continued Kathleen passionately.
That he longs to lead a good life and set a good example for his son, but he has no support. I thought you, who are so kind to most people, Auntie, would feel sorry for him as I did when I read his letter. But you're as cold as the rest when Captain Torrance is mentioned. You say nothing. Tell me, if you know, what he's done to deserve this scorn and gossip.
Mrs. Ellicott was shocked by Kathleen's sudden defence of Captain Torrance. Never before had she championed his cause or shown such temper. Despite the girl's defiant manner, she tried to disarm her niece with gentleness and quietly replied,
My dear Kitty, it's not for me to tell Captain Torrance's life story, and I couldn't even if I wanted to. Much of it is common knowledge, and what is known is enough to deter a pure-minded, innocent girl from seeking his company or defending him. Your guardian and I want only your happiness. If we say, there's one whose company can only harm you, can't you trust our judgment in a matter where a girl's kindness can cloud her judgment? Ah, my darling, it's one of the trials of age that experience has taught us lessons the young are fortunate to be ignorant of. We old folks use our experience to protect the young we love. They often resist our decisions, but later in life they learn the same lessons and can thank God they weren't left to their own devices when they were young.
Kathleen didn't respond to her aunt's kind words. She stood leaning against the fireplace, tapping the floor restlessly. Her stubborn expression showed she was determined not to yield. Though she was moved by Mrs. Ellicott's words, she couldn't doubt her aunt's kindness or wisdom. But Captain Torrance's letter and words had stirred her feelings, reviving her rebellious spirit. She felt a towering indignation at being treated like a child. After a long pause, Kathleen spoke.
I see it's useless for me to think for myself on any subject. I must reconcile myself to remain in leading strings for another year or more. I'll never forget the day I gain my freedom, and then...
Her eyes flashed with triumph, but she didn't finish the sentence, leaving the rest to her listener's imagination. Raldine, who had been silent, was deeply pained for her mother's sake, for Aylmer's, and most of all for Kathleen. She was unwell herself, and this miserable scene didn't help. In a trembling voice, she said,
Spare my dear mother, Kitty.
Why do you speak that way, Jer? What have I done to hurt Auntie? I came to her as I would have gone to my father had he been alive. I showed her the letter, expecting her sympathy for the writer. I've been frank and straightforward, but I'm bitterly disappointed. As usual, I've been lectured on the wickedness of thinking for myself or feeling differently from my guardians. Their opinions seem based on the judgment of a gossipy, malicious world. Thought is free, and from now on, I'll keep my thoughts to myself and wait patiently for my emancipation. It goes without saying I'll rebel at times.
You grieve me, Kathleen. You know I've always cherished the perfect confidence between us. It's not in your nature to be anything but frank. Aylmer says the same. We may be over-anxious, but I know he'll agree with me about Captain Torrance. If he had seen you walking with him...
He did see us. We met him on the road,
replied Kathleen triumphantly.
To give Aylmer credit, he didn't try to separate me from bad company by force. He was grave, as usual, but he passed us courteously and continued on his way. To give Captain Torrance credit, he offered to leave me with Aylmer, though he was going the opposite way. But I insisted on his escorting me to the gates. I told him Mr. Matheson was my friend and guardian, but not my jailer. Now, Auntie, I'll go to my room. I've confessed my morning activities and have a clear conscience about any ill intentions. That my walk turned out not to be solitary wasn't my fault or misfortune. It was pleasant, and I'm not sorry I saw Captain Torrance and talked with him.
Kitty, don't go. You must have misunderstood me. Aylmer will be here this evening, and then...
I suppose I'll have a second lecture. Thank you, Auntie. I need peace in my room. I'll leave this with you.
and the girl threw Captain Torrance's letter lightly onto the table.
Let Aylmer see it and tell him all I've told you. I'm tired of everything.
She cried, and quitting the room, she ran to her room, locked herself in, and throwing herself on a couch, burst into a passion of tears.
I'm always wrong, no matter how hard I try to do right. I thought Auntie would be pleased I showed her the letter and told her everything. I might as well be deceitful for all the good my honesty does. Nothing was said this morning that couldn't be heard by everyone except Captain Jack wouldn't have opened his heart to everyone as he did to me. And I don't care what anyone says. If I can be a friend to him in his loneliness and help him be better and happier, I will. It must be right to do that.
Having decided this, Kathleen dried her eyes and began to dream of bright possibilities again. She could do a lot of harm and cause much pain when she gave way to temper, but the fit passed quickly, though the effects lasted longer. Kathleen was tired, the fire burned brightly, and the couch looked inviting. A fur-lined wrap lay across the end. A few minutes later, Kathleen was sleeping like a child, snug under the fur, with the firelight dancing on her face and making the moisture on her dark eyelashes sparkle like diamonds, which quickly disappeared, along with all traces of her recent turmoil. The fire had burned low, and the early winter twilight had replaced daylight when Kathleen awoke. At first, she didn't know where she was, but soon remembered how she had left her aunt and cousin.
If I could only learn to be patient. After a month of peace and comfort, I've made Auntie miserable, and poor Jo is probably much worse because of me. She was pale and weak when she came down, not really fit to be out of bed, but always thinking of others. I don't think I was wrong to stand up for Captain Torrance, but I get angry so easily, and I should consider Auntie's goodness and how she feels. I often forget what I've said when my temper cools, but she can't, and it's not fair. I said I wouldn't go to dinner, but I think I will. It's no use putting it off. I have to go. Tea will be over. I wonder why Cameron didn't come to see if I wanted a cup.
Just then, a light tap came at the door, and Kathleen called, "Come in," forgetting she had locked it, and the one leading to her dressing room as well. She unlocked it and welcomed Cameron and the tea she brought.
I've been in a deep sleep, Cameron.
You must be tired from your walk in the cold, miss. A warm room always makes one sleepy after being out in the frosty air.
Cameron lit the gas, drew the curtains, replenished the fire, and brightened the room.
Did anyone call this afternoon?
Yes, miss. Mr. Matheson first, then Miss Stapleton. She left a message for you. She was sorry to miss you and hopes you'll visit her brother's place where she's staying. Mr. Matheson walked to Oakwood with her as it was getting dark.
Really? I'm sorry I missed Miss Stapleton. I won't dress yet, Cameron. There's plenty of time. I told my aunt I wouldn't go to dinner, but I'm rested now and have changed my mind. I'll ring when I need you.
Cameron left, and Kathleen, with typical inconsistency, felt a bit annoyed that Aylmer had walked home with Hetty.
Not that I care about Aylmer in that way, but I wouldn't like him to take a special liking to Hetty. She's a good girl, much better than I am. But when I'm of age and maybe have chosen for myself, I would like Aylmer to marry Ger.
Kathleen felt generous deciding her cousin and Mr. Matheson's fates, but to others, it might seem selfish to agree to their match only after making her own choice. Before summoning Cameron, Kathleen went to Mrs. Ellicott's room, expecting to find her alone.
May I come in, Auntie? I've come with the same old story. I know I don't deserve your attention, but I never meant to get angry today. You know how I've struggled, but it seems useless. What should I do?
Begin again, my dear child. The battle against temptation is lifelong, but we don't fight alone or unarmed.
I know you'll help me, Auntie. I wonder you can bear to look at me, yet your face beams forgiveness before I ask.
My darling, I want you to feel that a stronger than I is ready to help and strengthen you. Kitty, have you thought that he knows all your struggles, your desire to conquer your flaws, your sorrow when you fail? You come to me penitent and grieved. Have you sought his forgiveness, or will you be content with mine?
I'm afraid I've only thought about troubling you and making poor Jer ill with my temper. I wish I could feel the peace and comfort you get by taking everything to God.
Take the most pressing issue. While we're encouraged to bring everything to God, we can't address all our needs at once. We must leave many things to his love and care, just as children trust their parents for the next day's needs. We have to trust our Heavenly Father's foresight, but our spiritual needs must be taken to God personally. I can plead for you, Kitty, and with you, but unless you acknowledge your faults and seek forgiveness, your weakness and ask for strength, your ignorance and seek guidance, your helplessness, and ask for his support, you will struggle. Don't be discouraged. All you need is available for the asking. Christ's army, fighting temptation and sin, is made up of all ranks and ages. Young and old alike look to Jesus, the captain of our salvation. He leads us on the path he walked. Seek him, trust him, start anew with his strength.
I will try,
whispered Kathleen. Before Cameron was called, the girl knelt to ask for the help she knew she needed constantly. Chapter 10. Confidences and Forebodings. Hetty Stapleton had visited her brother and his wife at Oakwood so often that the folks in Hollingsby almost considered her part of the family. She lived in town with her older, unmarried brother, but they led independent lives and agreed to disagree on many things. Despite being only 25, Hetty was a trusted friend and advisor to many girls who sought her help with their problems. If their troubles were real, Hetty was sympathetic. If they were self-made, she was firm in her reproof, encouraging self-examination and acknowledgement of undeserved blessings. Hetty's efforts to help others weren't always successful. Often, her advice was only followed when it aligned with the wishes of those seeking it. Many who created their own problems only wanted sympathy and excuses, rather than facing their issues head-on. Nonetheless, many girls were grateful to have found a friend in Hetty Stapleton. Aylmer Matheson understood Hetty's character well and respected her, despite some of her quirks. They shared a mutual opinion of Captain Torrance. Through her brother Gerard's connections with some officers, Hetty had learned about Captain Jack's questionable past. She kept some details to herself, especially those she found too distasteful to repeat. Only Aylmer Matheson likely suspected the full truth. 18 months earlier, Captain Torrance had tried to court Hetty, thinking her fortune, though smaller than Miss Mountford's, was significant and under her control. Confident that Hetty, who lacked beauty in his eyes, wouldn't refuse him, he was surprised when she did. Her polite but firm rejection made it clear she saw through his insincerity. Captain Jack was both angry and fearful of Hetty after her rejection. He respected her honesty but disliked her for seeing through him. He dreaded that she might interfere with his future plans. Consequently, Hetty Stapleton was the last person he wanted to encounter in Hollingsby. Hetty, being straightforward, spoke to Aylmer about the recent village gossip linking John Torrance and Kathleen.
I am sorry that a mishap has given people a reason to link John Torrance's name with Kathleen,
Hetty said.
I'm sure for her the meeting was unplanned and she didn't know how to avoid his company. She isn't like me. She's so lovely and kind, afraid to hurt anyone's feelings that she wouldn't know how to dismiss him, even if she didn't want his company.
I agree that Kathleen didn't plan the meeting,
Aylmer replied.
We all thought Torrance was out of town, but had you seen them as I did, you might have doubted her distaste. Torrance seemed triumphant, and Kathleen's amused face suggested otherwise.
You were probably self-conscious, assuming you were the subject of their joke,
Hetty said.
But Kathleen would never mock you. She speaks highly of you and appreciates your guardianship.
Aylmer's face brightened at Hetty's words.
You've helped me see clearly, Hetty. I wronged Kathleen with my hasty judgment.
You were too quick to judge, but it's good you shared your feelings with me. I wish you were Kathleen's chosen life guardian.
Aylmer, longing for a confidant, felt relieved.
Thank you for saying that, Hetty. Your words mean a lot.
Why thank me more for speaking than for the wish itself?
Because your words let me open up and feel your support. Without them, I wouldn't have known your wish.
You may trust me, Aylmer.
Hetty said simply.
I've been a friend to many girls, and I'm here for you too.
Aylmer felt comforted and shared his feelings about Kathleen with Hetty.
I've hesitated to speak to Kathleen because I'm afraid of what the world might think. People might say I'm taking advantage of my position to secure a rich ward's hand.
Put the money aside.
Hetty advised.
It's about love and mutual respect, not wealth. Don't worry about the world's opinion. Listen to your conscience.
Aylmer smiled.
You're right, Hetty. Love for love, heart for heart.
But are the world's opinions the only reason you've been silent?
Hetty asked.
If so, then you should speak to Kathleen.
I'm also afraid of how Kathleen might react.
Aylmer admitted.
No man wants to risk a refusal.
You fear that confessing your feelings might ruin your current relationship with her.
Hetty said.
But if you don't speak, you'll never know.
You're right again,
Aylmer said.
I fear losing what we have now.
And yet, John Torrance is a strong rival.
Hetty warned.
He will use his son Ralph to win Kathleen's heart. She's fond of the boy and might be swayed by his situation.
Kathleen would sacrifice her happiness trying to save them.
Aylmer said.
John Torrance won't change, and she'll only suffer.
We must protect her.
Hetty insisted.
Pray for wisdom to prevent her from making this mistake.
Thank you, Hetty.
Aylmer said.
Your advice and friendship mean a lot to me.
You can always count on me.
Hetty replied.
Now, don't scold Kathleen about meeting Torrance. Treat it as any other encounter.
Chapter 11. Good Resolutions. Before Aylmer Matheson's conversation with Miss Stapleton, he had planned to spend the evening alone at home. However, after their talk, he decided to visit the hall for the third time that day. He was deeply moved by Hetty's understanding of Kathleen's situation and his own, and he felt grateful for her insight, which seemed to stem from her feminine instincts.
It is true,
Aylmer reflected,
that working alone puts one at a disadvantage. Each gender brings a unique perspective essential for success, especially in matters of relationships and human emotions. Hetty has made me aware of many things I would have overlooked until they became obvious to everyone. Her advice has been both enlightening and encouraging.
The housekeeper at Westhill was pleased to see Aylmer enjoy his evening meal and leave the house half an hour later, humming a favourite tune. When Aylmer entered the drawing room at the hall, he made a half apology for his frequent visits.
I've been here twice today, Kathleen,
he said.
Once you were out, and the second time, you were resting. Since Mrs. Ellicott and I exhausted our conversation topics while Miss Stapleton was here, consider me your special guest tonight. Should I apologize for haunting this home at all hours? If so, I plead loneliness and weariness of my own company.
Kathleen was relieved to hear Aylmer speak so lightly. She had feared his visit might result in a lecture.
We've already met today,
she replied.
But I'm very glad to see you now. Auntie and I spend so much time together that she must welcome hearing another voice, especially since poor Jer can't turn our duet into a trio.
Aylmer, avoiding a direct reply to Kathleen's reference to their earlier meeting, asked about Geraldine, talked of Hetty Stapleton, and finally suggested a game of chess with his ward. Kathleen eagerly agreed. She was determined to be on her best behaviour, having made good resolutions after recent events. She appreciated the comfort of following her aunt's advice, and her softened demeanour cheered both Mrs. Ellicott and Aylmer. The two were soon engrossed in the game. They were keen players and equally matched, as Kathleen had been her father's apt pupil from childhood. This time, Kathleen emerged victorious.
Checkmate,
she declared with a triumphant smile. Mrs. Ellicott was called away.
I am thoroughly beaten, Kathleen,
Aylmer admitted.
But I'm ready for another game, despite your triumphant look.
Surely a girl may rejoice in her victory over such a formidable opponent,
Kathleen replied, resetting the pieces.
I don't begrudge your success. Your excellent play deserved it, and I couldn't be defeated by a fairer adversary.
Kathleen's eyes sparkled with amusement, but she quickly lowered them before Aylmer's gaze. His heart swelled with tender affection for his wilful ward, and Kathleen saw the depth of his feelings in his look. A moment later, she spoke hurriedly, as if to prevent Aylmer from expressing his emotions verbally.
I'm glad Auntie is away for a few minutes,
she said.
I wanted to talk about this morning. You saw me with Captain Torrance.
Yes, I was surprised to find he had returned. I suppose you were too?
Not exactly. When I started my walk, I didn't know he was at Monk's How. He only came home last night. On my way, I met his groom who gave me a letter from him.
It was unfortunate that Aylmer interrupted her.
Surely Captain Torrance didn't have the nerve to ask you to meet him,
he exclaimed, startling Kathleen.
I thought you knew me better than to think I would see such an invitation as anything but an insult. Yet, seeing me with Captain Torrance, you must have thought I not only received the invitation, but accepted it.
Aylmer regretted his words. He began to speak, but Kathleen didn't seem to hear him. She walked to the letter rack, took the note, and handed it to Aylmer.
Read Captain Torrance's letter, please.
I don't wish to read it, Kathleen. When I saw you with him, I never for a moment thought the meeting was anything but accidental, and I never meant to imply any blame on your part.
Perhaps not,
Kathleen replied, sounding tired of the whole affair.
But you must read this letter, which justifies him. I feel indifferent to praise or blame now.
There was no anger in Kathleen's manner, but Aylmer felt deeply stung.
I've hurt Kathleen needlessly and damaged my own case with my impatience,
he thought.
Yet, how often have I judged others harshly for their impulsiveness?
He read the letter and returned it to Kathleen.
I've wronged Torrance and you. I beg your pardon, though I didn't blame you when we met this morning. I hope to apologize to Torrance.
No, Aylmer, please, let it go. I'm satisfied, and it wouldn't be pleasant for me if you took this too seriously. I don't want my name mentioned again. I told Auntie everything, how he met me at Cross Paths Corner and walked back with me. That's all.
You're right, Kathleen. Your name shouldn't be brought up again. The letter speaks well of John Torrance, and it stirred my sympathy. He may be at fault in many ways, but he is also to be pitied.
Kathleen's eyes filled with tears.
It's like you, Aylmer, to be both just and generous. When you spoke sharply earlier, I could hardly believe it was my wise and patient guardian. But you've blamed and judged yourself, so there's no need for me to say more. Now, I must confess.
Kathleen told Aylmer about her encounter with Captain Torrance and what had caused the laugh that had upset him.
I was a bit willful, but I told Captain Torrance what I would tell everyone about you, Aylmer, that you're my guardian and my good, true friend, not my jailer.
You make me very happy by saying that.
How could I say otherwise? I can't bear to hear people criticised behind their backs, especially those I care about. I felt the same when Auntie wouldn't say a kind word about Captain Torrance after reading his letter. You're different, Aylmer. You can be just to people who aren't perfect.
Thank you, Kathleen. Your opinion of my fairness is quite comprehensive. It includes everyone, for who is perfect?
That's what I often ask myself for comfort. But don't you think very good people, like Auntie, are sometimes too harsh on those facing greater temptations? It should be easier to do right when everyone helps you. Wait, I shouldn't say that,
Kathleen added quickly.
Everyone wants to help me, yet I try and fail repeatedly. I failed this morning. I got angry and rude because I thought Auntie was unfair to Captain Torrance. I said mean things, then locked myself in my room and cried until I fell asleep, like a child, tired, from a tantrum. I punished myself by missing Hetty and you, though your evening visit made up for it.
And let me add what you haven't told me. You were genuinely sorry for hurting your aunt and tried to make amends. I saw in both your faces that there had been a storm, but peace and sunshine followed, and you made good resolutions. I pray that God blesses them and gives you strength to keep them, Kathleen.
As Aylmer was leaving, Kathleen said,
It was kind of you to visit tonight, Aylmer. The time flew by. Without your third visit today, I would have spent much of the evening alone. Geraldine needed rest, and Auntie is always busy with people seeking her help. I don't enjoy too much of my own company.
I can't imagine you being alone, Kathleen. I know I never tire of your company, though I often tire of my own.
Kathleen laughed and blushed at the compliment. When her grave, wise guardian lifted her hand to his lips before saying good night, she thought,
He's becoming more like he was in the old days. How good he was to me when I was little, and he was so tall and strong. When I was 8, he carried me on his shoulder, and after my mother died, only my father meant more to me than Aylmer. Sometimes I wish he weren't my guardian, as it made him seem older. I've been a lot of trouble to him and Auntie, but I hope to repay them someday. I wish Aylmer were my real brother.
A wish Aylmer would certainly not have shared. After Aylmer left, Kathleen found Geraldine much improved.
Nearly well, Kitty.
Geraldine said.
Rest has helped me, and a quiet night will complete the cure.
Not enough to drive to Mellingham with me, so I'll postpone. I can send a telegram to Miss Pritchard.
Don't do that, Kitty. It would disrupt her schedule. You expect her to keep her delivery promises, so we should keep our appointments.
In a way, but Miss Pritchard has plenty of work. If she's busy, the change might help her. My dresses never turn out well without you at the fittings.
I think I'll be well enough to go. Don't send the telegram until I know,
said Geraldine.
I'm going to sleep soon and mean to pay attention to it, as my old nurse used to say.
Kathleen went to bed in a happy mood, at peace with the world. After the day's excitement, the calm that followed was welcome. Aylmer had been delightful overall. His one sharp remark didn't matter. It made him more relatable, as Kathleen often said sharp things and regretted them.
If only I were half as good as Aylmer,
she thought. She wondered if her greater self-restraint was a result of her heartfelt plea to God after talking to Mrs. Ellicott. Could this peace and goodwill be another outcome of her earnest prayer? If so, she would pray again and again in the same spirit. Kathleen felt the difference between her usual prayers and the heartfelt cry she had made that day. It was a new and sweet experience, leading her to consider the vast, far-reaching love of God, who had been waiting to bless, forgive, and cheer her as soon as she sincerely asked. The next morning was bright and pleasant. Geraldine joined breakfast, looking well except for a slight pallor, and declared herself ready for the drive and shopping trip.
I hope you're not going if you don't feel well enough, Ger,
Kathleen said.
It would be easy to send a telegram.
I'm really fit. I'll enjoy the drive and seeing the winter fashions without feeling obliged to spend money.
Sometimes I wonder what you do with your money, Ger. You're always beautifully dressed and look better than I do, yet you spend less.
Geraldine laughed.
You don't know my secret extravagances. I hide them so you won't be influenced by my spendthrift ways. Believe me, I'm not hoarding. I'm nearly broke and counting the days until quarter day.
I'll lend you some in Mellingham.
I won't borrow, Kitty. A debt is a debt, even to you,
Geraldine said, leaving to prepare for the drive. Mrs. Ellicott stayed home to write letters. Kathleen, ready first, went to the door when she heard the horses, to pet them and give them sugar. She spoke to Mountain, the coachman, praising the horses, but he responded curtly.
Are you unwell this morning, Mountain?
Kathleen asked.
No, Miss Kathleen, I'm fine.
Is someone troubling you or is someone ill? I haven't heard of anything wrong.
My family is fine. Thank you for asking. Maybe I'm vexed, but I'll have to get over it. Those who've upset me won't change whether I'm happy or not.
Mountain's face was stony, and Kathleen thought,
Poor Mountain. I hope he's not upset about William Burns courting his daughter Patty. He's a good man, and would be a good husband. I'll try to smooth things over.
Kathleen couldn't know that Mountain was breaking his heart over his young mistress and wishing he could run over that troublesome captain by accident to get rid of him without harming his horses. As coachman, Mountain took pride in his horses and wouldn't use them for dirty work, but he didn't see any problem using them to rid Kathleen of Captain Jack, not wanting to finish him, but to injure him enough to keep him away until Kathleen found a suitable husband. He wished he could tell Kathleen that she was the cause of his distress and that by being seen with Captain Torrance, she was losing the esteem of Hollingsby people who adored her. Fortunately, Kathleen didn't connect Mountain's grievances to herself, or it would have spoiled her drive. She cared too much about the goodwill of everyone, regardless of their status, to be indifferent to their opinions. It would have troubled her to know that her walk with Captain Torrance had caused such a stir among the people and her loyal servants, who felt he was unworthy of her. Chapter 12, Words in Season. When the girls arrived in Mellingham after a pleasant drive, Geraldine's face had a healthy colour, and she looked almost her usual self.
I'm glad you brought me out, Kitty,
she said.
I'm ready to help you choose materials and styles, and I hope I won't feel too envious when I see you wearing them.
No fear of that, Ger. While planning for me, you might even find something for yourself.
Don't you know one of the first lessons my mother taught me was to see what I could do without?
You do without too many things, Ger, and you won't let anyone else fill the gaps in your wardrobe.
My dear Kitty, there are no gaps. It's too full, and I'm going to thin it out tomorrow.
Just like you. Your question isn't whether you need all your clothes, but if someone else needs them more, so they go before you've really finished with them.
Not before I can spare them. Every piece has a designated home, and sometimes parting with a beloved garment sooner than planned is hard because of someone's need.
I believe you choose your dresses with their second-hand usefulness in mind, Ger. I'm afraid I couldn't do that. I'm too concerned about my appearance to think about who might wear my clothes next. I'd rather buy new ones for those in need.
Geraldine laughed and replied,
You give me more credit than I deserve. Kitty, I think plenty about my own wants and looks. Remember the compliment you paid me last night?
It was true. You're always beautifully dressed and at a far lower cost than me.
You know how particular I am about quality. Good materials last longer and do substantial service second-hand.
At that moment, the carriage stopped in front of the main silk mercer in Mellingham. Kathleen, assisted by Geraldine, and the principal dressmaker, Miss Pritchard, busily chose materials for evening dresses. Then they decided on styles and fitted a previously ordered walking gown. Miss Pritchard looked pale and tired, and Geraldine said,
You look very tired today.
I am, rather. We had an unexpected rush on Monday, and more work promised this week than we can manage.
And you, being in charge of this department, must feel the heavy responsibility.
Naturally. But those under me feel it too, in their own way. But please don't think I'm complaining. My employers have their anxieties as well.
Geraldine, struck by the young modiste's patient dignity and refined manners, replied,
Undoubtedly. I hope you received the message I sent a few days ago.
I received no message. Was it about the dress I retrimmed for you? I hoped it pleased you, though I couldn't match the material exactly.
You made it look far prettier than I thought possible. The style is perfect. I left a message with one of the assistants, and he promised to deliver it immediately.
It never reached me. Praise travels slowly to our workrooms, but blame is swift. The girls say if fault is found, the messenger comes up 2 steps at a time. If there's praise, it stays downstairs.
But that's unjust,
said Kathleen warmly.
I thought it would be pleasant to pass on a message of praise and unpleasant to be a deputy fault-finder.
Miss Pritchard smiled sadly, replying,
Messages of praise are rare. We think no news is good news applies to our work and are content to hear nothing. If ladies wish to serve us, they could express their approval to the firm. We might not hear about it, but it would be remembered to our credit.
Kathleen recalled an incident from a few months earlier. A young milliner displaying hats had traces of tears in her eyes and trembling hands. Her stern employer was in the showroom. Kathleen, sensing the girl's trouble, turned to the master and said with a winning smile,
I prefer the modifications produced by your milliner's superior taste, often praised by my friends.
Naming valued customers, Kathleen placed her order, choosing only the colour and saying to the young milliner,
I know I can trust your good taste. You've always pleased mine.
Her words, loud enough for the proprietor to hear, resulted in a grateful smile from the girl and a cheerful farewell from the proprietor.
I said nothing but the truth,
commented Kathleen when the milliner later expressed her thanks.
You saved me and my mother,
replied the girl.
Had I been dismissed, I would have had to find a job elsewhere, far from my mother, which would have shortened her life.
Geraldine's actions often taught Kathleen these lessons of thought for others. Sometimes Kathleen's impulsive nature would outpace Geraldine's prudence in a good cause.
You are so wise and generous, Ger,
she would say,
while I'm always running into extremes. Never mind. Better do too much than too little or nothing.
In Mellingham that morning, Kathleen was concerned about Miss Pritchard. She wanted her new gown by the weekend, but decided,
Don't harass yourself or overwork anyone on my account. My dress can wait another week if needed.
Thank you,
replied Miss Pritchard.
It will probably be ready, but it's a relief to have your permission to delay it.
After completing other shopping and commissions for Mrs. Ellicott, they met the carriage and started homeward. Hollingsby Hall and village had no nearby railway station. The station, about half a mile from the village's far end, was placed to be equidistant from Hollingsby and another larger village. Locals often remarked,
It couldn't have been planted more awkwardly if a judge and jury decided its location.
As the carriage neared the station, Mountain stopped to wait for a passenger train to depart and the gates to open. Kathleen noticed a boy waving frantically to a passenger. It was Ralph Torrance, and Captain Jack was returning his son's farewell. Captain Jack, intent on Ralph, didn't notice the Mountford carriage, but Kathleen had time to think.
He's going away without Ralph, so he probably won't be gone long,
she thought, feeling pleased. She was relieved Captain Torrance wouldn't cross her path soon, and glad for Ralph's sake that his father wouldn't be gone long. Both cousins saw Ralph starting home on foot, looking altered by his recent illness. As the carriage passed, Ralph took off his cap, standing aside with his dark curly head bared, looking very much like his father. Mountain stopped the carriage, and Kathleen called to Ralph, who was slowly walking.
Would you like a ride with us, Ralph?
She asked.
You look tired.
Thank you, Miss Mountford,
replied Ralph, gladly taking a seat opposite Kathleen.
Father didn't know I'd be at the station. He said goodbye after breakfast. He had to stop before the station, and my pony, Kelpie, had a shoe off. So I ran to the station by the fields. I was just in time to wave. I'm glad I went. Father would think I rode home and wouldn't worry about me walking.
Because you've been ill lately, I hear.
Did Father tell you? We got home the night before last, and now he's gone back.
Yes, your father told me. I'm sorry to hear about your illness. I'm glad you're with us so you won't get too tired,
said Kathleen.
Oh, I'm not afraid of walking. I like riding better, but it's not far to the station and back when I'm well. I wish Father knew you were giving me a lift. He'd think Kelpie was back and I'd ride home. Otherwise, he'd worry about me being tired.
Because you've been ill?
Asked Geraldine.
Nearly the whole time we were away. I had a cold, then a cough, and stayed in bed. A nurse came to the hotel. Father was very worried one day. Nurse says I didn't recognize him. but I can't believe that. As if I could forget Father.
Touched by Ralph's loyalty, Kathleen said,
You wouldn't if you were well, dear, but illness can cause memory lapses. It's common and temporary.
Older people might forget. Sarah's grandmother doesn't remember anyone. She's so old. But I could never forget Father.
His tone was so decisive that it was pointless to argue. Geraldine and Kathleen smiled, but didn't attempt to change his mind. Sarah, Ralph's personal attendant, had cared for him since his mother's lifetime. Plain-faced, staid, often sharp-tongued, she was wholly devoted to Ralph and taught him simple lessons she'd learned at her mother's knee, hoping they'd bring forth fruit in time. Though aware of Captain Jack's shortcomings, Sarah defended him staunchly, remembering the love between him and Mrs. Torrance.
Whatever the master may have done, he loved the mistress and is fond of his boy. It's my place to uphold him,
Sarah would say,
and not to stand by and hear any tongue wag against the master.
Ralph's education was overseen by the Hollingsby curate, but his manners mirrored Captain Jack's.
Won't Sarah scold when I get home, Miss Mountford?
Ralph said as they neared Monk's How.
I was supposed to be in for lunch at 1, and now it's nearly 2. When Father's home, I have a proper late dinner with him.
I suppose Sarah will wonder where you are,
said Kathleen.
Yes, I told you I ran to see Father off.
Would you like to lunch with us, Ralph?
Asked Kathleen.
We can leave a message for Sarah at the lodge.
I'd love that, only...
Ralph hesitated, glancing at his clothes.
Sarah will say I shouldn't go without being dressed up. Can you wait while I tell her?
Your clothes are fine, Ralph. You just need a wash and brush up, which you can have at the hall while we freshen up,
replied Kathleen. She had invited Ralph impulsively and didn't want to wait for his full attire approval. So a message was left, and Ralph accompanied the girls to the hall, much to Mountain's chagrin.
That's the first step,
he grumbled to himself as he turned the horses toward the stables.
The father came with our young lady to the gates the other day. The boy is in the house. One more step, and the captain will follow. If I could but...
Chapter 13. A Hopeless Suitor. Alf made good use of his time at the hall. He was, in some respects, very mature, while in others he remained a thorough child. However, his candid nature and outspoken manner charmed not only Kathleen, but also Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine. Even Mountain warmed up to him when Ralph visited the stables and made insightful comments about the animals.
He could have been his own father, by the way he evaluated the horses,
said Mountain afterward.
And he's a little gentleman in his manners. If he didn't have a father at all, I'd never mind how often he came here.
When Aylmer Matheson visited the hall next, he was both entertained and unsettled by the accounts of Ralph's sayings and doings. He heard Kathleen say she must invite the boy now and then because he was so delightfully bright and original. He had given them all something to talk and laugh about after he left.
You would have been charmed with the little fellow, Aylmer. You must help me to be kind to him.
What could Aylmer say? How could he object to Kathleen inviting a mere child because of his father's history? He knew that suggesting the exclusion of the boy would likely provoke indignation from his ward and appear ungenerous and tyrannical to most people. Yet Hetty Stapleton's words of warning echoed in his mind, and he was profoundly convinced of their wisdom. He will woo Kathleen most effectively through his boy, whom she is very fond of. It would be nearly impossible to maintain the same distance between the hall and Monk's How if Kathleen took Ralph under her wing. A mere outdoor acquaintance that allowed John Torrance to join her whenever they met would be even worse.
I shall be only too glad to help you, Kathleen, in any plan for the boy's real good.
Nevertheless, his mind was full of fears, which he struggled to suppress. He wished that someone else filled the role of guardian to Kathleen. She was wonderfully sweet and kind to him that evening, asking his advice even about what seemed purely feminine matters and promptly acting upon it, even when it didn't align with her own ideas. Aylmer was so stirred by Kathleen's tender graciousness that he didn't give himself time for further self-questioning. Encouraged by Hetty Stapleton's counsel, and putting aside his doubts and scruples, Aylmer seized an unexpected opportunity to tell Kathleen the story of his love.
I don't know when I began to love you, dear,
he said.
It seems to me that I can't remember a time since you were just a little girl when you weren't the dearest to me. Even though you were much younger and I was grown, I always pictured a home with you as its angel. Your father loved me and treated me like a brother. Let me finish, dear Kathleen,
he said as she tried to interrupt.
Hear my story out, then give me your answer.
Aylmer told her how, while longing to be faithful to his trust, it had created a barrier between them, keeping him silent until now, even though he had longed to speak.
I was afraid the world would misjudge me, thinking the guardian was selfish and scheming to keep his beautiful ward and her wealth for himself. And yet, dear, you will believe me when I say that to me, my sweet Kathleen, with only herself to offer, would be worth more than all the riches of the world if she would put her dear hand in mine and bid me keep it.
I wish I could. Oh, how I wish I could,
said Kathleen.
It is dreadful for me to say anything that will hurt you, but I have never thought of you in that way. I've been trying so hard lately to show you that I cared for you like a dear brother. Many times when I have hurt you, I've suffered more myself, though I seemed hard and willful, for you were always so patient. When I was a child, Aylmer, I thought God gave you to me as a brother because I had none of my own. Be my brother still and try to forget.
Kathleen raised her tear-filled eyes to Aylmer's. Her hand was in his, and she made no effort to withdraw it. Aylmer's clasp had always assured her safety since he had been her child playmate. Her look of distress pierced his heart and appealed to his unselfish nature, causing him the bitterest pain and disappointment.
I have been as a brother hitherto, dear Kathleen,
he replied.
But I have always hoped to hold a dearer place in your heart. Now I reproach myself for my abruptness. I have told my story too suddenly. Let me leave it with you unanswered for a while. Take your time. I will have patience and trust that when you have examined your heart more closely, you may find me occupying more than a brother's share of it.
Better answer now, Aylmer. The waiting would be trying for you and very hard for me because I would be grieving all the while. You are so good and true. You have been brother, friend, and guardian all in one. But in all my life I have never thought of you as you think of me, and I know I will not change in this respect. I wish I felt differently, but apart from such love as you ask, I have given you the best I had to offer. There is no one whom I would place as friend and brother, side by side with you. Let me tell you, too, that I know you would be glad to take me as a poor girl rather than as a rich heiress, and that I am certain whenever you do choose a wife worthy of you, she will be one of the happiest women in the world.
I shall not be likely to choose again, Kathleen. Mine will be a lifelong love for you. Enchanto.
Do not say that, Aylmer, except in the sense of remaining still my best and truest friend.
I can never be less than that, dear Kathleen. Never do less than the best in my power to promote your happiness at any cost to myself. May God bless you, dear, and help me bear my sorrow patiently.
He touched her hand with his lips, then left the room and the house without waiting to see Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine again. Kathleen told neither Mrs. Ellicott nor Geraldine what had passed between her and Aylmer.
It is his secret and must be held sacred,
she said to herself.
Besides, Ger is the only girl confidant I have, and I couldn't tell her that he cares for me most of all. Perhaps he will learn some day to think of her as he now does of me. That is the one bit of comfort to be had out of the whole thing, the hope that through this present sorrow a great happiness may come to Ger in the future.
Not for one moment did Kathleen indulge in a feeling of triumph over her conquest. She was willful, but far above any littleness of that kind. She wished Aylmer could forget his disappointment and her refusal if it were possible. Still, she couldn't completely silence the pride and joy she felt at being the choice of someone as good as her guardian.
My father would have wished me to accept him.
She thought, feeling pain that she was going against what she knew would have been his wish.
But he would have put my happiness before even Aylmer's, and would never have wanted me to say yes when my heart said no.
A few dull days followed, dull both inside and out. Grey skies, rare glimpses of sunshine, and alternating drizzle and downpours made the weather unfit for walking or driving. Aylmer was away. He had talked about accepting an invitation to join a shooting party at a friend's place 50 miles away. When he sent a few lines to say he would be absent for a week or more, they all assumed he had done so, as he gave no address. Only Kathleen guessed why he had left so suddenly. She missed him more than she cared to admit to herself and dreaded his return. She thought there would never be the same happy, unrestrained interaction that had existed before. They would always remember the pain inflicted by one and the rejection and crushed hopes of the other. Kathleen thought the week that followed was the longest she had ever spent. The weather, which was so trying for her, was equally so for her neighbours, and visitors were few in a country place where friends' houses were somewhat far apart. Change came at last, and with it, Kathleen's spirits began to rise again. She was happier after Aylmer's return, for he had bravely schooled himself to meet her as before and to reserve his regrets, or at least the manifestation of them, for lonely hours at home. Even there, he did not succumb to unavailing sorrow, but sought strength from God to endure his trial, and found comfort in the thought of divine love that never fails. Aylmer had just one confidant, Hetty Stapleton. Having already told her what was in his heart, he now shared the downfall of his plans and the extinction of his hopes.
You will think I was wrong to speak so soon,
he said.
But Kathleen's kindness carried me away, and shall I admit it? Your own suggestion about John Torrance using Ralph urged me to try my fortune, lest I lose what I would have been patient to win. With the boy going in and out of the hall, Kathleen charmed with him and determined to do him good, the lad himself so winsome and loyal to his father. I foresaw that the thin end of the wedge had been inserted. In a little while, it would be impossible to keep John Torrance in his current position.
I understand the difficulty, and I don't blame you, though I wish you had not spoken so soon. What can I do to warn Kathleen? If only I dared tell her what I know, but I would hate to do it. She might misinterpret my words, thinking they were motivated by my past with John Torrance, who was rumoured to be interested in my money. He was in a financial bind then, and would have done anything for wealth. He found another way out of his troubles, but it cost him dearly, as my brother Gerard knows.
If anyone could successfully warn Kathleen, it would be you, Hetty. She likes and trusts you, and your good sense and tact would help you choose the right time.
And that is not now. Kathleen knows we are good friends, and she would see a word against John Torrance as advocacy for you. It will be very difficult for me to speak at all.
You understand, Hetty,
said Aylmer,
that all I desire is Kathleen's happiness. If she could have loved me as I love her, I would have seen her as a precious gift from God and cherished her as such. This cannot be, but I will leave no stone unturned to save her from herself and from harm at another's hand. But no one must plead for me with her. I couldn't bear that.
And you don't think I would lack delicacy or true friendship to you to do such a thing?
Replied Hetty stoutly.
I'm afraid I thought you capable of going almost any length that wasn't unwomanly to help a friend. You are always so staunch.
Hetty blushed with pleasure but reasserted her views.
That would be unwomanly in the higher sense, though very womanlike in another. For we are impulsive and often damage a cause with mistaken kindness. Trust me, Aylmer, I will never harm your cause.
I do trust you. Now, have you heard the latest rumor about Captain Torrance's finances? It's whispered that he will soon have to give up Monk's How to his creditors, and that everything is already gone. And
I heard this before I left town. They said he was arranging something, and unless he marries a rich girl or inherits a fortune, he will leave his family's old home penniless soon.
When will that happen, I wonder? It's dreadful to think about, especially for Ralph. His father will have taken everything from him.
In just over a year. I wish he were gone from Hollingsby now, never to return. We would take care of Ralph or let Kathleen adopt him. Without John Torrance, everything would go well,
said Hetty earnestly.
I'd rather see John Torrance take responsibility, work to rebuild his fortunes, and become a wise, loving father to Ralph,
replied Aylmer.
You are so optimistic. In the first place, it's impossible to change John Torrance. Then, how would he start to rebuild his fortunes? He has no profession, maybe. He could become a jockey. He has no capital, and would likely gamble any he got. He's a hopeless case.
In Aylmer's mind was a higher thought. There is one mighty to save to the uttermost, though human friends despair or become indifferent. But he didn't say this to Hetty. He only replied,
It's possible some friend might help Torrance if he wanted to start in the right direction.
And I believe you would be foolish enough to do it, Aylmer Matheson. It's like your quixotic ideas, and you would get what you deserve,
said Hetty, indignant at the thought.
You judge my motives charitably, dear friend. You are right in thinking I would help any man trying to improve in...
If you want to devote your resources to John Torrance, he will give you plenty of opportunities. Maybe you could give him West Hill and its appurtenances in the meantime. An extra fortune won't long encumber John Torrance,
said Hetty warmly.
Not quite that,
replied Aylmer.
Though I would sacrifice something for Kathleen's sake. If Torrance were worthy of her, I could bear my disappointment, knowing she was happy.
You are too good for this world, Aylmer, but still a quixotic fool, though I like you for it. If I were in your shoes, I would work to outsmart John Torrance and win Kathleen despite him, and I would do it somehow. It's not manly to accept one rebuff as final or to help your opponent. Think better of it, my friend.
Aylmer thought, but not of Hetty's advice. He thought of his master, the perfect man who, though equal with God, made himself of no reputation and took on the form of a servant. For what? Thinking of his blameless life and sacrificial death, Aylmer Matheson felt he would lose no true manliness by following in the footsteps of his divine Lord, the man of sorrows. Chapter 14. Close Friends. The friendship between Miss Mountford and Ralph Torrance blossomed quickly. Once the ice was broken, it was unlikely to form again, especially since Ralph felt his father's continued absence deeply. He shared his grievances with Kathleen, who listened sympathetically and comforted him as best as she could.
You see, Father has never stayed away this long before,
Ralph explained.
If he went away for a long time, he always took me with him, and if it was just for a short while, he always came back when he said he would. I thought he was going to London for 3 days, and now it seems he might not be back for Christmas. He says the people he's with can't have children around because of their adult guests. I think they could make an exception for me. I'm not a baby after all.
Ralph tossed his head back with an air of wounded pride, trying to hold back his tears. His father had been gone for 10 days, and Christmas was very near. There had always been guests during this season, and if there had been no one else, his father's presence would have been enough for Ralph.
Perhaps,
said Kathleen.
One boy would have been considered a nuisance. If there were other boys in the house, it might have been different.
I wouldn't have bothered anyone, but it's no use. You can't go somewhere unless you're invited. Right, Miss Mountford? Especially if they don't know you. Besides, I don't even know where Father is staying. He writes to me and sends envelopes addressed like this.
Ralph showed her the latest letter, a bit crumpled from being carried in a pocket too small for it. Kathleen declined to look at the address Ralph was eager to show her, but couldn't refuse when he said,
Here's a bit for you. Father says, tell Miss Mountford that I don't know how to thank her for being so good to my motherless boy. I'm more grateful than words can express. When I return, I'll try to show her how deeply I feel her kindness. And you have been good. You've invited me here 4 times and brought me from the station that first day. You've let me ride Kelpie twice with you, and once you let me try riding your beautiful mare. I enjoyed that most of all, for Polly is a beauty, though she's too big for me usually.
Fie, Ralph, to say you enjoyed riding Polly more than riding out with me when you had Kelpie and I had Polly. Your pony, in his way, is just as good as Polly.
You're not really upset.
Ralph replied confidently.
You're only pretending. People always pretend when they talk to boys, as if we don't know when they're serious. You let me ride Polly because you thought it would please me.
Perhaps it was, Ralph. Anyway, I'm glad you were pleased.
The boy nodded. Then, with a serious look, he asked,
Would you be very sad if Polly were taken away from you, Miss Mountford?
I would indeed, Ralph, but I don't think anyone will take her from me. Why do you ask?
Because Father once said, maybe you and I will have to do without either horse or pony, my boy. I cried a lot because you see, Miss Mountford, a fellow can't help loving his pony, can he?
Certainly not, Ralph, and Kelpie is a wonderful pony.
That's what I think, though I wouldn't call him a darling. That's a girl's word. I say he's a brave little chap, just as good as they come. Jem Capes, our groom, taught me that. He says funny things sometimes that make me laugh. If I tell them to Sarah, she scolds me and says grooms may talk like that, but gentlemen should know better. I don't mind. No one could make a better pony than Kelpie. He's so lively and kind. I don't know what I'd do without him.
You won't have to do without him, Ralph,
Kathleen said, feeling a lump in her throat as Ralph spoke about his beloved pony.
If your father ever wishes to part with Kelpie, I'll buy him, and he will still be yours to ride and use as you like. I'll keep him here for you.
With a joyful cry, Ralph threw his arms around Kathleen's neck and kissed her repeatedly, then lay sobbing on her shoulder. Kathleen was deeply moved, and she returned Ralph's affection, holding him lovingly. After a few minutes, Ralph raised his head and wiped away his tears, looking a little embarrassed.
I'm sorry I cried,
He said,
It seems silly for a boy to cry, but sometimes you can't help it, especially when your father isn't coming home for Christmas, right, Miss Mountford?
I don't think you were foolish to cry, Ralph,
Kathleen replied, seeing that talking about his father's absence was making Ralph emotional again.
I'm glad you think so. It's nice to have a real friend besides Kelpie. Father doesn't want to be away. He told me so in his letter, and he said if only I could be with... But I shouldn't tell you that. It would be like asking. It would be wrong.
Ralph shut his lips tightly, battling the temptation to continue. Kathleen guessed the rest of the sentence and said,
Do you know, Ralph, I was wondering if you could come here for Christmas Day. I knew your father would want you with him if he were home, so I didn't ask you when I invited the Stapleton children and others you know. But I was going to if you were likely to be alone.
Did you really, Miss Mountford?
Ralph asked, his eyes sparkling.
Yes,
Kathleen said, laughing. She crossed to her writing desk, picked up a dainty note sealed with a sprig of holly and addressed to Ralph Torrance, which she handed to him. Ralph took it eagerly and said,
Please excuse me,
mimicking the manners of adults, and waited until Kathleen gave him permission before opening the note.
I'll be glad to come. It will be almost as good as having Father home. Best of all would be if he were here too, wouldn't it, Miss Mountford? I suppose I should write a proper response to this note,
he added, without waiting for Kathleen's reply, assuming she would agree.
Since you've promised me the pleasure of your company, Ralph, I won't need a written response,
Kathleen said, much to Ralph's relief. He had been wondering whether to ask his tutor or Sarah for help in writing his reply.
I will come as you have been so kind as to invite me,
Ralph said. Then he folded the precious note and put it in his pocket alongside his father's letter and various boyish treasures, making the pocket bulge.
Why your cheeks are so rosy,
he added, noticing Kathleen's sudden blush when he mentioned his father. Kathleen laughed and told Ralph she liked having rosy cheeks, then gave him a list of the guests coming on Christmas Day.
They are all children,
she said.
I haven't invited any adults.
Not even one? Not Mr. Matheson?
Yes, I hope Mr. Matheson will come, but he's away just for one night. I don't know what I'd do without him, as he always helps make things fun for my young guests. So does my cousin, Miss Ellicott, but I don't count her or Mr. Matheson as guests.
They are always very nice and kind to me,
Ralph said.
I think I can tell you now what Father wrote in his letter since you've asked me to come. Here it is. If you could spend Christmas Day with your kind friend at the Hall, I would be very happy for you, my dear boy. I'll tell Father I'm coming and that you didn't know he wanted me to be here until after you had invited me. You understand why I didn't read that part first. It would have been like asking for an invitation, wouldn't it?
I don't think I would have taken it that way, Ralph. However, it was best for you to do what you thought was right. Besides, nothing could have changed my mind after I wrote the note.
But you might have thought I was asking even so,
Ralph said, proud to be above suspicion. Ralph's next letter to his father was unusually long. He had so much to share. Writing it meant he couldn't ride Kelpie that day. But if he could have seen his father's joy while reading it, he would have felt compensated for missing his ride. Sarah was never allowed to see Ralph's letters to his father, much to her frustration.
I may not be a great scholar, Master Ralph,
she would say,
but I'd be ashamed if I couldn't write without making blots and smearing them. It's good that the captain sends you envelopes ready, addressed and stamped, or the post office would never read your writing.
I don't want them to read my writing. I'll seal my letter and post it myself so you can't.
Ralph said defiantly, in a very different tone from the one he used with Miss Mountford.
Father says he can read what I write, and that's good enough for me.
Ralph made a face at Sarah, waved his letter around, and raced off to post it. I'll find out what he's up to, Sarah thought, eager to learn more about her master's whereabouts. She had long known that her master's situation was becoming desperate and feared for the family's future. She would have made any sacrifice for Ralph, and he, though he teased her, would have defended her against anyone. When Ralph returned from the post, Sarah was on her way there by a different route. The postmaster was a village neighbour, and she approached him.
Master Ralph has just posted a letter to his father,
she said.
I'm afraid he didn't put a stamp on it, and I'm not sure if it's correctly addressed.
I'll check,
the postmaster said. He found the letter addressed to Captain Torrance.
It's all right, just a bit crumpled, and the stamp is fine. The address is in a man's handwriting, probably the captain's.
It's the content I'm worried about. Master Ralph is so self-willed he won't let me see if the spelling is correct. I'd like...
Now, Sarah, that won't do. Neither you nor I have any business with the inside of a letter once it's posted. I've checked that it's addressed properly and stamped because it's a boy's letter, but I won't go any further, not even if the Queen herself asked me.
And he dropped the letter back into the mailbag.
Thank you for your help,
Sarah said.
It's lucky it's going to the captain, who will overlook blots and bad spelling.
On her way home, Sarah thought,
I can search the boy's pockets after he's asleep. If I find the captain's letter, it will tell me what I need to know.
But she was disappointed again. Ralph knew the contents of the letter by heart and had burned it to ashes, feeling no one could take the words from him. However, he showed Sarah Miss Mountford's invitation and told her he would be all right for Christmas Day.
And I'm glad the lady has asked you, Master Ralph.
Sarah said.
I've been worried about you being alone here, not that no company is better than bad.
She thought, but didn't say. Sarah remembered past Christmases and lamented the decline from those days. She gave Ralph many instructions on how to behave, especially in front of Miss Mountford.
I don't need you to tell me what to say,
Ralph replied.
Do you think I'd talk to a lady like I talk to Jem Capes? Father has taught me how to behave around ladies.
Then don't forget, Master Ralph, be a good boy and a gentleman, and you won't need reminders.
From these warnings, it was clear Sarah knew Ralph adjusted his behaviour to fit his company. If Miss Mountford could have heard Ralph talking to the groom, her opinion might have changed. Still, Ralph had many lovable and noble qualities, and his faults were largely due to his environment. He copied his father exactly, and John Torrance noticed this, with amusement, but without rebuke.
How can I correct him?
He thought.
If Ralph is to improve, I must set the example. He models himself after me. He is observant, but thinks his father can do no wrong. I wish I were a better man for his sake. The less he sees of me now, the better he will be.
These thoughts came as he read Ralph's letter, which had cost the boy so much effort Sarah learned little new information. Captain Torrance's correspondence went to his London lawyer's address, but his movements remained a mystery. It seemed no one in the neighbourhood knew his whereabouts. Chapter 15. Boyish Confidences. Christmas came and went. Kathleen's party was a great success, largely thanks to the efforts of Aylmer, Geraldine, and Hetty Stapleton, who had all helped out. Without them, Kathleen would have been overwhelmed. In sympathy for Ralph's loneliness, he was invited to stay the night at the hall. Kathleen thought it would be too sad for him to return to the quiet of Monk's How after all the fun. Ralph enjoyed his visit immensely, but Kathleen noticed he was avoiding Hetty Stapleton.
Don't you know Miss Stapleton?
She asked.
She's very popular with everyone around here. Or have you two had a falling out?
Ralph's face turned red as he answered.
Of course I know Miss Stapleton. Everyone does in Hollingsby. We haven't quarrelled, but I don't think we're friends.
Why is that, Ralph? Has she been unkind to you? If so, I must speak to her.
Please don't say anything, Miss Mountford.
Ralph pleaded earnestly.
Miss Stapleton is always kind to me. She has wanted to give me things and asked me to ride with her, but...
Ralph hesitated. Though he could have listed many kindnesses, he had refused.
And you didn't accept her offers or join her rides, Ralph. What has Hetty done to offend you?
Nothing to me. But I know Father doesn't like her, and she doesn't like him now, though I think they were friends once. I heard Sarah say so. You see, Miss Mountford, I couldn't accept presents or go riding with someone if Father wasn't friends with them, could I? Please don't tell Miss Stapleton or anyone why I refused. Sarah was talking to the cook, and she didn't know I heard her.
Kathleen promised to keep Ralph's confidence.
But you go out with me,
she pointed out.
That's different. I know Father likes me being with you. He said there's no lady in the world he admires as much as you, except for my mother.
Kathleen was relieved when Hetty Stapleton herself interrupted their conversation. However, Ralph's words, the echo of his father's, stayed with her. Captain Torrance wasn't in a hurry to return to Monk's How. He visited occasionally, but never stayed long and didn't take advantage of Ralph's relationship with Kathleen. His visits to Hollingsby were purely for business and to see Ralph, ensuring his comfort and needs were met. He sent Kathleen a note expressing his gratitude for her kindness to Ralph, saying she had brought brightness into his life and influenced him for good, a task worthy of someone as pure and noble as she was. He asked her to continue her kindness to Ralph, as he had to be away from home often. Kathleen replied briefly, expressing her affection for Ralph and promising to do everything she could for his happiness.
Ralph has brightened our quiet life here,
she wrote.
We would all miss him if he were gone for long.
Captain Torrance was satisfied with this. He didn't call at the hall, and Kathleen only spoke to him once outside. This happened after the winter festivities had ended. The young leaves were appearing, and the birds' songs signalled new life everywhere. Kathleen and Ralph were riding together on Polly and the Kelpie. After a brisk canter, they were heading home when they saw Captain Torrance. He had arrived at Monk's How unexpectedly during Ralph's absence. Ralph was delighted to see his father, and naturally, Captain Torrance exchanged a cordial greeting with Kathleen, taking the opportunity to repeat his thanks. His tone and looks were more eloquent than any letter, and Kathleen listened with undisguised pleasure.
You've given me too much credit,
she said.
Ours is not a one-sided affection, is it, Ralph? You're my friend just as much as I am yours. My cavalier too, and we enjoy our rides together. The Kelpie and Polly are good companions now.
Ralph was proud of his role, his steed, and being called Kathleen's friend. Though he couldn't express his feelings well, he said enough to make her laugh and blush at his compliments. Just then, Hetty Stapleton appeared. It seemed to Kathleen that the wrong people always showed up whenever she was talking with Captain Torrance. She had guessed that Hetty didn't like him, and Ralph's innocent confidences had confirmed it. She thought highly of Hetty but wasn't going to part with Ralph's father abruptly. She saw that Captain Jack's elaborate bow received only the slightest acknowledgement from Hetty, whose face wore a look of grave regret as she returned the greeting. Captain Jack gave a half-comical, half-rueful look at Kathleen, saying,
"We were friends once, but now Miss Stapleton seems unsure if she's seen me before."
"Ever loyal?" Kathleen replied.
I've always thought Hetty's friendship is worth winning and keeping. I value it greatly.
And so it is. True friendship always is. But in Miss Stapleton's case, and mine, it was difficult to.
Captain Torrance hesitated, laughed and said,
"Something happened that I can't talk about. If it were my own affair, I'd be happy to explain what estranged us."
A look conveyed an impression to Kathleen's mind, making her believe Hetty's friendship had turned into a stronger attachment for John Torrance, which wasn't reciprocated, ending their friendship prematurely. However, she was mistaken. Hetty had never felt that strongly for him. John Torrance had sought her company for her fortune, and though Hetty never told anyone what happened, he could never forgive her for rejecting him.
You'll want to go home with your father, Ralph,
said Kathleen.
I'm sure he'll want you, especially since he's leaving soon.
I must take you home first, Miss Mountford,
replied Ralph.
A gentleman always sees the lady home. Father won't mind.
"I'd mind very much if you let Miss Mountford ride home alone,"
said his father gravely.
I knew you'd say so, Father. I'll be home as soon as you are.
The riders went home, and John Torrance walked away, satisfied with his plans. He had purposely stayed away to let Ralph become close to Kathleen, and he didn't plan to stay long at Monk's How until Kathleen's fortune was hers. Ralph would be his best advocate, and he often told Ralph things he wanted Kathleen to know, but warned him not to repeat them to others.
"I trust you, dear boy,"
he would say.
"I have only you."
I may tell Miss Mountford things, right? She's kind and feels sorry for us.
"Tell Miss Mountford whatever you like, Ralph. She won't tell your secrets or mine. It must be hard for you, as the house is very quiet now."
I don't mind if it's best for you. I missed the horses at first, but Miss Mountford lets me see hers, and I have the Kelpie.
Ralph told his father about his conversation with Kathleen about his pony and her promise to buy him if it were sold. This touched John Torrance. Despite his flaws, he was almost ready to give up his pursuit of Kathleen and her fortune.
"She's too good to be with someone like me,"
he thought.
"I should ask her to take my boy and make him better than I am. Matheson would help her, and I'd pledge to stay away. Ralph would miss me, but he'd get over it under her care."
But by morning, he saw things differently.
"If I honestly love Kathleen, I can't be seen as a mercenary suitor."
He decided that going away wasn't an option without money, and felt that Miss Mountford wouldn't thank him for it. So a few days later, Monk's How was left to Ralph and the servants, and Ralph went to Miss Mountford for comfort.
It's lonely after having Father for a bit,
he said, hanging on Kathleen's arm.
But I don't mind as much now. Father is doing it for the best. He told me so, and I know why he didn't stay at Christmas. He used to invite men who weren't very nice. They drank and were noisy.
Hush, Ralph, you mustn't tell me these things,
said Kathleen.
Father told me I could say anything to you. You may guess what the men did when there was no lady in the house. The nice people go where there are mothers, Father says. This Christmas he stayed away so the men couldn't come. He says he'll never have such people around again. He wants to be a good man for my sake and someone else's.
How can I tell, Ralph? Your father never spoke to me about such things.
Of course not. I wonder if it's for your sake to be more like you.
Kathleen put her hand on Ralph's lips.
I must stop you, Ralph, or you'll make me think too much of myself.
I'm sorry if I've upset you,
said Ralph.
I'm not angry,
said Kathleen, kissing his upturned face. The sound of the luncheon bell summoned them to the house, ending the conversation for the time. Any similar talks followed, and Kathleen stopped checking Ralph. He always brought his father's letters and read most of them to her, often including messages of thanks to Kathleen. Through Ralph, John Torrance kept in touch with Kathleen, making her sympathise with his aspirations for a better life. John Torrance had not yet changed his life, though. He still lived as he had, planning to change only when he married Kathleen. He had stayed away at Christmas to avoid inviting guests, but he also wanted to improve his standing with neighbours and Kathleen. At present, he was passing time by moving from place to place, accepting invitations, and looking forward to future indulgences. Aylmer Matheson sensed danger for Kathleen, but couldn't do much. He couldn't send Ralph away, and Captain Torrance had chosen to stay away. He suspected Kathleen was kept informed of Torrance's movements through Ralph, but trusted her honesty. She spoke openly about Ralph's confidences without betraying them, and listened to the boy out of kindness. Ralph's confidences continued, and his frequent presence at the hall improved his behaviour. He was easily influenced by his surroundings, and Kathleen, Geraldine, and Aylmer worked to wean him from bad language and habits learned from grooms and less reputable associates of Captain Torrance. Kathleen's affection for Ralph and her desire to please his father motivated her efforts, while Geraldine and Aylmer, as Christians, aimed to benefit the boy. Chapter 16. A Happy Holiday. Mr. Mountford had expressed a desire for Kathleen to lead a quiet, primarily country life until she came of age.
I don't want my girl to fall prey to some fortune hunter or get engaged at an age when she can't know what will make her truly happy,
he had said to his sister and the Mathesons. Thus, Kathleen had limited exposure to what is known as society. Summers included tours abroad and visits to seaside resorts, with the last 2 seasons partly spent in town, where the Ellicotts and Aylmer had many friends. These friends were of a class who could benefit and bring pleasure to a girl like Kathleen. After each visit, she seemed even more charmed by her home and delighted to share it with town friends as guests at Hollingsby. This year, Mrs. Ellicott had been unwell and needed a different kind of change, but could not leave Hollingsby until the season advanced. She wanted Kathleen and Ger to spend some weeks in town with her sister-in-law, but neither would consent to leave her.
Let's go to St. Leonard's in June,
suggested Kathleen.
We can enjoy a month there.
Ralph was present when this proposal was made, and Aylmer noticed his face turn pitifully white and tears gathered in his eyes. Before anyone else could speak,
That would be wonderful. I will go too, if I may, and I'll take Ralph if we can get leave for him to go with us.
Oh, Mr. Matheson, you are so kind,
cried Ralph.
I was dreading staying here without Miss Mountford and everyone,
he added, looking around.
I would like to take Polly,
said Kathleen.
But I'm sure she would be lost without the Kelpie.
Then I must invite the Kelpie too,
said Aylmer solemnly.
Polly mustn't be distressed by a separation that can be avoided. I will go to St. Leonard's and arrange everything for the party, including our 4-footed visitors.
Ralph's delight was indescribable, and Kathleen warmly appreciated Aylmer's unselfishness. Since the night she had refused him, she had been very gentle to him and watchful over herself. She had pained him deeply, and she felt what it must be for him to see her constantly, care for her in all things, and hide the pain only she knew existed. Often Kathleen wished she could have given him a different answer, but seeing it was impossible, she told herself,
At least I won't cause him needless trouble by my willfulness. He shall have from me all that a sister can give.
To Aylmer, her sweetness and evident self-control added to his trial, while he thanked God for both from his heart.
Every day makes it harder for me to bear the loss of Kathleen,
he thought,
for every day shows her in a more endearing light.
When the St. Leonard's plan was adopted, Kathleen said to him,
You are the dearest, kindest of friends, Aylmer, and to me the best of brothers.
Aylmer trembled at her voice and could not answer for the moment.
You have anticipated my wish about little Ralph and made everything so easy for Auntie too.
I hope it won't disappoint you to give up town this season, Kathleen.
Indeed, no. I would 1,000 times rather have time at the seaside with those dear to me than share in all the gaiety of a truly gay season in town. Not that I've known such a one,
she added.
We will be very happy amid simpler and more health-giving enjoyments. How well you have fulfilled your promise about Ralph. You've influenced him for good in countless ways. We'll try to give the child a happy month at St. Leonard's.
We will indeed,
said Aylmer.
There's little doubt his father will consent to his going with you, Kathleen.
With us, if you please, Aylmer. Remember, you were the first to invite the boy, but I know you thought of me as well as him.
If you had been out of the question, the memory of Ralph's pitiful face would have haunted me had we left him behind.
But I wasn't out of the question. You meant to please me too by your prompt invitation. I want you to realize how much I appreciate your thoughtfulness and to thank you for it.
Carried away for a moment, Kathleen caught Aylmer's hand, raised it to her lips, then left abruptly, as if ashamed of her impulsive action. Some men might have derived hope from this and the words that preceded it. Aylmer sighed and thought,
If Kathleen were moved by any warmer affection than the sisterly one she confesses, she wouldn't manifest it this way.
There is no need to detail the arrangements, journey, or even the stay at St. Leonard's. To Mrs. Ellicott, it proved health-giving, to her younger companions, a season of pure enjoyment. Aylmer planned excursions, gathered information about places of interest, and made himself essential to everyone's happiness. They rode, drove, boated, or sometimes spent lazy days, enjoying the beauty of sea and sky, the health-giving air, and the bliss of life amid such fair surroundings. Months passed quickly, and the party returned much better for the change, bringing home pleasant memories. Ralph had endless tales to tell Sarah, who delighted in listening and retelling them with variations, mostly about the names of places, which she often mixed up. She was intensely grateful for the kindness shown to Ralph and commented on his improved behaviour.
I must say that Master Ralph is no trouble now compared to before. No bad words, playing tricks, or tearing his things just to make me mend them if I'd vexed him about anything. I used to be afraid he'd misbehave at the hall and make the ladies not want him anymore. It's just wonderful he never did. They've made a little gentleman of him. And Mr. Matheson has played a big part in that. The master always said his boy was a gentleman before, but that was when he had his company manners on. He wears them regularly now. And I hope he'll forget most of what he learned from that set that used to come here and their servants. I like the master, and I'm sorry for him in a way, now he's in his current situation. But it's worth it to be short of money now and then, if it keeps the old set out of Hollingsby or Monk's How anyway.
Sarah guessed some of the situation, but didn't know all the details. If John Torrance hadn't been grateful to Aylmer Matheson and Miss Mountford, he would have been heartless. He knew from Ralph's letters about Aylmer's care for the boy, but always concluded,
For Ralph's sake, I must win Kathleen. She would be a perfect mother to him, and he almost worships her. And I hope that Matheson and Miss Ellicott will get together. We could be the best of neighbours and form a happy family.
Little has been told about Geraldine Ellicott. Hers was a life of quiet goodness. At home and abroad, she always looked for opportunities to make others happier, even during a short stay. At St. Leonard's, Geraldine had greatly helped a poor but talented girl she first saw at a concert. The girl's dress, in poor taste, drew unflattering comments from the audience. We all know how shimmering satins, costly lace, and the glitter of diamonds, along with self-confidence, gain favour from an audience, especially with good looks, even if more from art than nature. The young singer had none of these. Her dress was cheap yellow material, ill-fitting and homemade. She was painfully aware of the contrast between her appearance and that of another singer, though she had been proud of her work before seeing it compared to a professionally made dress. The girl's pale cheeks, innocent of makeup, looked even paler because her dark hair was pulled too far back. However, the expression on her face might have appealed to any tender heart. It was so wistful and showed fear and anxiety about the result of this first attempt to win favour from an audience.
Where did they find this girl?
From the gypsy camp, probably. There's one nearby,
replied a companion.
Anything for a new sensation, and we'll have one.
Geraldine felt great pity for the girl, which turned to admiration when she sang, for her voice was wonderful. Though poorly trained, she had immense potential and was carried away by the music. She forgot herself, her dowdy dress, and the rich silk and lace of the other singer, who had drawn her skirts aside as she passed. The well-dressed singer had sung out of tune with a worn voice and was applauded for her glitter, though even in her prime, she never had a voice like the dowdy debutante in yellow. The girl forgot her self-consciousness and the audience. Her pale cheeks flushed, her dark eyes shone, and she compelled the audience's applause with her intuitive, musical inspiration, despite its faults.
Poor thing,
exclaimed the dandy.
She's got a voice, no doubt, but she needs everything else. I doubt she'll come on again. If she does, I'll leave.
Geraldine guessed the girl's story and confirmed it later. She found the girl had been carefully raised by a good mother, now widowed and poor. The girl was modest, refined in speech and manners, and had a love and talent for music. No fear that if given a chance, she would fail to take advantage of it. Having entered the charmed circle and found some favour, the girl was a little reluctant to withdraw. Geraldine decided to help her become a master of the art she loved, even though it would require some self-denial, and she did. The young singer was withdrawn from the platform, and arrangements were made for her complete and careful training. Geraldine carried home the happy knowledge that the girl's lovely gift would be turned to the best advantage after due training. This isn't part of the main story, but an illustration of Geraldine's beautiful and unselfish character. She always aimed to show her love for God by making her neighbour's life brighter and more useful. In later years, the young singer's success and gratitude more than repaid Geraldine for her self-denial. It's not surprising that Aylmer Matheson was moved by a similar desire to help the young singer, as his life was guided by the same principles as Geraldine's. Being a man and cautious about his motives being misunderstood, he took his inquiries slowly. When he finally contacted the young singer's mother, he found he had been anticipated. Some benefactress, whose identity was kept secret, had taken on all the costs and responsibilities. The grateful thanks of those he would have helped could only be given for his good intentions.
Could the benefactress be Kathleen?
He wondered.
It would be like her impulsive generosity.
But he decided she wouldn't undertake such expenses without consulting him first. He remembered, too, that she had been more inclined to mock the young vocalist's pretensions and criticize her appearance than to sympathize.
Could it be Geraldine?
It was likely, but if so, it would be futile to try to uncover the secret, much as he would have liked to be her partner in such work. Aylmer deeply admired Geraldine's character, and perhaps sometimes his thoughts ran similar to Kathleen's. She wished she could give Aylmer more than a sister's affection, or that he could feel more than a brother's regard for Geraldine.
It's just human nature's contrariness,
he thought.
Geraldine and I have so much in common. If I could love her as I do Kathleen, I'd have a wife who shared all my plans and hopes, assuming she cared for me similarly. We must be two alike, for Kathleen's very willfulness charms me more than all Geraldine's virtues combined.
Chapter 17. Vows Written on Sand. Despite Miss Mountford's affection for Ralph Torrance, their friendship, spanning a considerable age gap, started to pose challenges. Aylmer had always feared this, worrying that Ralph might become demanding or difficult to manage. With Ralph given free rein of the hall and encouraged by Kathleen to come and go as he pleased, it was natural for him to feel like part of the family. Taking Ralph to the seaside introduced another complication when an autumn tour was planned. Including Ralph in the travel plans was neither wise nor practical. On July afternoon, Ralph was in the grounds with Kathleen and Geraldine, excitedly telling them his holidays were about to begin.
I can spend almost all my time with you if you want. Mr. Sinley is taking a break for nearly 5 weeks, but even when he returns, lessons won't start immediately.
Kathleen hesitated, knowing what she had to say would upset her young friend. Nevertheless, it had to be said.
I would love to have you with me, Ralph, but we are going away for a few weeks. We'll be travelling a lot and won't even take Polly. Horses would be a hassle and of no use.
And boys would be a hassle too, wouldn't they?
Ralph replied, trying to sound detached.
We've never travelled with boys before, dear. We had one boyfriend at St. Leonard's and he wasn't a problem. But there are times when a boy might not fit in with a group of adults. Even parents often go on trips without their children. You know that, right?
Ralph thought about it and couldn't deny it. The Stapleton children were often left behind when their parents travelled, and he owed his happiest times to friends who were not even relatives. Ralph decided he must be brave, so he managed to say he hoped they would all be very happy during their travels.
You must try to be happy too, Ralph,
said both girls.
When we return, we will have so much to tell you. Besides, your father will surely plan something for your holidays,
added Kathleen.
My birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I'll be 10 years old,
Ralph said, changing the subject.
And this is Wednesday. I'm glad it will be before we leave. We'll invite some young friends and have strawberries and cream outside. What do you think of that, Ralph?
Thank you very much, Miss Mountford,
Ralph replied solemnly.
Don't you want an outdoor party?
If I could, I'd rather have just you and Father,
Ralph said, looking pleadingly.
He's coming home today.
Then, Ralph, since I've had you with me a lot lately, you should spend the day at home with your father. He will have a lot to talk about with you. You can come by in the morning for something I want to show you and wish you happy birthday, but I won't take you away from your father.
Kathleen's firm manner made Ralph feel he had made a mistake, so he said,
I'll do whatever you say, Miss Mountford. I'm sure Father will want me.
Drawing Kathleen aside, he whispered,
May I ask something?
Certainly, Ralph.
I hope you didn't think I was hinting for Father to be invited here. He would be really upset if he thought I had.
I'm sure you weren't hinting,
said Kathleen warmly.
And we'll have that party when we return, so you won't miss out. Now, what is it?
She asked, noticing his wistful look.
Will Father ever come here with me?
I really can't say, Ralph,
replied Kathleen.
Maybe on a future birthday.
Kathleen briefly wondered if Ralph's wish for just her and his father had been influenced by the latter. However, Ralph's whispered question assured her otherwise. But her offhand comment about a future birthday and the possibility of John Torrance's presence made her uneasy. If Ralph repeated her words to his father, it might create a misunderstanding. Everyone knew she would soon come of age, and Captain Torrance might think she planned to welcome him to the hall once she had the authority. Still, Kathleen had only meant to please Ralph by mentioning their birthdays. Naturally, Ralph told his father about the conversation, and Captain Torrance was content to wait. Though the party was postponed, Ralph was thrilled with a beautiful gold hunter watch. It had his monogram on the back and an inscription inside saying, "To Ralph Torrance, from his friend, KDM." Overall, he was happy, especially since his father promised to stay at Monk's How for a while and possibly take him away afterward. However, at the end of a fortnight, Ralph was left behind, but the neighbours were kind to him. Kathleen and the others were expected home on September 15th. She had told Ralph when to look for her, and he, in turn, wrote that she should look up at a favourite tree by the road as she passed. He would meet her at the hall soon after her arrival. Kathleen didn't forget Ralph's request. Looking up, she noticed a flag hanging from one of the highest branches, though it drooped limply, with the stick pointing up.
Poor Ralph's signal is reversed,
she said with a smile.
He must have climbed very high to attach it.
A very dangerous height,
said Mr. Matheson.
Ralph couldn't have reached it without help. I hope he doesn't know how limp his signal looks.
He won't care about that soon,
said Geraldine.
Seeing Kitty will make him forget everything else.
There was no sign of Ralph when they arrived, and Kathleen began to worry. Mrs. Ellicott suggested he might have gone home to change after putting up the flag. Ilma, however, excused himself and left quickly, his expression causing Kathleen great anxiety. She threw a shawl over her head and followed him. Aylmer was heading towards the tree with the flag, speeding up as he neared it. Beneath the tree, he knelt beside something lying motionless. Fear gripped Kathleen, but she hurried on to see Aylmer bent over Ralph's seemingly lifeless body, a broken branch beside him, his arm entangled in it.
Oh, Ralph, my dear little friend, you've lost your life trying to show your love for me.
Kathleen cried, overwhelmed with grief at the sight of his pale face.
I should have known nothing would keep you from me if you could come.
Her words were followed by a wave of grief, and she knelt on the grass, kissing Ralph's face as tears fell like rain.
He's not dead, Kathleen, believe me,
said Aylmer.
His heart is still beating, though weakly.
Are you sure, Aylmer?
Absolutely. Stay calm if you want to help.
Kathleen had always trusted Aylmer, and his calmness eased her. She said firmly,
He must be taken to the hall. No one but me should care for him. He risked his life for me.
Yes, he wanted to honor your return. Sit beside him, Kathleen, but don't move him. It might do harm.
Aylmer quickly arranged for help and sent for the doctor. He knew how to carry the unconscious child gently to the house. Kathleen anxiously awaited the doctor's report.
Is there hope?
She asked.
Certainly, though it will be a long time before our young friend climbs another tray.
To himself, Dr. Bergen added, if ever, for Ralph's injuries were severe. His right shoulder was dislocated, a rib was broken, and there was a concussion.
He must have fallen on his head,
said Aylmer.
Not directly,
replied the doctor.
If he had, he would have been killed instantly. The branch that caused harm also saved him by breaking his fall.
Once Ralph received immediate care, Kathleen begged to stay by his side through the night.
If I wanted a second patient, I'd let you stay. The long journey and excitement have worn you out. Nurse Goddard is experienced and tender-hearted. You need rest. Tomorrow, if you've obeyed me, I'll let you help. Miss Ellicott and Mr. Matheson can assist too.
The doctor spoke cheerfully to mask his own worry, for Ralph's condition was grave.
Will he recover?
Kathleen asked eagerly.
I'll do anything you say.
Good. As for your question, it's too early to tell. Has Captain Torrance been contacted?
We're not sure of his exact location, but we've sent telegrams to likely places.
You'll do everything well,
said the doctor, then left, promising to return later. Captain Torrance would now be welcomed at the hall. Aylmer met him at the station and broke the sad news. Geraldine was with Ralph when his father arrived, for Kathleen's sorrow made her unsuitable for the task. However, Kathleen met Captain Torrance and extended her hand.
I'm so glad you're here,
she said.
Aylmer has told you everything. I feel as if I'm partly to blame for this, though it was unintentional.
Tears streamed down her face. She couldn't say more. Captain Torrance clasped her hand and said,
Hearing you blame yourself only adds to my sorrow, for you have been so kind to him.
Turning to Aylmer, he began to speak of personal kindnesses received from him, but Mr. Matheson interrupted. Kathleen had long suspected John Torrance owed much to her guardian, increasing her admiration for Aylmer's character. A less noble man would have done nothing or sought advantage from his services. Had poverty driven the captain and Ralph away, Kathleen's future might have been different, and Aylmer might have won her love. Now, with both under her roof, he lost hope, but remained selfless, praying for Kathleen's happiness over his own.
If she loves John Torrance, may God make him worthy of her.
He prayed. Days and nights of anxious watching passed, but eventually Ralph was out of danger. Once on the mend, Ralph wanted Miss Mountford constantly and his father nearby. Though someone was always in the next room, the bond between Ralph and his father grew. And Torrance showed his best side, battling his faults, stirred by the kindness of Miss Mountford and Aylmer. He had never cared so much for her, but knew he should not seek her hand. Alf had much to say about his friend.
If you're sorry I don't have a mother, why not ask Miss Mountford to be my mother?
He asked when alone with his father.
Nobody is as nice as she is.
The captain blushed.
You don't understand, Ralph. Miss Mountford is too good to be your mother.
Mothers can't be too good,
Ralph replied, feeling hurt.
It's not that, Ralph. I could never think Miss Mountford too good to be your mother, but she's too good for me.
As if she would want to be your mother.
Ralph persisted.
You're much older than she is, but I know what you mean. She's too good to live at Monk's How. It's so dull.
Monk's How has changed. I feel more sorry for you than for myself.
Well, it's better now without those horrid men. They used to say bad words, and I thought it was cool to talk like them. But I know better now.
John Torrance felt a pang at his son's innocent words. Except for Sarah, Ralph had been surrounded by bad influences. For good ones, he had to thank the friends at the hall. Ralph watched his father and asked,
Are you sad Gem Capes and those men are gone? We could have nice people now.
You can't understand everything, Ralph, but I'm glad they're gone. I miss some things.
The horses. I cried when your hunter was sold. He was beautiful. Maybe Miss Mountford will buy him. She said she would buy my Kelpie back if...
Hush, Ralph,
his father said sharply, startling the boy. Just then, Sarah entered with Ralph's tea, and Captain Torrance left. The ladies were out, so there were no farewells, and the captain had much to ponder as he walked home.
Will Ralph tell Kathleen his thoughts?
He wondered.
I hope he does. He might save me the pain of a refusal, but I believe she wouldn't refuse me. I'll be honest and tell her all of my past that one can share with a girl. If anyone could save me, it's Kathleen. If I win her, I'll be a good man, and she won't regret it.
John Torrance resolved to be good for Kathleen's sake, though he neither thought of God nor feared failure without divine help. Chapter 18. Wooing by Proxy. Within 3 days, Ralph found himself dressed and comfortably resting on a couch in Kathleen's boudoir. The room, beautifully adorned with flowers and autumn foliage by Kathleen and Geraldine, provided a serene atmosphere. Both women sat beside Ralph, ensuring his comfort.
You'll be up and about in no time. Aren't you excited?
Yes, but it's dreadful to think about returning to Monk's How. It's so lonely.
Ralph replied, pulling Geraldine's face down for a kiss before calling Kathleen over for the same.
Let's focus on being happy today. We have so much to be thankful for.
The sound of approaching wheels drew her attention to the window.
I must go. Mother is out, and here comes a carriage full of visitors.
You'll have to entertain them for me too, Ger. Sarah is at Monk's How, the nurse is resting, and I need to keep an eye on this young man to prevent any more climbing escapades.
Ralph laughed, grabbing Kathleen and exclaiming,
It's wonderful to have you all to myself. I need to talk to you about something important.
Ralph then poured out his heart, expressing his longing for Kathleen to become his mother. His pleas were filled with earnest emotion, and he clung to her desperately.
I love you so much, Miss Mountford. I want you to be my mother. You make me happy, and I want to be good when I'm with you. It's awful to think of leaving you. I'll get sick again and die if you send me away. Please don't let that happen.
Tears streaming down his face, Ralph buried his head in Kathleen's arm. Alarmed, Kathleen tried to soothe him.
Dear boy, you'll hurt yourself, and you're making me worry. I'll do everything I can for you. I'll ask your father if you can stay here with me and be my boy. Please stop crying. What can I do?
Her gentle words calmed Ralph somewhat.
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quiet, but I don't care if I get sick again. I can't leave Father alone, and he says he's not good enough for you. I think he is good.
A light knock at the door interrupted Ralph. Kathleen, relieved, called out,
Come in.
John Torrance entered, guided by a servant. Ralph's presence in the sitting room was meant to be a pleasant surprise, but his excitement dampened the moment. Kathleen, flustered, remained silent, while Ralph clung to her and repeated his heartfelt plea to his father.
Father, tell her how happy you'd be if she became my mother. Please, darling, say you will.
Kathleen's face showed a mix of indignation and distress. She couldn't bear to think Ralph was being used, and with a sudden jerk, she freed herself from his grasp.
It's impossible for me to stay here. I'll leave Ralph with you. I can't forgive anyone who would put such words in a child's mouth.
Miss Mountford, surely you don't believe anyone would do that? Ralph's intense love for you inspired this scene. Your home has been a haven for him, and your kindness has made his loneliness more acute. Is it surprising he dreads the thought of Monk's How? Please forgive him for loving you too much.
Captain Torrance pleaded. His sincere demeanour softened Kathleen's anger.
I believe you,
she said simply.
Thank you. It wasn't Father. Now he's mad at me.
He will forgive you, and so will I, but you must learn not to be too attached to me.
You'll never make me stop loving you. I must go on loving you even if... Oh dear, I nearly said something. I'll try to sleep and forget.
Ralph, looking weary, closed his eyes, holding Kathleen's hand for comfort. Soon, his steady breathing indicated sleep, and the adults were relieved the excitement had passed, though it left Ralph exhausted.
Ralph was right. Once you've given your heart, you can't stop loving.
That's not Ralph's case. We all love the boy.
I know, and I'm grateful. The case is mine. I've given my heart to someone who deserves the best. But I won't be selfish and ask for love in return,
he said, looking intently at Kathleen. Kathleen realised he loved her but was too honourable to ask her to share his troubled life.
Captain Torrance,
he interrupted.
I forfeited that title long ago. People use it out of courtesy, but from you, it feels like a reproach.
He then shared the story of his past, a tale of lost fortune and tarnished reputation.
I had a wonderful wife who believed in me, and I failed her,
he concluded.
I'm so sorry,
Kathleen said, deeply moved.
Is there anything that can be done?
Only you can answer that,
he replied. Kathleen couldn't respond. Torrance continued.
If my late wife were here, I'd have hope. But how can I ask another to risk her future with a ruined man? Even though I love her deeply, I won't be selfish again.
Torrance kissed his sleeping son's forehead and prepared to leave, feeling unworthy of Kathleen's kindness. Kathleen, eyes moist but determined, placed her hand in his. He held it, amazed at her gesture.
Kathleen, do you care for someone like me, despite my flaws?
He asked, overwhelmed.
I am weak in many ways, but we can support each other,
she whispered, hiding her face on his shoulder.
My darling, your generosity is overwhelming. It would be a dream come true for Ralph and me to have you with us,
Torrance said, holding her close.
I'll make Ralph happy soon,
Kathleen promised, blushing.
I'll tell him I've agreed to be his mother.
That promise will heal him. You give me your love and my son back. You're incredible,
Torrance said, feeling incredibly fortunate.
What will your guardian say?
He asked after a moment.
They'll want my happiness above all,
Kathleen assured him.
I'm sure they will. Let's keep this a secret until we can tell them,
Torrance suggested. Kathleen agreed, and with a tender farewell, Torrance left. Kathleen, left to her thoughts, felt hopeful about her future with John and Ralph. Meanwhile, Torrance felt triumphant.
Ralph has done a great job for us. Kathleen gave herself to me without needing to ask,
he thought. Kathleen's musings were interrupted by Geraldine, who regretted Kathleen's long wait with Ralph.
Captain Torrance visited and Ralph got excited. I'll call Sarah now, I'm tired,
Kathleen said.
I was glad to miss the Westons. They're such gossips.
They talked about Ralph's accident, expressed regret about his presence, and wished us no harm from his father's visits,
Geraldine explained.
Maybe soon I'll give them something more interesting to talk about,
Kathleen hinted.
Like your upcoming birthday?
Yes, and perhaps more,
Kathleen said, thinking about her engagement. Hetty Stapleton was coming to stay at Oakwood, and Geraldine expected Kathleen to be pleased. However, Kathleen wondered how Hetty would react to her engagement news.
She'll probably resent me for winning what she wanted most,
Kathleen thought, misunderstanding Hetty's feelings. Hetty, however, was concerned about Kathleen and Torrance's relationship. Determined to warn Kathleen, she visited the next morning. Kathleen greeted Hetty warmly, but sensed a change in their dynamic. Hetty, gathering her courage, spoke of Torrance, sharing a story that alarmed Kathleen.
How dare you spread such lies? Shame on you for attacking him behind his back,
Kathleen exclaimed.
I thought better of you, Hetty Stapleton.
Kathleen, I never had any affection or respect for John Torrance. I'm only speaking for your sake. One day you'll see the truth.
Hetty replied, hurt but resolute. Kathleen, realizing her mistake too late, felt conflicted. She had accused Hetty of false motives, despite knowing her as a true and loyal friend. Reflecting on Torrance's past, Kathleen reassured herself that the future would be different. She believed in her ability to help him move forward. When Aylmer Matheson returned, he was shocked by Torrance's request for consent to marry Kathleen. Despite his reservations, Aylmer agreed for Kathleen's sake. Torrance reassured Aylmer of his love for Kathleen, but Aylmer remained concerned. He knew experience didn't always provide strength and warned Torrance to seek higher guidance. Torrance, appreciating Aylmer's sincerity, promised to consider his words, though he doubted he would change. As their wedding approached, Kathleen's guardians worried, but were powerless to intervene. Aylmer, despite his love for Kathleen, hoped for her happiness with Torrance. Torrance, aware of Aylmer's concerns, reassured him of his commitment. Yet, Aylmer feared for Kathleen's future. Knowing Torrance's restless nature, Torrance planned to show Kathleen a vibrant life before settling down, hoping to balance their lives. Despite doubts, Aylmer hoped for Kathleen's happiness. Torrance valued Kathleen above wealth and promised to cherish her, while Aylmer, though wary, hoped for the best. Chapter 19, Clouds Overhead. The news of Kathleen's engagement spread quickly, leading to many calls and congratulatory letters as society's customs demanded. The concerned parties, however, were better off not hearing all that was said about the matter. Kathleen's friends pitied her and her guardians. Her, because of the future she faced, and them, for allowing John Torrance to outmaneuver them. Ralph was ecstatic, having been forgiven by Kathleen for displeasing her, and his happiness was complete. The head gardener at Hollingsby, who had grown grey in his service, remarked,
"When Captain Torrance becomes master here, he'll want a new gardener."
Mountain, on the verge of agreeing, turned fiercely on his fellow servant.
"I'll stick to my horses and my young mistress. It's a poor servant who would leave her because she wants to please herself. Miss Mountford didn't hire us to find her a husband."
"I was here before she was born,"
Griffiths retorted.
"Then more shame on you for talking of leaving at the first sign of trouble. You've had smooth times and good pay."
"I've earned my wages,"
said Griffiths, offended.
"Who said you hadn't? You've no reason to be upset."
Griffiths left, while Mountain grumbled about short tempers and stature, referring to the short gardener. He also pondered what Griffiths made from perks, since little of what he grew was used at the hall.
"We'll lose Mrs. Ellicott and Miss Geraldine,"
moaned Mrs. Mountain.
"They won't stay when Captain Jack arrives."
"How do you know? Mind your own business. Look after your own girl if you need something to do."
Patty Mountain, likely influenced by Miss Mountford's example, had agreed to marry William Burns after her mistress's wedding. Their cottage was being prepared, and Mrs. Ellicott, Geraldine, Kathleen, and Aylmer were all contributing to make it comfortable for the young couple. Mountain liked his future son-in-law, but grumbled about girls being fools for leaving good service to marry, claiming they'd never be as well off again. Mrs. Mountain, enduring as ever, finally retorted,
"You've told the truth, George. I know a girl who left good service 30 years ago to marry a man who grumbled more in a week than her mistresses did in all the years she served them."
Mountain, astonished, went to the stables, leaving his wife triumphant. Kathleen's 21st birthday soon came, marked by generous feasts for tenants and schoolchildren. She wished for no gatherings at home, but eventually agreed to a dinner party for older friends and an evening one for younger neighbours. Hetty Stapleton attended neither. Her brother and his wife, unaware of the conflict between Hetty and Kathleen, were guests. Kathleen regretted her harsh words to Hetty and doubted her conclusions about Hetty and John Torrance. She wrote to Hetty, admitting her fault and begging for forgiveness and renewed friendship. Hetty's kind reply assured Kathleen of her forgiveness, but noted,
"As for forgetting, I cannot promise what I know to be impossible, and you must feel this too. I cannot be a guest under the roof that welcomes John Torrance or sit at the same table with him. However, if you ever need my help, you will find a true friend in Hetty Stapleton.
Only Aylmer knew of the stormy interview between Kathleen and Hetty, ensuring it remained private. His concern for Kathleen's future as John Torrance's wife grew, prompting him to insist on settling her property upon her. Without legal protection, Kathleen's wealth would be at Torrance's disposal, potentially squandered.
Hollingsby Hall, the land, all real property, and half the personalty may be settled on Kitty, with my full consent. It will be safer for both of us. The money is more than I expected. It was said she had 50,000, but it's over 60. I don't want to redeem Monk's How. My memories there are unpleasant since Adela died. I'd rather live my second married life elsewhere.
Aylmer agreed with Torrance's decision, moved by his seemingly generous proposition. Kathleen, however, rejected the settlement idea, preferring to convey the estate directly to John.
I refuse to have the freehold estate settled on myself. I intend to give it to John directly. No one can stop me, and no one shall interfere with my rights.
Mrs. Ellicott's pleas and Aylmer's and the solicitor's remonstrances were in vain. They warned her she was betraying her father's trust, but she was adamant.
Miss Mountford wouldn't think of this. Without a direct conveyance, Mr. Torrance would only have a life interest in the estate, which would go to a son from a second marriage upon his death. If she persists, Ralph would inherit Hollingsby.
Mrs. Ellicott tried to reason with her niece, but to no avail. Kathleen trusted John implicitly, believing his love would prevent him from wronging any child of theirs. John Torrance's agreement on the settlement idea did not sway her. She saw her trust as an act of unselfish faith, though others saw it as folly.
Is there nothing she can't alienate?
Asked Mrs. Ellicott, distressed.
Just one small property worth about $350 a year, tied up as securely as the law allows. You're fortunate not to be her guardians anymore. We can only hope she won't regret ignoring all her friends' advice, including her fiancé's. What would her father have said?
My luck is beyond belief. Poor Kathleen. I wish I were better for her sake. I wish the property could be settled. It's a huge temptation, and after losing 2 fortunes, I'd like to keep this third. Few men get so many chances.
On a sunny April day, Kathleen married John Torrance at her village church. Despite talk of a London wedding, she insisted on simplicity and thrift, even having Miss Pritchard make her wedding gown. Mrs. Ellicott gave her away, as Kathleen couldn't bear to hurt her by asking Aylmer. Kathleen left amid outward sunshine, but clouds loomed. Loving wishes and prayers accompanied her, but forebodings couldn't be banished. John Torrance gave up Monk's How, sold to Aylmer Matheson. The house was being restored for Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine. Kathleen had suggested they live with her, but everyone declined. Monk's How suited Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine, and Kathleen was happy to have them nearby. John, however, saw their proximity as a way to avoid Kathleen's loneliness when he left. During their train journey, Torrance whispered sweet nothings to Kathleen, who forgot all but her love for him. She wished she had more to give. Alf caused some trouble, exacting and upset at parting from Kathleen. Persuasion and firmness subdued him, but after their departure, he refused comfort. Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine moved to Monk's How before Kathleen and John's return. Ralph stayed at the hall with them, but was more manageable under Aylmer's care. Kathleen and John returned early, but soon left for London, where John wanted Kathleen to enjoy city life. She preferred home, but was overruled by his flattering words. In London, Kathleen realised her wardrobe needed updating. She disliked extravagance, but agreed to John's wishes for the short city stay. Kathleen enjoyed London, gaining admiration for her beauty and charm. Her marriage and fortune added a romantic aura, despite whispers about John's past. John's old associates found him in London, lightening his purse. Kathleen's generosity made their married life precarious. Entered despite wise warnings, and without seeking divine guidance, the Lord, the best of all friends. Chapter 20. Disillusioned. At Hollingsby, Kathleen found her spirits lifted, and to her dear friends, the sight of their familiar faces was indescribably comforting. She seemed like her old, bright self.
Here,
she thought.
John will be away from temptations and we can be truly happy. I must forget the little things that scared me. Having been brought up so quietly, I can hardly judge a man 13 years my senior who knows so much of the world. It's not likely we should see eye to eye on such matters. After all, the world's opinions differ from those instilled in me. It calls many things mere trifles, yet my conscience condemns them. I've had enough of it already.
Kathleen longed to return to her old way of life, only with its usefulness enlarged and its responsibilities deepened by the new obligations she had taken on. Her husband, however, returned to his old habits. Kathleen could immerse herself in rural life as much as she liked, while he often ran up to town alone. If she complained, his absences became more frequent, and her deep affection became a weapon for her punishment because she desired his presence and had hoped so much for shared aims and pursuits at home. She was ready to concede much, but couldn't forget that she had given him everything, including her love, asking only for affection in return. Without this, she would be poor indeed. When the time came, she had to agree to a second season in town, though she dreaded the cost, given Mr. Torrance's extravagant expectations. Alf was at school. He had proved difficult and unmanageable during his father's absences.
I knew long ago he was a self-willed young rascal,
said Mr. Torrance with a laugh.
You tamed him for a time, but, though he loves you better than anyone, he needs a stronger hand than yours and a wiser head than mine to keep him in line. I've asked Matheson to find a school for him. He knows more about such places than I do.
This Aylmer did, and he provided much kindly oversight for Ralph, for which, in his careless way, the father was grateful. Indeed, John Torrance recognised the nobility and unselfishness of Aylmer's character, and the latter found himself in the position of adviser to both husband and wife. Torrance listened but rarely acted on his counsel. Kathleen learned, with a feeling of humiliation, how much better it was to appeal to her old guardian than to her husband, whose only reply to a question would be,
Ask Matheson. We are fortunate, Kitty, to have such a mentor. He was a victim to your charms, I know, but I cannot be jealous of him. He acts like a good brother now and will be an ideal rich uncle.
A careless laugh and look of self-satisfaction accompanied the words, for John Torrance, while paying this compliment, felt a contempt for what he called Matheson's weak side as Kitty's guardian. Kathleen had been married for 3 years when her first baby boy was born. He was named Kenneth Mountford, after her father, and was a beautiful child, much like herself.
He has your eyes, Kitty,
said Mr. Torrance, kissing her.
I'm glad. One son like me is quite enough.
Ralph will be pleased with the little darling,
said Kathleen.
Do not count on that. He is horribly jealous and may show his unpleasant side. Remember how demanding he used to be.
That was different. Captain Torrance, I have read your letter. Must love his little brother.
And Kathleen pressed her treasure to her breast with a new sense of riches and thought.
What a new, sweet bond our baby will be between John and me. Home will have more attraction for him now.
The result was not quite equal to her hopes.
I can't get wildly enthusiastic about a youngster in the early stages of his existence,
said John.
When he can trot about and back a pony, he will be more in my line. He is a dear little thing, of course. How could your son be anything else, Kitty? But he is your first baby, not my first son, and my memories of the troubles of teething and other infant ailments are none too sweet. I was almost jealous of Ralph for absorbing his mother's attention.
The careless words pained the young wife, and tears fell on her baby's cheeks as she said,
He is our first boy, John.
Of course, darling, and quite the most charming infant ever seen,
he replied gaily. Then he kissed her again, and said she would be better without him for a while, and that she must not excite herself but get strong soon, for he could not do without her company. Kathleen thought sadly that he managed to do without it very often and appeared well contented to go his own way. But she resolved that even her new sweet cares would be made as subservient as possible to the claims of her husband. She would watch over her baby, but John should have no cause to complain of neglect. Mr. Torrance's predictions about Ralph proved only too true. The boy regarded his baby brother as an intruder, and towards Kathleen, he was by turns loving as of old and angry when, as unavoidably happened, she was unable to give him all the attention he wished. It was a relief when the holidays were over and Ralph back at school. To Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine, the little one was a source of immense interest. All that the most loving mother and sister could have done they did, and their close proximity was the greatest possible comfort to Kathleen.
"We shall be granny and maiden aunt to your boy, Kitty,"
said Geraldine.
"What a pleasure it is that when real kindred are few and far away, we can be adopted into new relationships."
I have always counted on having Auntie as granny to my boy, but I don't want you to be the maiden aunt, dear Ger,
said Kathleen.
I always hope...
Hush, Kitty. There is room neither for hope nor fear. I have chosen my role, and I shall never change it.
Kathleen dared say no more, yet she had hoped and longed that her cousin might make up to Aylmer for the disappointment she had caused him. Each, however, seemed to find happiness in a life of unostentatious good deeds, and in Geraldine's case, in filial duty as well. Kathleen knew no more than others did that Aylmer had recently asked Geraldine to be his wife. He had always been profoundly impressed by the beauty of her character, and since his great love for Kathleen had been all in vain, he had begun to ask himself if esteem might not be a sufficiently firm foundation on which to build his hope of wedded happiness. Geraldine, Aylmer's offer was both a temptation and a trial. Her heart was his, and yet when he asked her to share his life, she refused his offer.
I am too romantic, too much of a woman to marry on your terms, Aylmer,
she replied to his honest confession, for he had told her all the truth.
Still, dear Geraldine, with such a foundation, and the certainty that our hopes, aims, and labors would be in perfect accord, might we not reasonably expect more than the average amount of happiness?
Perhaps so, but not the highest and best of all. Not the kind that God's laws have ordained as the condition of a perfect union. I could not be satisfied for you to have anything less than the best that is possible, and you would not have this ideal union as the husband of one whom you regard only as a dear friend. I know you feel respect and a kind of affection for me, but the inner sanctuary of your heart is barred against me and all the world besides.
But if I can make you happy, and you can give me...
A crimson flush spread over Geraldine's face as she pleaded.
Please do not go on. Surely, in such a case, a man should not ask more than he can give, and a woman ought to refuse anything less than an equivalent for what she bestows.
Then, as if realizing the implied confession she had made, Geraldine covered her face with her hands to hide tears of mingled pain and humiliation.
Forgive me that I have offered you less than the best, dear Ger. Be my friend still. In friendship, we shall owe each other nothing.
Friends now and always, Aylmer,
replied Ger, looking bravely up and extending her hand. He took it almost reverently, lifted it to his lips, and then left her. He felt that her decision was the only one possible to such a nature, and was never so near loving Geraldine as at the moment after she had refused to be his wife. After the birth of Kathleen's boy, Aylmer could not help recalling the fact that owing to the deed by which she had insisted on conveying the freehold to her husband, Ralph would inherit the Mountford estate as well as an equal share of the personal property with the younger child, in case John Torrance died intestate.
I will speak to Kathleen first, then to Torrance if necessary. If he has not made a will, he ought to be reminded of the need for so doing.
Aylmer again spoke of the position to Kathleen and asked if Mr. Torrance had mentioned the subject.
John seldom speaks of business matters. Surely you do not mean that my little darling, my own boy, would not inherit this place, my home, and the lands that were my father's?
Asked Kathleen.
I remember Auntie spoke to me about this, but I never realised it until now. I ought to have been guided by wiser heads than my own.
That depends on your husband, Kathleen. He ought to ensure the inheritance to your child while making some provision for Ralph. You would not object to this?
It is what I should wish, though Ralph would be safe in my hands. Aylmer, I ought to have listened to your advice. I was proud to trust John with everything. I never looked beyond myself, but thought I alone could suffer if he went wrong, and I should die of grief. Now I do not love John less, but there is my own baby boy to think of. Besides, my father trusted me. I have indeed done wrong.
You must make the best amends possible. Put everything before your husband. He must see what he ought to do.
Kathleen hesitated to ask Aylmer to undertake this task. She was staying, with her child, at Monk's How, Mr. Torrance having gone to town.
Just to see a few fresh faces.
Will you remind John of my boy's rights and explain the situation?
She said to Aylmer.
Having been my guardian, it would seem natural for you to do it. It would be dreadful for me to appear as if I were calculating on what would happen if he died. Ralph is so jealous of the baby that he is not to be trusted now. This is a great trial.
It is, but I believe Ralph will yet reward you. For the rest, I will speak to Torrance.
Kathleen's mind was greatly relieved by this promise and never doubted that good would come of Aylmer's intervention. John Torrance returned 2 days later, not in the best of moods, though he said nothing to account for his gloomy manner.
Have you not enjoyed the change, John?
Asked Kathleen.
Town is as dull as Hollingsby,
was the ungracious reply. Aylmer drew his own conclusions from Mr. Torrance's answer. He had cause to fear that old associates and habits had regained their influence over Kathleen's husband. With ruin confronting him, it had been easy to make good resolutions, and old associates could gain nothing by seeking him. Now that John Torrance's pockets had been refilled, he was again surrounded by them. Not that he would have insulted Kathleen by bringing these men to Hollingsby, or even naming them to her. So he met them in town as the lesser evil. Aylmer could estimate the importance of this choice and talked, sadly enough, with Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine about the negative influence that would affect the fortunes and happiness of Kathleen and her boy. He felt the task of speaking to John Torrance was a difficult one, and at the first mention of making a will to secure the rights of his wife and her baby, the husband showed signs of temper that augured ill for his success.
So,
said Mr. Torrance,
Kitty is counting her chances as a well-dowered widow. I hardly expected such a message from her, with you as the messenger.
The tone was aggressive, and a sneering expression was on the speaker's face. But Aylmer would bear much for Kathleen's sake.
You wrong your wife, Torrance. She has proved her disinterestedness. I, as her late guardian, think it right to place her position and the child's before you. Remember, you wished to settle the estates and part of the personal property upon her, but she insisted on executing the conveyance, thus leaving herself wholly in your hands.
Ah, yes, poor Kitty. She was deeply in love, and as trustful, generous, and blind, perhaps you would say, as love makes people.
I say nothing of the kind. Only, as you wish to make a settlement before marriage, how could I imagine you unwilling to do so now? There are double claims, those of the wife, so nobly trustful, and the child, who ought to succeed to the heritage which was his mother's.
You were a good friend too, Matheson. I do not forget. What would you have me do?
To make a will, leave Kenneth the estates, and, in accordance with Kathleen's express wish, make a provision for Ralph out of the personal property.
A will may be destroyed by the testator.
But honor would forbid that if he pledged himself to certain conditions. Besides, Ralph would be cared for.
Better than he deserves, for he has behaved ill to Kitty. He is safe, in any case.
Therein lies the injustice. Without a will, you being now the absolute owner of the estate, Ralph would take all but part of the personal property and that which the law would give to Kathleen,
replied Aylmer with some warmth.
I must think the matter over. No need to hurry. The personal property is not what it was. Naturally, After being kept down so long, I wanted a little fling after I was married. I was rather extravagant.
You are a few £1,000s poorer than you ought to be, I suppose,
said Aylmer. Mr. Torrance nodded.
Besides, I've been unlucky in some ventures lately.
Aylmer judged that the ventures were of the kind by which, says a wise writer,
men try to make money without effort at the cost of other men.
Only in such would John Torrance engage. A promise to think about it was all Aylmer could obtain, and he returned home feeling far from happy. Mr. Torrance thought and became very angry. He was vexed at his ill luck, that is, at the loss of what ought not to have been risked, not at himself for risking it. Then he grew angry at Kathleen because of Aylmer's intervention. He entered the room where she was sitting, and she instantly rose, holding up her boy to be kissed.
See, John, I am sure he knows you. He is holding out his arms,
she said. Torrance did not speak, but pushed the child back gently enough, but still in a manner that pained Kathleen deeply.
Oh, John, do not push the darling from you in that way. What have I done? For it cannot be his fault if something has displeased you.
Don't be absurd, Kathleen,
he replied in an impatient tone.
When a man is worried about important things, he cannot be in the mood for admiring an infant prodigy, even though it happens to be his own.
He threw himself into a chair, and as Kathleen gazed at him in wonder, she was shocked at the expression on his face. She turned away and rang for the nurse to take the child, then sat down, silent and indignant, as well she might be. Ever since her marriage, she had fought hard against her naturally impetuous temperament, and had not been easily provoked, but the old quick nature was still there, and at this moment, ready to break into a flame again. At first, Kathleen resolved not to speak until John addressed her. Love for her husband was, however, stronger than temper, and at length she said,
You tell me you are worried, John. Is there anything I can do for you?
You can let me alone,
was the cold reply.
But John, surely I should know what troubles you. Are we not one?
It had cost Kathleen an effort to speak gently, and she was ill prepared for her husband's response.
I thought so once, but after what I have heard, I can hardly congratulate myself on the fact. It seems that you have already begun to calculate the chance of your being my widow and free from the worthless encumbrance you now call a husband.
What do you mean?
Said Kathleen with flashing eyes.
Ask yourself what errand you entrusted to Matheson.
Do you mean about securing my property to your son and mine?
No. It was the request that I would make a will and secure my property to our son. You forget, Kathleen, that by your deliberate act and deed you gave all you had absolutely to me. In that, you only followed the example of Ralph's mother. She gave me her all, yet she never reproached me or reminded me of the fact.
Neither have I, until now,
said Kathleen angrily.
No, Matheson is a convenient cat's paw, and he can plead most eloquently on behalf of his late ward. Adela would have died before she would have speculated on the chances of my death.
How dare you speak to me in such a manner? So long as I stood alone, I neither suggested your making a will, nor asked a friend to do so. Even now it was Aylmer who, in his kind thought for my baby boy, hinted at the wisdom of doing it. I care nothing for myself, but I do say that if you do not secure what was mine to our child, you will be guilty of cruel injustice to us both.
Adela would not have...
Don't talk to me about Adela. Did she not trust you with everything, and how did you merit the trust? Did you care for the child she bore you, or did you waste his mother's fortune and the inheritance that came to you from your forefathers until all was gone and...
Spare me a second hearing. The story is too familiar and not pleasant. I made a full confession to you.
You did, and you promised.
Not to make a will, but I wanted a marriage settlement made, which you refused.
Yes, I never thought that as Adela left Ralph, I might have to answer for neglecting a child's interests. I ought to have read her story and profited by it.
Then on your shoulders be the blame, not mine. Come down from your stilts and be reasonable. You will not drive me, though when angry, you look so handsome that I bear the penalty for the sake of the picture, Kitty dear.
The jesting words stung Kathleen, but for her child's sake she forbore to retort.
You did tell me all. When you asked me to be your wife, you spoke so that I believed you hated the past and that we should begin a pure, happy life together.
If John Torrance had not been in a perverse mood, harassed by losses and angry at himself, he would probably have been touched by Kathleen's pathetic tone and words. She was right, he knew. But he who is displeased with himself must vent his anger on someone else. John Torrance did this by saying in a bantering way,
By the way, Kitty, you spoke just now of my asking you to be my wife. You have forgotten the real facts attending our engagement, and I must correct your mistake, dear. I never did ask you to be my wife.
Chapter 21, The First Quarrel. When Mr. Torrance's taunting words, "I never did ask you to be my wife," fell on Kathleen's ears, she was too astonished to reply at once.
How dare you say that, John? I remember clearly what happened the day Ralph first left his bedroom. Surely I don't need to remind you. You are the one who needs reminding, so listen.
With cruel deliberation, Mr. Torrance repeated his son's passionate plea to Kathleen to be his mother and her annoyance at what she deemed a trick.
Remember, Kitty, I refuse to second Ralph's request for you to accept what you have, I fear, found to be a thankless position. While the boy lay asleep, exhausted from excitement, I confessed my unworthiness and said I would not ask you to share my lot. Shall I go on?
Kathleen's face was set and hard, but she said nothing.
To my surprise and delight, you gave yourself to me unasked, save by Ralph, when I had expected a long and perhaps useless wooing. Never mind, dear, I was grateful for trouble saved, and if I have not quite realised your ideal, we have been fairly happy. Now, let us forget this little episode. Let us kiss and be friends.
He seized her hand, but Kathleen, beside herself with anger, threw her head back, exclaiming,
Do not come near me. I cannot bear this. What shall I do?
To get rid of me, you will hardly do that. You must be good and ask to be forgiven,
he said, laughing at her anger and holding her as easily as a child. A little girl once said of her father's guest, "I do not like him because he laughs when he is angry." When John Torrance gave way to ill temper, one of its manifestations was mocking laughter, accompanied by taunting words softly spoken.
So you will not be friends? Never mind. Man and wife quarrel only to make up their differences ere long. By the way, let me ask you if you have an idea that I found favour in Hetty Stapleton's eyes?
You gave me that impression.
Fie, Kitty! You have maligned Hetty. I only told you she and I were friends once, and you replied that her friendship was worth keeping. Then I said something had happened which I could not speak of. I will now tell you the exact truth about Hetty Stapleton and myself. Then you will perhaps, in the future, be less inclined to regard your impressions as infallible and be more careful in judging the intentions of other people. It is not always safe to judge them by their acts and words. To read a person's intentions requires more than human prescience, Kitty. I paid Miss Stapleton attentions which onlookers attributed to a desire to make her my wife. They were not mistaken as to my intentions. I was not in love with Hetty, and had you been of age, or nearly so at the time, I should never have looked in her direction. She is not at all handsome, but she is a person of great decision of character, and would, I am sure, have made me an excellent wife from a business point of view. I was in difficulties, and as Hetty's fortune was considerable and in her own hands, I thought to find a good way out of them by marrying her. I threw myself in her way as much as possible, and dangled after her for some time, during which, I must confess, she gave me no encouragement. Then, in a desperate mood, I formally proposed to her and was refused. I was also made to listen to certain home truths from Miss Stapleton, which I have neither forgotten nor forgiven. Understand, Kitty, I should never have looked at Hetty had you been old enough to be available. You were and are very beautiful, and you have other qualities which are far superior to hers and more attractive in my eyes.
More money,
said Kathleen in a cold, hard voice.
That was one thing, of course. It goes without saying that, in my position, the money was very important. But you had many attractions independently of that, and you were so charmingly kind and confiding, you know.
If he had thought to touch Kathleen with this last remark, he failed in his object. For any sign of emotion she showed, she might have been turned to stone.
Thank you. I am glad you have told me the truth at last. It will enable me to right a wrong that I did while labouring under a false impression.
Better not stir up old grievances, Kitty. Let the dead past bury its dead. Now, will you not kiss and be friends?
He drew her towards him and kissed her, but as he touched her lips with his, she shivered and shrank visibly.
You promised to release me when I had heard the tale about Hetty Stapleton. May I ask you to keep your word?
Certainly, dear.
Mr. Torrance released the hand he held, walked to the door, and opened it for her to pass out. She did so, without bestowing a glance upon him, and went up to her own room. 5 minutes later, she left the house and went straight to Oakwood, where she knew Miss Stapleton was staying. Hetty was in, and when she saw Kathleen, she met her kindly, but with a gravity very unlike the old cordial welcome.
Hetty, I am here to tell you that I know all the truth as to your old acquaintance with Mr. Torrance. I hate myself as I look back on that day when I insulted you cruelly and grossly. I had formed a certain impression, and I now know that it was wrong in every respect. I have only myself to blame, for I had not been told in so many words what I asserted. I wish I could make amends to you.
No harm followed, except that I was grieved at being misjudged by you. I am sure you came to me as soon as you knew the truth.
You forgive me, I see you do,
cried Kathleen.
I never greatly blamed you, for I could understand how the impression was produced, and was sure you would repeat the story to none but me. Now you must forgive yourself.
That is the hardest of all. Besides, I am punished by knowing that I misjudged a true friend.
Then let us forget all about it.
The two parted with words of affection and feelings of renewed friendship. And as Kathleen walked homeward, she felt that one portion of her trouble had been removed. Still, the brightness seemed to have gone from her life. In her indignation and distress at Mr. Torrance's taunting words, she would have gone to her aunt and Geraldine at Monk's How, had there been no child at Hollingsby. But the little hands drew her homeward, and the first relief came to her burdened heart as she clasped her boy in her arms, and her tears fell on his unconscious head as he slept peacefully on her breast. As Kathleen sat rocking her baby to and fro, she was asking herself,
how shall I live the life that is before me? I dread the thought of looking my child's father in the face. My trust in him is gone, yet I am as much to blame as he is in one sense, for I would not listen to those who were better able to judge his character than I was.
How the past became present as she sat there. Her peaceful girlhood, with its luxurious surroundings and freedom from care. Her father's love for and trust in her. The tender, watchful care of her guardians. Aylmer's affection, and the self-devotion that placed her happiness before his own.
I was wilful and selfish a little while ago. Now it is my lot to have benefits repaid with ingratitude. I tried to make Ralph happy, and he causes me deep sorrow. I loved my husband and gave him all I had, thinking that our marriage would be his salvation. And now, how foolish I was! How could one so weak, faulty and headstrong bring to bear an influence that would change a strong nature like John's? Yet I was proud at the thought of giving my life for the elevation of his.
Kathleen laid her sleeping baby on his soft bed, after showering kisses on the innocent face. Then, falling on her knees, she prayed long and earnestly for pardon and guidance, but even this resource did not bring calm at once. The contrast between former expectations and present reality was too much for Kathleen. By turns, she was distressed, despairing, and indignant. It was so horrible to recall those sneering words that reminded her she had given her love and herself without being asked for either.
And yet, if ever a man seemed to plead for both with his whole being, John laid himself at my feet as one who dared not ask for what he was unworthy to possess. Only 3.5 years a wife, and it has come to this. Not yet 25 years old, and it may be I have a long life before me.
Kathleen remained beside her boy in the October twilight. She did not know whether her husband was in the house or not. She dreaded the thought of meeting him at dinner and equally dreaded to absent herself, lest, in his present mood, he might say or do something to call the attention of the servants to their disagreement. She was debating whether she should dress and go down to the meal, or make illness an excuse for absenting herself. She was feeling sufficiently unwell to render such an excuse a true one, and her eyes were red from weeping. While she was debating with herself, the nurse entered softly.
I'm afraid you must have rung without my hearing you, ma'am,
She said.
I had not rung. Baby fell asleep and I laid him down and sat quietly by him. I am tired and not feeling very well. Is Mr. Torrance in?
The girl looked surprised, then answered,
No, ma'am. A telegram came for him when you were out, and he had his bag packed and went off by train. He left a message for you with Lucy, and he met me with the baby on the stairs. He kissed him and said I was to say he had left the kiss with the little man for you.
Lucy, the parlour-maid, could only tell her mistress that the master had been called away in a hurry and would be absent a night, or maybe more. That was all. No intimation as to his destination, the message he had received, or the person or business that had summoned him away. Kathleen's pride prevented her from asking more questions or showing what she felt under this new slight.
He knew how terrible the suspense would be. He has put me on the rack on purpose,
She said to herself. It is only part of today's whole... The cruelty of the thing added both to her anger and distress. There was no question of her going down and taking her place at a solitary dinner table, so she put on a simple tea gown and gave orders that some light food should be brought to her dressing room.
There is a good fire in your boudoir, ma'am.
This was the little upstairs sitting room that had been the scene of what Kathleen now regarded as her humiliating self-surrender. She shuddered at the thought of crossing its threshold.
I prefer staying here. It is equally comfortable, and as I am not feeling very well, I shall probably lie down for a while.
The food was brought, and Kathleen took a little, though without appetite.
I must keep health and life if I can, for my baby's sake.
The parlour-maid who waited on Kathleen said,
I am sorry, I forgot to tell you, ma'am, that Miss Ellicott called directly after you went out. As you were not in, she came again on her way home. That was just when the master was starting for the station. He told Miss Alice Ellicott that he was going off for the night, and said maybe she would spend an hour with you this evening, as you would be by yourself. She said she would come across after dinner.
Kathleen scarcely knew whether to be glad or sorry at the prospect of seeing Jo. It would be difficult to look cheerful or to hide the telltale traces of tears. She did not wish to repeat the story of her trouble, even in such sympathetic ears. How, indeed, could she repeat those cruel, taunting words, the very memory of which made her face glow with the flush of shame? Besides, it was better that none should come between her and John. Husband and wife would best settle their differences without calling in a mediator, and Kathleen felt that hers was no case for mediation. It was one of cruel, scathing words, of taunt and sneer, and mock politeness on the one side, of bitter suffering and resentment on the other, which could never be changed, yet must be endured in silence, and with such courage and patience as she could command. There was an interval during which Kathleen's thoughts went back to her mother's story, her fault, punishment, penalty, and final peace.
She paid by the wreck of her physical strength, but she was forgiven, and her days of suffering were cheered by my father's tenderest love. I have wrecked my life in a worse manner, and I shall never have a like consolation.
Truly, John Torrance had, for the first time, shown his worst side to Kathleen during the recent quarrel. He had not meant to go so far, but he was angry with himself, disturbed by serious losses, and further irritated by Aylmer's appeal on the subject of a will. Hence the resolution to give Kitty a lesson and put her in her right place for once. Still, he could not forget all he owed her, and as soon as she was out of sight, he began to feel ashamed of himself.
Poor Kitty. I've been a little rough on her, but she is so fiery and needs a curb sometimes. I have always been the master, and I intend to be. Can she have told Hetty Stapleton that, if I would have given her the chance, she would have gladly accepted me? It is likely enough.
At that moment, Mr. Torrance saw his wife leave the house in walking attire and exclaimed,
I have guessed rightly, and Kitty is off to put things straight with Hetty.
He laughed loudly, and though admiring Kathleen's courage and rectitude, he decided that the walk would do her good.
It will take the temper out of her, and she will come back in a reasonable frame of mind,
he said to himself. Immediately afterward, the telegram came. It was unimportant, but he decided to use it as an excuse for leaving home.
Kathleen will be troubled and anxious, and, in wondering what has happened to call me away, she will forget our little tiff and be only thankful to welcome me back again,
he thought. When he met the nurse, he left the kiss and message, partly to atone to the child for his former unkindness, partly to mollify Kathleen when she heard of it. The impetuosity of Kathleen's temper made a reaction inevitable, and her unselfish love could not be wholly destroyed by the shattering of its idol. So, as she thought of her husband, it was with sorrow as well as anger. After receiving his message, she bent over her child and touched with her lips the place he had kissed. It was something to know that he tried to make amends to her darling baby. John had asked Geraldine to come and cheer her, so he had given an anxious thought to her comfort. He had been very cruel, but his temper was hasty, so like her own. In this somewhat softened mood, Geraldine found her. She read a tale of trouble on Kathleen's face, but was not the one to force confidences. So she talked about the baby's progress, of Ralph's good work at school, and of some protégés in whom they were both interested. Kathleen's manner was, however, absent and constrained.
I was sorry Mr. Torrance had been called away, but he said he should only be a night or two absent, and he seemed very anxious you should not be lonely.
Kathleen's tears began to fall, and she replied,
I may as well own that John and I had our first real quarrel today. I was angry, and I went out. On my return, he was gone. It is miserable to think of it all, and I feel quite broken down. The worst of it is I can tell no one else.
Except one. Trust him, and he will guide you and comfort you. I shall pray that this trouble may be overruled for good. A failure that shows us our weakness often proves a blessing in the end. It makes us afraid of venturing on ground which we have found dangerous, and renders us more watchful over ourselves.
I would not have a repetition of today's experience for the world, but, oh, I do need both strength and comfort very badly.
I will not ask you to tell me anything, dear Kitty, and I need not remind you that, whatever your present want, God's love can and will supply it. I am only the maiden aunt, and have no experience in matrimonial differences, but I do know how important it is to prevent such from becoming habitual. At any cost of self-denial and self-restraint, for the sake of your child, your hope of happiness with your husband, above all, for Christ's sake, fight against every temptation to indulge in anything that could build up a wall of separation between you and John.
Geraldine spoke earnestly, for with the memory of Kathleen's girlish temperament and fits of self-will, she thought it not unlikely that she had given way to passion, and thus the quarrel had been brought about. Mr. Torrance had always treated his wife with such marked respect and shown her so much consideration in the presence of others, that it was probable some hasty speech of Kathleen had caused the trouble. A cousin seemed to read Geraldine's thoughts.
If you imagine that I did something to provoke John, you are mistaken, dear. Knowing me as you do, you are not to blame for supposing that I deserve a full share of responsibility for what has happened. I would rather be misunderstood than clear myself by telling all that past.
Kathleen shuddered involuntarily as she spoke, and Jer, seeing how deeply she was distressed, could only say tender, loving words and express a hope that this first serious misunderstanding might be also the last.
Shall I stay with you tonight? If you wish it, I will send a line to Mother and remain here.
Kathleen thanked her, but would not agree to this, feeling that even so kind a presence would be a restraint.
I shall go early to bed, and I am going to have my boy beside me for company. I have told the nurse to bring his cot into my room.
So Geraldine left her, having first promised Kathleen that she would repeat nothing that had passed, either to her mother or Mr. Matheson. Better so, thought Ger. One may reasonably hope that as some years have passed before a first quarrel, there will be no speedy repetition of it. Interference would do harm, and the meddler would share the usual fate of those who come between husband and wife. There is nothing harder or more embarrassing than the first meeting after a quarrel and an angry parting between friends, lovers, or a married pair. With a longing for reconciliation comes unwillingness to make the first advance, or doubt as to its being accepted. Cruel words and deeds may be regretted, but pride may prevent the fault from being acknowledged. Each may determine that the other shall yield, so the breach widens until it becomes impassable. Kathleen had been cruelly taunted, and her husband's words would never be forgotten. On the other hand, she remembered her own fits of passion, but she could say,
I have tried to conquer them for my child's sake especially, and John is so much older. Besides, he is quite cool, and his taunts, softly uttered and with a smile, maddened me.
Then love pleaded.
He is my husband, my baby's father. I have to live with him. He was sorry before he left home.
Kathleen wept, thought, prayed, and at last forgot her trouble in sleep. The following day passed without Mr. Torrance. Then came a telegram. He would be home the next afternoon, and a carriage was to meet him at the station. Kathleen usually met her husband, but hesitated about doing so now. Yet, if the concession would bring about a better understanding, it might be well to make it, she thought. After all, Mr. Torrance came by an earlier train. Hearing a footstep as she was sitting in the grounds, she turned and saw her husband, but could not utter a word. His face wore its pleasantest expression. His trip had proved fortunate. A debt had been paid to him, and he had gained more money by another's loss, so he was in high good humour.
I startled you, Kitty. You might have seen a ghost. Did you get my kiss? And did Geraldine come to you?
Kathleen's white lips moved, but no sound came, and her husband was shocked at her looks.
You are quite unnerved, Kitty. Surely not by my jesting words. I never meant to grieve you by my nonsense. I was worried by a number of things at the time. Forget and forgive, like the dear girl you are.
He drew her close to him and kissed her repeatedly, but Kathleen only gasped out from quivering lips.
I wish I could forget.
My darling, you are too sensitive, or you would think nothing of such trifles. You said some pretty sharp things too, but I just put them out of mind, as the wisest way.
You forget more easily than I can, John, but I will try.
There's a sweet Kitty. Now let us have the boy down. What a splendid fellow he is growing.
The child was brought, praised and caressed, and Mr. Torrance was so devotedly kind to Kathleen that she began to feel as if the events of the last 2 days were only an idle dream from which she had happily awakened. But she was soon to know that such dreams often recur. Chapter 22. Fruits Meet for Repentance. The 4 years following Kathleen's first quarrel with her husband were far from happy ones. When a mask has fallen off, the wearer seldom cares to replace it. Similarly, when someone has assumed a false character to achieve selfish goals, they often stop pretending once discovered. John Torrance gradually became less concerned about hiding from Kathleen that he was far from her ideal and what he had promised to be after their marriage. He was away from home more often, and she knew less and less about the places and people he spent his time with. Some young wives might have given in and accompanied their husbands to places they had been taught to avoid in their youth.
Come with me, Kitty. I need someone to keep me out of trouble.
She knew this, but also knew she would be powerless. Any influence she had in the early days of their marriage had long vanished. She tried to make home attractive, catered to her husband's wishes, and obeyed him in all that was right. She kept her patience amidst many provocations. She knew nothing of financial matters, but so far, Mr. Torrance had kept her purse well supplied and often complimented her on her modest spending, saying,
"You are really economical, Kitty, but you are always well dressed."
She would smile with pleasure, rewarded by his words for the effort she put into her appearance. She often said to herself,
John shall not find me indifferent in little things.
Aylmer Matheson was well aware of Mr. Torrance's financial situation and often asked himself,
how many years will pass before he is as much in trouble as he was when poor Kathleen's splendid but misguided generosity saved him from ruin and made him rich?
Aylmer had again tried to get Mr. Torrance to make a will, but in vain, and he desisted from further efforts at Kathleen's request. She'd been resolute in one respect. The income from the small property that could not be alienated had been invested each year to accumulate in trust for her child.
Nothing shall induce me to touch a penny of this. This shall be secured for my boy. It may be his only heritage.
In 7.5 years, the annual £350, with added interest, amounted to a significant sum, and Kathleen rejoiced that it had not been disturbed. One evening, Mr. Torrance alluded to this separate fortune, as he called it, and said,
"If I want to borrow a few hundreds, Kitty, you will let me have them."
Surely you have no need to borrow, least of all from me,
she said.
Why, is it not natural that married people should mutually accommodate each other?
Kathleen was silent, but her mind was racing. If her husband needed money, what had become of the large sum placed in his hands, along with the income from the estate? She had kept household expenses within proper bounds, and since their first 2 years of married life, there had been nothing to account for any current shortage of money.
Do you mean that you will not lend me a few hundreds?
You cannot be serious in asking,
replied Kathleen.
You will soon find out that I am, if you refuse,
was the angry response. Mr. Torrance looked furious and menacing, but Kathleen was determined not to yield.
The sum you refer to is out of both my power and yours. When, after I had given you all else, you refused to secure my boy his rightful heritage, I resolved that the little left should never be alienated. I put it out of my own power and placed it in trust for Kenneth.
Do you dare to tell me this?
I do. I rejoice to think that this money cannot be touched even by you or me. Kenneth will not be penniless, though it is dreadful to think that what came from my dear father has been squandered in a few years by a...
You had better finish your sentence, madam.
The pause gave Kathleen time to overcome her initial anger and to substitute other words for those she might have spoken without it.
By a man whom experience has failed to teach or improve. A man who, having twice walked the road to ruin, finds it more attractive than any other, whose promises were made only to be forgotten, on whose honour I relied only to find it a broken reed.
Kathleen rose from the breakfast table and left the room, her feeling nearly broken-hearted. She had borne much, but the attempt to take the last fragment of her fortune was too much. As the door closed behind Kathleen, an evil smile appeared on her husband's face. He did not follow her, but said aloud,
"Before you are many hours older, you will be glad to change your tone, my fair Kathleen."
An hour later, Mrs. Ellicott and Geraldine were startled by Kathleen's appearance at Monk's How. Her arrival suggested new trouble, and she poured out the story of this latest trial and many preceding ones, hitherto unsuspected, into their sympathetic ears.
I blame myself,
said Kathleen humbly,
because I sinned against my conscience and better judgment by marrying someone in whose life the fear and love of God had no part. I indulged my self-will at the cost of pain to my best friends. I trusted my fortune, my hope of happiness, the future of my child, all that marriage might bring, to one whose past life proved him unworthy of trust. Even John said it would be better for him if he were not so trusted, and oh, how right he was. You know, dear aunt, how I used to chafe at little contradictions and crave forbidden things just because they were forbidden. Yet that night when you told me my mother's story, my longing for one prohibited amusement was quenched forever. Things that I thought I would enjoy when I became my own mistress lost their appeal as soon as I experienced them. I would have given the world to live the old peaceful life with John, like we did before my marriage. It is a dreadful thing to spend years with someone to whom you are joined by the closest and most sacred ties, yet be as far apart as possible in all that concerns the soul and eternity. I doubt if John and I ever joined in real prayer in our lives, for even when we went to church together, he always said it was only for appearances and to please you, Kitty. Even that poor concession soon ceased, as you know.
Tears stopped Kathleen's words for a while. She had begged her aunt and cousin to let her tell her tale uninterrupted.
For if you begin to pity me and speak lovingly, it will never be told. I shall break down and cannot begin again.
You have had one great blessing out of the trouble, one light that has pierced the darkness, Kathleen,
said Mrs. Ellicott.
You have been brought nearer to God and realised, as you never did before, the love that never fails.
Oh yes, this is now my one great joy. Silent to others, even to you, how could I have lived without the comfort and strength he gave me, though I felt so unworthy even to ask for it? I am so lonely. Though I am a wife and a mother, yet my very loneliness has drawn and driven me to God. I have needed much discipline, and it has taken a long time for me to learn the truth about myself. I started my married life with the idea that I, weak, sinful, and largely ignorant of my own needs, should be a source of strength to my husband and be his helper and safeguard on the path we were to tread together until life ended for one of us. It is true that I soon began to regret the sorrow I had caused to dear earthly friends by my wilfulness, but I placed them first. Now, by the enlightening power of the Holy Spirit, I see my sinfulness and ingratitude toward my Heavenly Father. In all my wilful words and acts I rebelled against him, and in paining the dear earthly friends he had graciously given to watch over me, I showed the basest ingratitude for his goodness to me. When I first realised all this, and felt that nothing I could do would make amends for the past, everything seemed dark and hopeless around me. But God had another message for me, one of love, which I had often heard but never truly understood before, and of forgiveness for the sake of Jesus, who loved us and gave himself for us when he died on Calvary. I can now say, he gave himself for me, for I believe it with all my heart, and I rejoice with joy unspeakable.
Despite her recent sorrow and present anxiety, there was a light in Kathleen's face that betokened the peace which surpasses all understanding, a light her aunt and cousin had never seen there before. Needless to say, she had their rejoicing sympathy. There was a brief silence. Then Kathleen said,
If only John could feel as I do in these things, what a happy life might yet be before us. But I dare not hope for it, though I keep praying always. I am now sorely in need of guidance, and after earnest prayer I have concluded that I should seek the help of my 3 best earthly friends. It would be neglecting the means placed within my reach. I must care for my boy. I will be firm in defending the little that is left for him, and I beg that you will tell Aylmer all I have told you, and ask him to join you in standing by me and strengthening my hands. I have other troubles which I must tell you before I go. One is about Ralph. He has greatly improved, for John has, in most things, allowed others to influence him for good, Aylmer especially, and not in vain. Of late he has taken an opposite course, to punish me for wishing him to make a will and secure the rights of my boy, without leaving Ralph's future unprovided for. You remember Ralph's foolish jealousy of his little brother, which really arose out of his great affection for me. John has been taking pains to revive this unbrotherly feeling when Ralph has been home for the holidays. I could not tell you how I suffered the last time.
Poor Kitty, you have been wounded in your tenderest feelings,
said Jude.
It is not only for that I grieve, it is for Ralph himself. I want him to grow up to be a good man. I have tried to make him see his little brother as someone he should protect and guard. Often Ralph and I have been very happy. He is a fine youth with many noble aims and longings. I have tried to strengthen these, and I have really opened my heart to him more than to older friends. I do not mean in a complaining way, but about the best things of all. We have read and prayed together many times, and I am sure we have both been happier for this. I do not know how it happened, but someone told Ralph about his father's early career and the disgraceful end to his military life. It was an awful trouble for the boy, and he came to ask me if it was true.
How sad for you and for the boy, dear Kitty,
said Jo.
It was indeed, for what could I say? I had to admit the truth, but I said that people were often sorry for the mistakes of their youth, and that it was possible for them to repent, and in God's strength live noble lives thereafter. You knew before you married father, didn't you? He asked, and I said, yes, I did. Ralph was very thoughtful for a while, and then, with a burning flush on his face, he said, I don't think father has led a noble life since, do you, mother? Perhaps I did the worst possible thing when I answered, your father has always told me he was sorry for the past. He never brought any of the old visitors to the hall whom you used to dislike at Monkshow. I wanted to make the best of my husband in the eyes of his son. Ralph asked another question. Did father promise that he really would keep away from those men? Imagine how hard it was to say yes, and then to hear Ralph reply indignantly, my father has not kept his word to you. He has acted dishonourably. I know. I tried to speak hopefully, but Ralph was not easily comforted. He is nearly 18 now, thoughtful and manly. I am very anxious about his future. He used to say he would be a soldier like his father, but after that miserable tale came to his ears, he gave up the idea. He thought that no matter what his life might be, someone would identify him as the son of that Captain Torrance who had to leave the service for dishonourable conduct. What to do for Ralph, I know not. I have spoken earnestly to John more than once, and the last time he was not quite himself, though that is a pitiful excuse to make for him. He laughed in my face and said, You forget that Ralph will be master of the hall.
The memory was too much for Kathleen, and her tears could not be restrained. Her aunt and Geraldine were indignant at this insult. They had not thought John Torrance could be so cowardly. All that love could suggest, they said to comfort Kathleen, yet felt the task was impossible.
I have one other trouble, a significant one. John's health. He is far from well, though he looks strong and ridicules my concern. Some, perhaps, who bore such a burden as I do might be indifferent, or think it would be no misfortune if he were to die.
Kathleen shrank from uttering the last word, and it was followed by a burst of passionate weeping, during which she sobbed,
I have loved him truly, my husband, the father of my little child. I cannot bear to think of it despite all I have endured at his hands. Besides, and above all, comes the thought that John is living without God and without hope in this world, and what is there beyond?
Thus Kathleen ended her pitiful story and left it with her aunt and cousin to repeat to Aylmer.
Remember, whatever John says, I will not give in regarding the little sum saved for Kenneth. I must go back now. My child will want his mother.
Kathleen left immediately, and before the day was over, Aylmer knew all that had passed and shared the indignation inspired in Mrs. Ellicott and Jer by Kathleen's story. He admitted that he was aware of Mr. Torrance's poor health and that it did not surprise him. He replied gravely,
Kathleen has not yet seen his worst side, and I trust she never will, though he puts less and less restraint on himself. At first, I had some faint hope that the poor girl's unselfish trust and generosity would influence him permanently. Time has proven me wrong.
Can Mr. Torrance have spent all of Kitty's fortune?
Asked Mrs. Ellicott.
I fear so, since he is trying to wrest this little reserve sum from her. He is in debt, I know. He may have mortgaged the property, for he had full power. The income from the estate would about meet their present home expenses, but if there is interest to be paid and Torrance's outside extravagances to be met, he may easily be in difficulties.
He cannot seize Kitty's little fund,
said Jer.
Not the property which yields the income. As to her savings, I dare not say. Torrance has stirred in her a spirit of resistance. He may next appeal to her pity with success. It remains to be seen whether love for her boy or his father will prevail. If the worst comes, it will neither find Kathleen homeless nor friendless while we three live,
said Aylmer. On this thought alone could they all fall back for comfort. When Kathleen reached home, she asked for her boy.
Master has taken him for a drive in the pony trap, ma'am,
was the nurse's answer. The child had often gone with both parents, but his father had never driven with the boy alone before. Further inquiries showed that Mr. Torrance had gotten out at the station and sent the trap back by a tenant's son. It seemed absurd to suppose that harm could come to the child in his father's care. But when Kathleen heard that the young man had seen the London train move off with Mr. Torrance and his boy in it, she turned sick with terror.
What could be John's motive for taking Kenneth without telling me?
She wondered. Perplexed and troubled, she sent for Aylmer and Geraldine, who came immediately and heard what had happened.
You need not fear for your boy, Kathleen, though you may have to endure some suspense. No doubt John intends to extort your last available shilling. He has taken the child to force you to give up the sum you have saved for Kenneth. Do not yield. Trust me, and I will not rest until I find your boy.
God will reward you for your unfailing goodness, my best of friends, my brother. What would I do without you, my aunt and dear kind Ger?
Kathleen's words were few, but her heart was full of thankfulness to the friends whom all her past willfulness had failed to alienate. Little has been said lately about Mountain, the faithful, self-opinionated, crusty coachman, who, despite his old dislike for Mr. Torrance, was still at the Hall. Kathleen had begged to retain him, and John Torrance, knowing the value of honesty and unimpeachable trustworthiness, had agreed. The old man, however, always insisted that he served Miss Kathleen as was, not Mr. Torrance. Aylmer would telegraph to him, if necessary, not to Kathleen, during his search for Kenneth. Aylmer found that Mr. Torrance had booked for St. Pancras, and he was about to do the same when a sudden inspiration stopped him. Hollingsby was only 2 hours from London. 2 trains left within a few minutes of each other. One express, the other slow. Mr. Torrance hated slow travel, yet Aylmer easily discovered that he had let the express pass, though he might have had it stopped and gone by the slow train.
I will make further inquiries. Besides, there is no need to fear for Kenneth, and I must not risk a meeting with his father yet.
He thought. At 7 that evening, Mr. Torrance returned flushed and excited, but with an air of triumph. Kathleen schooled herself to meet him calmly and asked in a natural tone,
Where is Kenneth, John? It is late for him to be out.
She trembled visibly, though she strove not to show her anxiety.
You ask where our boy is. I will tell you after dinner on certain conditions. In the meantime, let me say he is with those who will teach him to obey, a lesson he would hardly learn from you.
Without another word, he passed her and went to dress for dinner. Kathleen easily guessed what the conditions would be and resolved not to yield to them. She only thought,
John is proud of our boy and will not harm him. He only wants to coerce me through my fears for the child. I must remember that if I have to endure threats and suspense during the child's absence, it will be for Kenneth's sake.
She went about preparing mechanically for the meal of which it would be impossible for her to eat. She even took special pains with her dress and quietly told the nurse not to expect her charge before the next day, as Mr. Torrance had left him to spend the night elsewhere. Her manner deceived the servants, who were wondering what this new development might mean. It also puzzled her husband, who expected passionate reproaches, tears and pleas, anything but calmness. He could not imagine her capable of self-restraint where her child was concerned, and he saw it with surprise. Kathleen's trial came as soon as the servants left the room.
You are not troubled at your darling's absence,
said Mr. Torrance in a mocking tone.
How can I fear when you are responsible for his safety?
Replied Kathleen.
Still, it would have been kinder to tell me you were taking him away for the night.
Or if I had not taken him at all, I suppose.
It is unusual to take one so young from home without warning the mother, so he might be properly dressed.
It will do the boy good to rough it. He will have to do so as a younger son. You have spoiled him.
Kathleen could not answer, and her silence irritated her husband, disturbing his anticipation of an easy triumph achieved by removing the child.
You are indifferent about the youngster, then? Perhaps you are tired of both him and me. Why do you not speak?
You asked no question, and your remark called for no reply. You know that it was equally unjust and undeserved,
replied Kathleen. Her quiet dignity made Mr. Torrance uneasy, and he began to wonder where her strength came from. There was something about Kathleen tonight that he could not fathom. Surely this usually yielding woman was not going to defy him when, as he saw it, he had played his strongest card. At this moment, a servant entered and said,
Mountain would like to speak to you for a moment, ma'am.
Excuse me for a moment, John,
said Kathleen.
I will be back directly.
Mr. Torrance was always guarded before his servants, and he remarked good-humouredly,
I suppose your favourite has been ailing. Mountain is a fuss about his horses.
When Mountain saw his mistress, he made a remark or two about Polly, adding,
She is about well again now.
Then in a low voice he said,
I've got the message, Miss Kathleen. Ma'am, I mean. The child is safe at Monk's How.
An intelligent look from his mistress was enough for Mountain, and though she only remarked,
I am glad my favourite is better,
he knew what his message had done for her. Kathleen's heart beat wildly with the gladness Mountain's news had brought, but she went back to her husband with an unmoved face.
Polly had been ailing, but Mountain says she is well again,
she remarked.
What do I care about the animal?
Retorted Mr. Torrance.
You take Kenneth's absence coolly enough, and I am not likely to worry about the mare. We have important business to discuss.
I am ready to listen, John.
You know what I mean well enough. You have only to recall what I said this morning about the money you have been hoarding. I must and will have it, or a good portion of it, immediately.
I do remember what you said. Surely you also remember my answer?
You dare not repeat it, Kathleen.
There is no need for me to do so, but, oh, John, look back and think of the past, I pray you. If you do, you cannot persist in such a request. Remember, this is all I have reserved for our child.
I do not want the settled property. That is out of your power to give, but the money you have hoarded I will have, or you shall not see the boy again until he has forgotten that he ever knew his mother. I have him in my power at any rate.
Even this threat failed to move Kathleen. In the same firm but quiet tone, she replied,
I am sorry to deny you anything, John, but I must do what I feel is right.
And as Mr. Torrance listened, he was more convinced that some secret influence was working against him, and that his final triumph was uncertain. He laughed uneasily as he answered with a yawn.
I am tired from my double journey and need rest. I will give you until tomorrow morning to come to your senses. By the way, I'm glad the mare is all right again. She will sell for something, and every little helps.
The pettiness displayed in this threat pained Kathleen more than the threat itself. Every day lately had shown her more clearly the nature of the man she had married. At this moment, however, the thought,
My child is safe in loving hands, and with those whose faces and home are familiar to him,
took the sting from the bitterest words Mr. Torrance could say to her. Despite herself, Kathleen felt troubled about her husband. His complaint of weariness was no pretense. He walked unsteadily from the room, as if suffering from dizziness, and she noticed the almost livid colour on his face. He had frequently consulted a specialist recently about such attacks, and had been advised to live quietly and avoid excitement and stimulants. He would obey for a while, feeling better, then laugh and resume his old habits. Before Kathleen slept, she knew the story of her boy's recovery. It was told briefly in a note Mountain placed in her hands later that night. Chapter 23, Light at Eventide. It had been easy for Aylmer to discover that Mr. Torrance had left the train at Earlsford Junction, taking Kenneth with him. The ex-captain was too well known throughout the county for any mistake in identity. Besides, the abduction of the child had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, not the result of a carefully laid plan, and Mr. Torrance had only counted on detaining him for a night in some place unknown to his mother to ensure her complete submission. At Earlsford, he had hired a conveyance and driven away with the child, then returned alone and taken a train to another station 30 miles distant, intending to return to Hollingsby. Aylmer located the driver employed by Mr. Torrance without difficulty, and the man was willing to provide information, as Mr. Matheson was no stranger to him.
It was unusual for the captain to be in charge of the little man, but he was in rare spirits, as if he were up to some trick. Little Master cried when his father left him, but Mrs. Munslow will take good care of him. She was a nurse at Monk's, was how once and later married a widower with 2 children, but comfortably off. She has one of her own now, so little Master won't be short of a playfellow,
said the man. Aylmer remembered Ralph's nurse, Sarah Swain, was married but neither recalled her present name nor her exact address, only that her home was a couple of miles from Earlsford Junction. The idea that Mr. Torrance would take the boy to Sarah had flashed across his mind, guiding him in the right direction instead of to town. He therefore engaged the driver to convey him to her house. Under Sarah's care, he found little Kenneth. Making himself very much at home with the youngest Munslow, Sarah beamed with delight at seeing Mr. Matheson and admitted that she thought her old master was up to some trick to trouble his wife.
I wouldn't have let him leave the child, sir, but I know Captain Torrance, and I thought he might leave the boy in worse hands if I refused. I knew I could make him comfortable, bless him. Isn't he like his beautiful mother? He has her eyes to a T.
Mr. Matheson agreed and replied,
I am very glad you took the poor child in. I can trust you to help me in returning him to his mother.
He did not hesitate to trust Sarah with more than this, knowing how grateful she had been to Kathleen, the Ellicotts, and himself on Ralph's account.
I always knew what would come of that marriage, sir. My old master might put on new ways for a bit to get his own way, but he'll never change and be a real new man. If anybody could have altered him, it would have been Master Ralph's mother. Mr. Torrance cared more for her than for any human being but himself. Poor Miss Kathleen, she was good to my nursling and to me. My master couldn't help being taken with her beautiful face and pretty ways, but what he wanted was the money. He hasn't had the sense to keep it, more's the pity. Miss Kathleen thought she could turn him around her little finger. He was so meek for a while when he was in her sight, but out of it.
Sarah shook her head to express what she did not put into words. Regretfully, she added,
The master was wonderfully fine-looking. No wonder a young lady thought such a handsome shell must have a good kernel. But he is different now, so coarsened, as one may say.
Aylmer could only agree. The stamp of an evil life was too visible, and Mr. Torrance's face today was in painful contrast to that of the handsome cavalier who had captivated Kathleen's girlish fancy a few years ago. Mr. Matheson planned to take the child back to Earlsford Station, but Sarah's womanly wit suggested a better plan.
Pay off the man, sir, and say you will not go back to the station, but bid me good day before he starts, and set off walking to the station further on. When he is well out of sight, come back. We have a nice covered trap and a good horse here. Munslow can drive you to Hollingsby by a shorter road than the train takes, and you can send a message to Mountain from a post office on the way. You will get home nicely when it is dusk.
This plan was adopted. Kenneth, weary from the journey, slept on the road and was given into Geraldine's arms, too drowsy to be roused, and was put to bed at Monk's How. Mr. Torrance never doubted that Kathleen would be pliable and thought,
I shall settle the matter easily enough over the breakfast table. My lady may think she will beat me, but after sleeping on it, she will listen to reason. When I have secured the cash, the boy shall come back, and she will be so delighted to have him that she will forget all else, as she has many times before after our quarrels.
Mr. Torrance reached his dressing room with this mental conclusion. He was feeling wretchedly ill and unfit for anything but rest. He caught sight of his face in the mirror and was startled by its colour. He walked unsteadily across the floor and had to sit down before undressing.
This dizziness again. The old doctor's warning will come true if I continue like this. I must turn over a new leaf, or...
A servant passing the door heard a fall and listened. There was no further movement, but a sound of heavy, unnatural breathing reached her, and she ran downstairs to call for help. She met her mistress at the foot of the stairs and told her she was afraid Mr. Torrance must be ill. Kathleen told the girl to follow her, hurried to the dressing room, and found her husband lying senseless and motionless on the floor. The only sign of life was the laboured breathing, which had attracted the girl's attention and caused her to raise the alarm. The doctor soon arrived and confirmed Kathleen's fears.
Yes, it is apoplexy. Mr. Torrance's father died of it, but later in life. He was careful of himself and lived by strict rules, which I could not induce your husband to do, though it was his only chance, and he knew it.
Kathleen's distress can be better imagined than described. Trouble is always intensified by the knowledge that we have parted on less than kind terms with the one who now lies stricken and helpless. If the sufferer ever held the dearest place in our hearts, our own wrongs seem to vanish. And through the mist of past years of trial, we see him not as the author of our sorrows, but as he was when he won our girlish love. So it was with Kathleen, and the few days following her husband's seizure were filled with sorrow. She constantly prayed for and longed to see a look of recognition, to hear him whisper her name or give signs of possible recovery. Only once did a glimmer of consciousness appear, and the sufferer's eyes wandered as if in search of something. Kathleen bent over him and whispered,
Do you know me, John? Kathleen.
A slight murmur, and she caught one word.
Adela.
It was a final effort. Mr. Torrance relapsed into unconsciousness, and a few hours later, Kathleen was a widow. The only thought he had been capable of was not given to her who had given him all or to their child. It had returned to his first love, the only real affection of his life, and that a sadly selfish one.
He never truly loved me,
thought Kathleen.
He married my fortune, and I married and almost worshipped an ideal being, the creature of my own imagination, until the scales fell from my eyes and I knew yet how happy we might have been, with so many blessings to make life and home bright and free from the anxious cares that spoil so many wedded lives.
Many details of her husband's past were mercifully hidden from Kathleen, but his financial troubles could not be concealed. All the ready money was gone, and £10,000 obtained by mortgaging the estates had also disappeared, with arrangements in progress for another advance. The difficulty in completing these arrangements had moved Mr. Torrance to try and extort from Kathleen the sum saved for her boy. As her former guardian, Aylmer Matheson was the best person to act on her behalf, and as much as possible, he spared her from business-related stress. Ralph also proved a comfort during her initial period of sorrow. He was full of loving thoughts, and all that was best in his character showed itself towards her, and the brother he had previously been unreasonably jealous of. Kathleen's kindness to the once lonely boy bore fruit after many days, giving her a dutiful son in the manly youth, outwardly so like his father, but happily unlike him in other respects. Ralph was nearly 18 and had greatly improved in character and appearance over the years. That he grieved deeply for his father's loss goes without saying. Mr. Torrance had left no valid will. One had been prepared by his instructions during a moment of compunction, or perhaps when the doctor's warnings and Kathleen's unbounded trust moved him to do what his conscience told him was just. But it had never been signed. A superstitious feeling, a change of mood, or the desire to hold power over his wife's head had kept Mr. Torrance from completing his will, rendering it only waste paper. Alf did not initially grasp his position.
Will you stay at the hall, Mother? It will seem large and lonely for you, and from what Mr. Matheson says, the income will be too small to maintain the same establishment. Still, it has always been your home.
You forget, Ralph dear. It is not mine now. It is yours. The property was not settled on me. It became your father's absolutely by my deed of conveyance, and you, his elder son, are his heir.
You can't be serious, Mother. It would be horribly wrong of me to allow it. I will give it straight back to you, and after you, it ought to go to Kenneth, if you wish him to have it. The property is yours, first of all, to keep or to give. I am sorry, so sorry, Mother dear, that it is sadly diminished, and you can only live very plainly here.
I would not wish to live here in any case, Ralph. I could not if I wanted to. And you, dear boy, have no power, however much you may wish it, to give my old home back to me. You are barely 18, and until you are of age, you can do nothing. 3 years hence...
I shall be of age, and I will do what is right by you and my brother,
interjected Ralph quickly. He kissed her tenderly, and Kathleen smiled through glad tears and returned the caress. She would not say anything to cast doubt on his sincerity. Indeed, she fully believed in it, but who could tell whether he would feel the same when the power to make restitution was truly in his hands?
If I were to die in the meantime, I suppose the property would come to Kenneth as my heir?
I have never thought of such a possibility, and with all my heart I pray that God will spare both my dear sons to be my comfort. I shall hope for more than one support in my old age. In the meantime, I am thankful that matters have been arranged so that Mr. Matheson and I will be joint guardians of you 2 children. Your father had appointed us in that unsigned will, and his wish has been carried out in this respect by consent of the court.
When Kathleen used the word children, she stretched herself on tiptoe and smiled up at Ralph, for though she was considerably above average height, she was much shorter than her tall stepson.
One of your children looks down on you in stature, Mother, but in all else, he looks up to his guardian. How glad I am that you and Mr. Matheson are joined in this trust. With neither mother nor father of my own, I yet have both in you and him.
After Ralph's departure, Kathleen left the hall with her little son. It cost her something to turn her back on the home of a lifetime, but so many sorrowful memories were now associated with it that even had she been able to stay, she would not have done so. She had arranged to make her home with her aunt and Geraldine at Monk's How. Mrs. Ellicott was in failing health, the house was large enough, and little Kenneth would help brighten the place, and the elders would mutually comfort each other. Kathleen's income would suffice for the modest needs of herself and her boy. A tenant had offered to take the hall furnished on a 3-year lease and was willing to employ such of the servants as chose to stay, except the coachman.
He needn't say, except the coachman. I am too old to begin under another master. I serve Miss Kathleen as was, or I retire into private life with a cottage and a cow or 2. But seeing that Mrs. Ellicott's man is leaving for a livelier place, she has offered me his position, and I mean to take it. It's likely enough I shall drive my own young lady as long as I can hold the reins. For though I shall be coachman to the old one, it's all in the family.
By some mysterious arrangement, the details of which no one seemed to know, Polly was transferred to Monk's How along with Mountain. Kathleen asked no curious questions, but as she patted the glossy coat of her old favourite, she was content to owe this pleasure to the kind thought of a friend. She was not likely to mount the pretty creature, but as everyone said, Polly was equally good to ride or drive, and always looked perfect. Kathleen was only 29 when she moved to Monk's How, but a silver thread could be seen here and there amidst the soft masses of her abundant hair. She smiled as she pointed them out.
I have been aging quickly lately, Auntie. Jer does not change a bit, unless it is to look younger and fairer. I feel so staid and middle-aged beside her.
The trembling lip and a suspicious moisture in her eyes revealed that Kathleen was reflecting on the saddest period of her life.
You will grow younger again here, Kitty. In this quiet home, you will begin a new life, and in time it will be a bright and happy one,
replied Ger. But the cloud did not soon lift from Kathleen's spirit. She seldom spoke of her husband, and her friends felt it was kinder to allude to the past as little as possible. They knew that beyond all other causes of sorrow, the thought of Mr. Torrance's state when the final summons came was the most terrible of all. In time, however, the widowed Mrs. Torrance became more like the Kathleen Mountford of old, but there was no trace of the girlish self-will that had led her astray. The lessons she had learned through suffering produced blessed and enduring results, which became more apparent each day. Mrs. Ellicott lived only a year after Mr. Torrance, and her gentle presence was greatly missed by all who knew her, especially by her daughter and niece. During the 3 years of Ralph's minority, the Hollingsby Hall estates were well managed, though not free from encumbrance when he came of age. All debts and a portion of the mortgage had been paid off. There were no special festivities on Ralph's 21st birthday, as everyone, none more than himself, felt that such would have been inappropriate. However, Kathleen laid aside her widow's dress and wore a rich black silk with soft white lace at the wrists and throat in honour of the occasion.
"Mother, how beautiful you look,"
said Ralph, as he held her at arm's length and surveyed her from head to foot.
"You have really grown young again. I am so glad you have changed your style of dress, and
I did so in honour of the heir's birthday,"
she replied. Then, clasping her arms around him, she kissed him tenderly and said,
I pray that God may abundantly bless you, my dear boy, and make you a useful, happy man, a true soldier and follower of Christ.
"That is just what I want to be, Mother dear,"
said Ralph, after returning the embrace and while still holding her in his strong arms.
"You know I promised to tell you today what profession I meant to follow, for I would dread an idle life. I used to talk of being a soldier, and then I gave up the idea. I still wish to be one, but to fight under the greatest of all captains, not with weapons forged by human hands. Do you know what I mean?"
I think I do, dear. You wish to be a true soldier of Christ and believe you can best serve him by dedicating your life to the ministry.
"Yes, I have discussed everything with Mr. Matheson, and he approves and believes I have made the right choice. You, too, will ask for God's blessing upon it, I know."
Kathleen was delighted. She knew that Aylmer would not approve unless fully convinced of Ralph's sincerity and suitability for such a vocation. The conversation was interrupted by the entrance of little Kenneth, who rushed to his brother exclaiming,
"See, Ralph, this is my birthday present, and I wish you many happy returns."
It was a simple gift, but it had cost the child some self-denial, and Ralph praised and valued it accordingly, to the great satisfaction of the giver.
"Now, Kenneth, you shall take a present that I have here and give it to Mother."
"It's not Mother's birthday,"
said the boy, taking the offered packet.
"It is tied up, so maybe you want her to keep it until her birthday comes."
"No, my boy, Mother must have it now, and from your small hands. After all, it is not a gift, it is something of Mother's very own that someone has taken care of, ready to be given back to her."
Kathleen guessed what the packet contained. It was a deed restoring her full possession of the hall and the estates that had been hers before her marriage.
I will not refuse your gift, Ralph, for a gift it is, as the law gave it absolutely to you. But I know your nature too well to think that you could ever be happy if you kept it. You also know that I can experience no greater pleasure than in using all I have for the benefit of both my boys.
There was a small dinner party at Mr. Matheson's that evening to mark the day, but the guests were few. Among them, however, were two who were particularly welcome, namely the new Dean of Woldcaster and his bride, formerly Hetty Stapleton. Hetty, always staunch, generous and helpful, especially in matters concerning the welfare of women, had spoken with equal plainness and good sense at a meeting of a society formed to improve the condition of working girls. The very Reverend the Dean of Woldcaster had been present on that occasion. He was a bachelor of 45 and a friend of Aylmer Matheson. He had just decided that his handsome residence in the Close at Woldcaster needed a fitting mistress, and soon concluded that Miss Stapleton would be the perfect person for the role if she would accept it. There was another good reason for the proposal that followed shortly. The Dean was thoroughly in love for the first time in his life. He confessed to Hetty that this was the case, almost as if it was something to be ashamed of.
The fact is, I have always lived such a busy life, and I had younger brothers and sisters to look after and help on in the world, so I never had time until now.
Whereupon Hetty, with a laugh and a blush that suited her exceedingly well, admitted she was very glad to hear it. After this, all was smooth sailing, and as the Dean's bride, Hetty was an important guest at Ralph's birthday dinner. They made a very happy party, and everyone rejoiced to see the joyous light in Kathleen's eyes and hear the old ring in her voice, which had been missing for so long. The Dean took a friend's privilege and teased his host about his bachelor lifestyle, praised his own happily changed condition, and advised Aylmer to follow his example. He was thinking how well that nice Miss Ellicott would suit Matheson in every way. His wife was a little uneasy, for she knew of the old wound and could gauge the faithfulness of the true heart that would never find room for a second love. Only Kathleen could fill the void. The party broke up fairly early, for the Dean and his wife had a long drive before them. Aylmer walked back to Monk's How with Kathleen, for the night was lovely and the distance not great. Ralph was ahead of them with Jer. Kathleen's hand rested on Aylmer's arm, and they walked some distance in silence. Then she broke it, saying,
How well Ralph is turning out, and it's all thanks to you. No words can express what a blessed influence you've had on his life, and mine too. To think of the dear boy's choice and his making over everything to me again as soon as possible.
That was only just and honest. As a true man, Ralph could have done nothing else, and we can rejoice in knowing he has a horror of everything that is not true and upright.
I seem to be always accepting benefits. Everyone has been so good to me since...
Kathleen paused. She couldn't bear to say what was on her mind, but Aylmer knew she was thinking of Mr. Torrance's death.
Better not to look back, dear Kathleen. The future is bright now, for you and yours at least.
Kathleen noticed the sigh that followed.
I must look back a long way, Aylmer, even to my childhood, and to the time when you took on the thankless task of being guardian to such a wilful girl as I was. On your part, I see nothing but patience, kindness, unselfishness, generosity, and affection, none of which I deserved. You have always been giving, and I receiving, and I suppose it will be the same to the end. Even now I am a petitioner and must ask yet more of you. With the restoration of the property, new responsibilities rest upon me. I long to do right, but mistrust my own judgment. I need my old guardian's help more than ever, for my boys as well as myself. I cannot stand alone.
You know, dear Kathleen, there is nothing you can ask that I shall be unwilling to give or do.
I knew you would say so. You are always the same. How I wish I could do something for you, or give you, in some small way, proof that I am grateful for your goodness and sorry for the past.
You can, dearest Kathleen, if you will. There is only one gift that would make me rich indeed, and you know what it is. I asked for it once before, but then...
I was blind and could not see the difference, but I will not talk of the past, Aylmer. If you can truly care for such a gift, it is yours, my good, faithful love. I only wish I were more worthy of you.
There was no mistaking Kathleen's sincerity, and as Aylmer drew her towards him, he knew he finally possessed the whole heart of the only woman he had ever loved. She did not withdraw from his encircling arm, but lifted her face to his, so he might seal the compact with a kiss. It would be easy to draw a fair picture of the after years, for these events happened long ago. The child Kenneth is growing up to be a stalwart man, and Ralph's name is known and honoured as that of a true servant of Christ. Kathleen's hair now has more than just silver threads, though many, her husband included, think her more beautiful than ever. But the story shall end here, for it only professed to be that of a Wilful Ward, and the title no longer applies to Mrs. Matheson, wife of the senior member for Woldshire. A closing note from the editor. Well, my dear listeners, is your life marked by willfully living for self? Romans 2:8 warns, for those who are self-seeking and do not obey the truth, but obey unrighteousness, there will be wrath and fury. Yet here we see Kathleen choosing to die to her own will and surrender to Christ, and still she faced the consequences of her past decisions. The path of self-deception is truly deadly, and to our young ladies listening, do you recognise the manipulation John Torrance used, which Kathleen fell prey to? Oh, be careful, for you too could be naive and easily deceived in a similar way. Let this story serve as a warning to you. Above all, find your identity in Christ Jesus, who transforms our will so that we desire to do his will. Seek first the kingdom of God and live for Christ alone.